liaisons with the brigades, of course, a lawyer with the brigade as well. But where the actual fires being called into, there are levels of military lawyers in that cell because it's also where they're housed. I mean, there's actually uniqueness again to Israel. It's not like it's a this isn't this is so much the closeness and the range and the support and the decisions where you have the chief of staff making calls on certain targets can be executed or not on top of the lawyers. It's a very unique, and after this trip, we just had kind of a mind blowing awareness of it. But absolutely peacefully.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Fusilier. Marcus, you had your hand up. It appears you put it down.
This has been a long hour, but we had a lot of fruitful discussion, and it was wonderful. But it was more something for Yehuda that would have pleased him. It's okay. I'll save it for next time Yehuda's bummed.
Okay, that sounds good to me, Marcus. Yehuda may be back tonight. I'm not sure. John, I have seen some reports coming in the last few minutes that negotiations for an additional pause in Gaza, these negotiations have been broken off so that there will be no additional pause, which means no additional exchange of hostages. Do you know what the current situation with hostages held by Hamas in Gaza is?
Like the exact number?
Well, the general number. I mean, they still
it's
have
like 152, I think.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, I was going to say
130. Yeah, it's over 100. It's 100. There's some of my friends are in the audience that would know. That's bad. I don't know, but it's been a long day. Well, the status of it though is I've seen that report as well. And why would Hamas negotiate for hostages at the moment when there's a UN Security Council push for a UN Security Council mandated ceasefire? Now the word is, and I heard him didn't even know the update. It was concerning while I was there. The U.S. pushed it off a day in order for wording. Nobody knows what the U.S. the only decision of this that's either going to abstain or veto. If So, why would Hamas negotiate for a ceasefire at the moment when it can hope for the UN Security Council to hand them a ceasefire with no negotiation, with no release of hostages? It's just ridiculous, in my opinion.
Thanks for that, John. I think that you're probably right. And what's going on in the UN apparently is a search for resolution wording that would be acceptable to the United States. And I'm not sure if they are going to find those words, really. Not sure about that at all. Marcus, you put your hand up. Oh, James, go ahead, please.
I was just going to say it seems very unlikely to me. I think that America alone is the point.
Yeah, I think I think that the feeling I've gotten is that it's very concerning. That it wouldn't just be an automatic U.S. no. I don't know what with the language specification. Yeah, if it's a unilateral Hamas surrender of hostages, that'd be great. Yeah, okay, and it had timetables on it and requirements and all that stuff. I just have a very strong feeling that none of that's in there. It's more like humanitarian aid, ceasing of airstrikes, things like that, and it's concerning.
It's concerning to me too. Marcus, your hand is back up. Go ahead.
Yeah. So John, I spoke briefly with John about the psychology of what went on at the kibbutz. The kibbutz is, and I know that's not the right pluralization, but let's move on from my horrible speech. So we spoke briefly about it the other day. I think it was yesterday. And I've really been dwelling on this in my head about the phenomenal psychological implications of the behavior that is some sort of mix between a coordinated unit level actions and serial killers, because it's hard to appreciate how difficult it is to kill with knives. Like, it's not the same. It's a different psychological profile, and it's pretty amazing in the negative way, obviously. But like, it's remarkable that this was done this way and as planned as John explained. Obviously, it's true because of the execution, but to get that many human beings to do that depraved stuff and still be organized soldiers is pretty weird. So I was just going to say, I hope John has a chance to consult with people in the FBI. I don't know. I think it goes past military psychology to the kind of stuff the FBI does. It's pretty amazing what happened, and it made me think about apocryphal stories of like the Mongols nailing people to ships that were still alive when they went from Korea to Japan to invade Japan. Um, Stuff like that we thought were apocryphal, because we didn't think units of human beings in armies would just be that depraved, because it's hard to make people that depraved, right? Individuals.
You know, Marcus,
Yeah.
I think there is pretty wide agreement now that drugs were involved on the Hamas side to make this kind of slaughter, in this kind of inhuman slaughter, possible.
It's remarkable. I would.
Yeah, Alan, but don't let that be the Alan. Don't let that be your solution to this real question of how do you get 3,000 people to do this type of premeditated, pre-planned, and then uncoerced execution. Because we have videos of it. Unlike Bucha, it isn't just Captagon that did that. Which is a speed that has hallucinogenic effects. That's not necessarily what their own videos show. They weren't all like drug zombies. Yeah, it reduces potentially inhibitions, but I agree with the process. It's pretty incredible in a really awful way that things that we just thought weren't around in the human race anymore. Um, to have that much physical ability to do that, like it's not natural. So how do you develop that unnatural property in thousands of men? And I mean, I think it's a real question. It isn't just the drugs, in my opinion.
That's a thank you for that, John. That is a good cautionary note for me to take in. I have a question for you, John, also as an urban warfare scholar. I'm wondering if your investigations in Ukraine, say of the urban warfare in Mariupol or in Bakhmut for that matter, uh, by comparing and contrasting the urban warfare uh, in Mariupol, Bakhmut, and Gaza, has that helped you see this subterranean element in Gaza more clearly and quite differently, creating a much different kind of urban warfare space?
No, actually. I mean, I might have gotten there before doing more research. And my last trip, I don't know how long it's been since time starting to meld together. My last trip was mainly Mariupol focused, right? Interviews of Mariupol officers, soldiers, helicopter pilots. Because at the sub T of Avestal wasn't really a sub T. There's really only one of the dugouts, the citadel underneath the 5-story building where the Azov Regiment headquarters was. That was really a protection, a military grade protection from bombings. All the other ones, once a turncoat basically submitted which bunkers were and which ones were being used, the Russians were able to target them with some really awful munitions and strike them at will, and they did it. So even my ideals of this, this kind of citadel with this underground space that gave them protection, in my research, it isn't showing to be true. I still have more research to do. I'm still trying to get a few commanders. Where Gaza it is, right? We know that they basically have been in a cat and mouse game of going deeper and deeper to get away from Israel's ability, even when Israel uses the most advanced bunker buster munitions there are and the tactics and to use those. they're at a depth that they can't. Some of them, not all of them, of course. So yeah, of course, there's some compare and contrasting the modern tunnel warfare and how it incorporates to the goal, right? The strategy of those two wars. There's time is absolutely a factor in how 3,000 Ukrainians were able to hold down 20,000 Russians from achieving their immediate goal in support of their overall goal, which is the Battle of Kiev. There were some lessons there, but there's some massive differences as well.
Thanks for that, John. Ben, please go ahead. I hope Ben is with us.
Oh yeah, it just dropped out. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Hi, John. A couple things. One, about how people can kill like that. I can recommend two of my brother's books. My brother has studied this kind of killing in history and war, and one of them is called Hitler's Willing Executioners, and the other one is Worse Than War. And he looks at this particular thing, is that because this does happen. So the question is, what's the mechanism, and under what circumstances do these things start, and what are the methods? And Hitler's Willing Executioners is like the book on the subject, not just according to me. But if you want to take a look at those, that may help you answer those questions.
Just to be honest, from what I've seen in this war, it's outside of my research goals, so I'm good. But I appreciate the recommendation.
Then on the other one, but now I came in a little late. The question I have is, some people are saying in the media, that the U.S. is putting pressure on for 3 weeks or something like that to wrap this thing up. In your estimation, if you can say, to really clean up the operation here and define what the goal is, how long do you think it would take to do the job, depending on what the job is, whether it's decapitate Hamas or just completely eradicate it completely?
Yeah, I laughed. I was on mute, but I laughed because it's an unanswerable question. It's the wrong question. The question is, how long did it have? The goal is not unchanged. The goal from October 8th till now has been the same: return all hostages, destroy Hamas military capability to ever hurt Israel again, and Israel's citizens, and number 3, secure Israel's borders. Those 3 goals haven't changed, and I don't think they will. But war also is a contest of wills to include the international community, and Hamas's strategy was not to fight Israel at all. I mean, it was to massacre Israelis and invoke the response, and they had other strategies, and maybe in interrogation we'll know what the full intention was, if it was even premeditated. But how long would it take if Israel had all the time to clear the urban trains when you have a population that can't leave it? Months, not weeks, to clear urban terrain. Enemy gets a vote, though. Enemies can turn single blocks, depending on what the infrastructure and preparations were, into week-long battles. That increases the amount of time. The presence of hostages increases the amount of time. The available resources increases the amount of time. But the question is, how much time do they have under the current way? And I don't think the U.S. has been pushing anybody to wrap this up. I think the U.S. has gone multiple times. I think one of the first wars, and I had to go there to get that understanding. The first wars where you have this many leaderships rotating through a war zone, through Israel's war, in support of it, but also being able to communicate like we need help in holding the political pressure off of you. It isn't pressure on, but the world is a contest of will. War is a contest of will. War is political, and those threats to calls for Israel in UN Security Council and using the global international order. Hamas was counting all of this. So in order to stop that strategy from working, the U.S. and others have been like, "Okay, help us understand this. The humanitarian aid. Let's discuss what's going on." And Israel has done many things in, like, opening up other Israel borders to not just search now humanitarian aid, but to push humanitarian aid into Gaza, in trying to relieve that pressure to buy more time to get the job done, while Israel knows there is a time clock. So I think I got to most of what you said.
Yeah, and just one follow-up on that. So do you think because they don't know what that time clock is, that it's altered their the way they're progressing with the war right now, that they would do it differently if they had a better idea of what the time clock would be?
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Um, that is a tough one. Well, let's say like this. So Kirby said for a fact that Israel didn't use as much force based on as it wanted and planned to, based on the concerns of this clock, right? So if you go with a heavier, people aren't going to believe that by the number of strikes they're going to count that. Like if you had naysayers, they would count, you know. But Israel has stated to the U.S. and the U.S. has used it to say like Israel has taken all these things into consideration to include civilian casualties and didn't use the number of forces it had planned to create that overwhelming force power that it needed to clear things even faster. Let's say, although that's you know safer is a more higher concern than faster. So, but as Israel is pushed, there's more risk on all levels to include tactical risk, accidental risk that we're talking about, friendly fire incidents, things like that. All these things, nothing is held in its own. It's all part of this complex thing in war, which even the simple, they say there's this guy that has this quote, it's all complicated. So, yeah, every variable. Yeah, I mean, would they do things differently? But that's almost like saying if this was not a war. I mean, that's really what you're asking me because these factors are stronger because it is Israel. Like these factors of pressure, these thoughts on the perception of use of force, these ridiculous body counts that are just not historic in the way that war works and how you even would know how many civilian casualties would work. A year after the Battle of Mosul, there's still just an estimate because they still haven't uncovered the bodies. They still don't have that type of awareness. You don't do daily civilian casualty counts. It's just not the way it works. But to say that would they do things differently? Would they go faster? Is almost like, well, if this wasn't a war, and that's really the level of the question we'd be asking.
Thanks for those questions, Ben. And John, thank you very much for your additional time tonight. Another quick question for you, John. And this is a question outside of urban warfare, so it's up to you whether or not you want to take it. It's about the Red Sea and the Houthi threat on the Red Sea.
Nope,
Now,
I'm good.
You're good? So,
Yeah, I'm good. Nice try.
You don't want to go there?
No, we can go to Craig or somebody who comes in here who's an expert. I have my own thoughts, but again, they're like you said. I usually like to stay in my lane.
Okay. Well, there are some empty lanes to your right and left, John. Put your blinker on and let's go to the Red Sea. But I'll respect your wishes there. I don't have any additional urban warfare questions for you.
I do.
But James does. That's why he's here. James, go ahead.
I sure do. My first urban warfare questions are that while I was out of the space getting my hearing fixed, I think Jeremiah and Ofer, I didn't know if you guys had had a chance to speak or if you could raise your hands. But if you wave your hands or if you want to speak, this is the time. Well, there you go, Ofer. You got a question for John? Please go ahead to him first.
Okay, hello, Joe, and I am very happy to see you, John. I want to ask about the war in urban places. From what I think, there are very special forces on the ground, and we have a lot of officer and soldiers that they lost their life. So I don't think that we saw the fight is go by the right hands. I think they afraid from the pressure from another country. and it's cost us in life of our citizens. That's what I think. If you can provide another view or something.
Sure, sure, yeah. And I'll actually make this my last answer. The boarding process for my next flight will start soon. So the right troops for the right job. Um, so there's a fallacy, not that Ofer said this, but that the special forces are better trained and capable of doing this job, and you'd have less soldiers death if that was possible. That's a fallacy born of the last 20, 30 years. This is, taking an enemy terrain from a defending combatant who wants to use the civilian deaths as its main strategy. This requires heavy forces, infantry, combined arms. The special forces would be used in very small elements to gather intelligence, provide overwatch, do some of the specialized missions. They're not going to be doing raids into cities to target enemy leadership and things like that. It's a non-permissive environment. It's just not the way war would work, not the way war works. Intelligence does drive the operations, but this is, um, it's just not a thing. Israel is using the right combined armed forces, actually, unlike other people do. And their casualty counts, while every one of them is felt in Israel, because everybody really knows probably somebody in that family, their death rate for the mission that they have been doing and the speed that they've been doing it is actually very low. I don't want to compare it to other battles like the Battle of Mosul, where Iraq lost 10,000 of its soldiers to remove 5,000 fighters. But those are some of the statistics. I thought the IDF would have suffered many more casualties than it did, but it's a testament to of course, their their value of their blood and treasure. They are never going to just sacrifice. Like Russia sacrificed 20,000 to 40,000 to take a single, city of no value, of tactical value. That's not Israel. That's not USA. But even their 100+ casualties to date, with many of them, unfortunately, being because of accidental risk, it is actually a very amazing job that they've done the mission they have so far and will continue to do it with that low casualty. So they're using the right forces to get the job done. And like I said, you didn't hear earlier, but I met one of the brigade commanders who had been in Gaza as a platoon commander, a company commander, a battalion commander, and that's like unheard of in any military. So literally the right soldiers for the right job to do the job that needs to be done.
Thank you very much. I very appreciate it, your opinion, and because I very angry about our dead, the soldier of dead, and you say to me that it's the mostly or the needed of what the work they need to do. So it give me something to think and to release my friend and all the mess of they do to me. Thank you very much, John.
My pleasure, Offer.
And thank you for that question, Ofer. John, thank you for staying for that one last answer. I know you have to continue your travels. Safe travels. Merry Christmas, and best wishes to you and your family this holiday season.
Thanks, Alan, and thanks to you and all the great MriyaReport team that keep this open 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, through holidays, through everything. It's an amazing space. I've learned so much, and honored to be considered part of the family. But it wouldn't work without you guys.
Wouldn't work without you either, John. If I couldn't learn from you and Chuck and Yehuda and Axel, and all kinds of other people, my understanding of what's going on in the world, in Ukraine, in Israel, would be far, far less than it is. And that is thanks to you and all the other experts who join us here at MriyaReport. James, we have some more hands here. Chuck will be with us shortly. Let's go to Carrie.
Hi, Alan. Haven't spoken to you for ages. Nice to hear you. Just a quick thing. I thought I'd speak to you guys first before I get back to him. So I've heard from Richard Lofthouse, the guy who wrote the initial sort of main article a few days ago. I think it was in the Telegraph that that managed to coalesce and get a lot of interest being built up around the Las Ulas vehicles we're trying to get from London, with the current scrapping scheme that's taking place. So he's asked me to DM him, and he said he's happy to come on to MriyaReport. And so wanted to let you know, find out who would be the best person for me to DM. Would it be Mockers? And then I'll obviously get back to him. But I wanted to signpost who she should speak to. And then John, I can see you're still a speaker, but maybe you're a ghost speaker because I can't see your
Yeah,
icon
John,
by the
He's a
side.
ghost.
yeah, he's
He's a
dropped,
ghost.
Carrie. Yeah.
Okay, fine. So Alan, he's agreed to. He's said in principle, he'd like to come on to MriyaReport. He'll come on to MriyaReport and to get back in touch with him, which I will do. But like I say, is it Mockers that would be the best person for me to DM to let her know that he's interested? Who sorts out
Yeah,
speakers?
I'll tell you what, Carrie. Let me send you a DM
Okay.
rather than do that on air.
Okay.
But or you could certainly start with Mockers, but I'll send you a DM after the show here tonight. Okay.
Brilliant. Thanks, darling. And then I'll follow up, try and follow up quite swiftly while the iron's hot. Okay.
Sounds good. So, James, this is a story I have not followed, but it seems as though you have. Give me an update.
This is the question about the 4x4 vehicles that are intended to be essentially destroyed because they don't meet some important goals around, climate issues, right? Those vehicles are heavy, all that stuff, right? But they run in many cases, and that Ukraine is desperately in need of almost everything, including vehicles that can go back and forth to the front or wherever they need to go. Vehicles are absolutely in short supply there. So this is a chance to divert them from being taken apart and given to Ukraine instead. So we don't know what kind of pressure that will take. But you know how it is. Pressure is required for these kind of policies to be changed, and it makes a lot of sense. And ultimately, it even meets the climate goal because the sooner this war is over, the sooner we'll have all those huge beasts rolling around, breathing out, carbon dioxide. So it's a big deal.
And also, Alan, just so you're aware, the reason I got in touch with Richard was in particular to get him to bring into it almost an even more important part, which is they're also going to be decommissioning the emergency services fleet by the end of March. So I've been able to get hold of the details on the whole fleet that's going to be decommissioned. And we set up a group of Brits who are sort of pushing hard on that. And so I'm trying to get Richard to then include in his journalistic activities the information about the ambulances as well. And then Ben Wallace has started to get involved on the 4x4 scenario now. And my MP, who's just recently become Treasury Minister, has made contact with on my behalf and as a minister, the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office to try and see what can be done to get the emergency services fleet. So we're trying to sort of pull ourselves together to make things happen.
Thanks for that update, Carrie. It really sounds like there is and this is true not only in the United Kingdom, but around the world, certainly here in the United States, a wealth of help that can be sent to Ukraine that is either in storage or on its last legs headed for the junkyard, yet it would be very useful to the troops in Ukraine. Uh, uh, Chuck, right on time here tonight for Bullet Points Tonight. Welcome very much. Good to see you.
I won't tell you how late I almost was, but folks, I got here about 15 seconds ago. So I am very happy to be here, even if I just came in on two wheels.
Were those the two right side wheels, the two left side wheels, or the two rear wheels?
It's hard to tell when you're drifting into that parking place. But anyway, I'm here and we have got a big day of stuff.
Yeah, we do have a lot to cover tonight, a lot of maps to cover. But I think, the very first thing I wanted to talk about, Chuck, because some videos of the performance of the Bradley fighting vehicle caught my eye today. And one video in particular, I'd have to say the Ukrainian driver of that particular Bradley has a career in NASCAR or Formula One, but boy, was he effective. And I put your infographic about the Bradley up in the nest. The Ukrainian military is saying that the Bradley is a tremendously effective uh, a piece of equipment against Russian forces. What makes it so effective?
It's a combination of its 25 millimeter M242 chain gun and also its optics and sensors. So there've been a couple of videos, and I'm glad the latest one came out showing what Bradleys can do to assembled groups of Russian vehicles. And we see this one in this recent overhead image where the chain gun and the Bradley's pretty decent speed, which is 40 kilometers an hour off road, which is really respectable. 40 miles an hour on road, which is, frankly, pretty amazing for something this size. But when you've got good optics and good targeting, and you've got a 25 millimeter chain gun, and you are not missing much, you can really do a lot of damage. Uh, we If anyone has seen that video during the day, it is extremely impressive. I want you to imagine that engagement happening at night. The Russians would have absolutely no idea what hit them or from what direction they were being attacked. And there's two things that operate here. Russian APVs, armored personnel carrying vehicles, infantry fighting vehicles, uh, they are not armored. They have aluminum skin. Some of them are armored in some positions, but the coaxial machine gun, for example, of the Bradley, that's its secondary machine gun, which is 7.62, the kind of machine gun that an infantryman could carry, that would go through most Russian APVs. But that 25 millimeter gun will go through everything. And we're really seeing it. The fact that that one Bradley, just one, could wreak that much damage on half a dozen Russian vehicles is really impressive. And Alan, we talked about this back in the day. We've been doing this so long. Back in the day when the Bradleys were first you know, on the menu to be served up to Ukraine. I think we talked about their effectiveness back then.
I think we did, Chuck. But of course, now we have seen this evidence on the battlefield, and this is just one Bradley. Is it unusual to see one Bradley operating on its own out there?
Off the chart unusual. They should at least operate in pairs. Three is better. Uh, this was a really heroic action on the part of this this particular vehicle and his crew. The other thing that is also good about the Bradley, we were just talking about the failure of the armor protection in the Russian vehicles. The nod also goes to the Bradley in terms of its armor protection. For example, if another Bradley were shooting its 25 millimeter cannon at a Bradley, the crew would be safe. And the Bradley can be used in a lot of different roles. It can be used as an armored ambulance. It can be used as a command center. It can be used with some extra equipment. It can be used to actually hunt other tanks. And this was essentially, from what I could see, this is just your basic Bradley infantry fighting vehicle. But that 25 millimeter gun, uh, it can disassemble the ground floors of buildings. I mean, it's a pretty amazing piece of kit.
And this particular Bradley, the crew used all of its advantages to escape, to disengage. They put down a smoke screen.
Knew how to fight his vehicle, and that is the key. Given a weapon system, whether it's a fighter plane or literally, a 7.62 millimeter machine gun, uh, a Bradley, Leopard, an Abrams, learning how to operate it is, that's the entry level. Using how to, learning how to use it tactically, use it to its ultimate potential. I mean, that takes a lot. So we saw these guys really knew what they were doing, and again, this happened in broad daylight, non-optimal fighting conditions. So imagine that at night. The Russians don't have those, they don't have the thermal cameras that are available on the Bradley. They don't have the high definition night vision. Their armor is not good. Although there are certain of the Russian vehicles, they have potent guns, but it's a whole nother thing to fight your vehicle at the level of your opponent. And, for all the great tactics, stalking, breaking contact, attacking along, from multiple firing points, everything we saw that was done right by this Bradley, I saw mistakes made by the Russians. And that's training, and I hate to say it, Alan, it's morale.
Well, I jog my memory, Chuck, but I think the Bradley video that we're both talking about, it occurred outside Stepove, and the Bradley essentially broke up a Russian assault of a small Russian unit, but the Bradley alone broke up that attack.
And that's what's amazing. But we see the sort of we are checking the footage on the things that you and I have been talking about for quite a long time. That in this case, one Bradley was sufficient to break up what is essentially the standard Make One Mod Zero Russian attack, carried out by less than a platoon of armor and or infantry fighting vehicles. And again, we see the Russians put together insufficient force packages. These guys did not reach their primary objective. Had they reached their primary objective, the forces that the Russians had available to them could not have captured that objective and held on to it. And in this case, look, one Bradley should not have been able to take out that Russian assault. I mean, if the Russians had been fighting to doctrine, they might have had a chance. But the other thing we see, and we see it again and again, the Russians do this. You can't put forward armored vehicles, tanks, etc. You need infantry to screen it. And imagine yourself, lock yourself into a closet and try to think about what it'd be like to take on an opponent in your house if all you're doing is looking under the door jam, right? in that little area you can see through the slot. Russians attempting to fight, in air quotes, from inside buttoned up vehicles, uh, you know, they're going to get their butts kicked every time. And that's what happened here. But however, the, you know, the bravery of this Bradley crew and the the citation, if they were to get a Congressional Medal of Honor, which they'd be in the running for, is that they demonstrated great intrepiditude on the battlefield.
Intrepiditude, and I am guessing initiative as well. Chuck, there's been a lot of discussion about getting more Bradley fighting vehicles into Ukraine from the United States. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Bradleys in storage here. Again, here is an opportunity for Joe Biden to step up. He doesn't need an act of Congress to send additional Bradleys to Ukraine. He simply needs basically to open the garage door.
I was on briefly this afternoon with Axel, and saying the same thing. Between Congress and Ukraine, and the Department of Defense and Ukraine, the president has available to him a lot of different tools, like a presidential decision directive, an executive order. I'm not even an expert in functions of the executive branch, but I have carried out lots of operations that were enabled by presidential decision directives, executive orders, etc. And I don't know. And Alan, you are right. There are Bradleys packed hubcap to hubcap almost as far as you can see in the American Southwest. And it doesn't take that long to get those from mothball state into a combat ready state. I mean, they are stored, sealed up. Uh, you know, Mechanisms are put in place to make sure that they don't rot, uh, and they need to be put on train cars, gotten to a port, and shipped to Ukraine. Why? I don't know.
There must be some people in the administration who still need to be convinced of the effectiveness of supplies sent by the United States to Ukraine. I can't imagine who those people are, but apparently there are some. Let's quickly go to Marcus, then to Karen, and then we'll get into the maps of the night because there is a lot to talk about. Marcus.
Yeah, just super duper quick. So I was wondering if it was the relative protection and the speed of the Bradley that makes it the superior choice or the flashy choice right now, or is it just well, I guess, and the gun, or is it just that there's a lot of Bradleys compared to some of the other infantry fighting vehicles out there? So there's more opportunity for the Bradley to show itself as being superior. Thanks.
Kind of. This was one Bradley that found itself taking on a Russian column. I mean, ideally, you wouldn't want that to happen. He was considerably outnumbered. The column he attacked had more firepower, uh, but this particular Bradley commander was putting on a clinic out there. He was fighting hard. He was fighting smart. He shot and he moved and he shot and he moved. And after he chewed up this Russian column, he popped smoke and got away in it. Um, I think, uh, that I don't know the circumstances that led up to the engagement. I don't know if there were no other vehicles available. There probably was not. There probably were not. So he was fighting on his own. But not to be the fly in the ointment here, but I looked at this engagement. It also told me another thing. Where was the Ukrainian artillery, right? Once this guy engaged, uh, he engaged in lieu of artillery, right? So having this column under observation, uh, it should have led to a Ukrainian artillery attack. So this guy was out there solo dealing with this, and he did, by dint of his bravery and skill and everything else that goes into giving this guy a great big medal. Uh, but I had to ask myself, why did this happen? As good as the outcome was, you know, this is not the kind of thing you're going to get away with 3 times in a row, right? One Bradley, as good as it is, it shouldn't be taken on a column. But we're looking at ammunition shortages and other stuff. And everybody listening tonight, I know you're going to do this when we get off. Make that call to Washington.
Don't let those senators and representatives in the House enjoy a quiet holiday. They left town without doing their job. Now it's up to us to make them do their job when they return in January. Back to Marcus for a follow-up, then to Karen, then on with bullet points tonight.
I will be super duper quick. Chuck, today they celebrated the 1,000th senator in Canada being made for the Ukrainians and delivered. And I'm wondering where does a vehicle like that fit in the doctrine for NATO forces, or is this more of like a border guard type thing? Because they've used a bunch, right?
You're talking about the Bradley? Oh, the senator.
the
senator.
Yeah.
You know what? I am not the armored cavalry guy. I believe. Let's see. Let me just lay eyes on that vehicle, and folks, I'm shamelessly looking it up right now, so I can give you a decent answer here. Yeah, is more of a low intensity conflict kind of vehicle. It's basically analog to a better put together up armored Humvee. So that would be used basically as a scouting vehicle. I think that there are likely somebody could put a tow missile system on that, but that is kind of a very light scouting vehicle. So, and it's essentially on an F550 Ford chassis. So, uh, compared to the Bradley, this is the vehicle that would bring the Bradley crew lunch, right? You wouldn't necessarily want to get into a fight in this thing.
Thanks for your question,
Okay.
Marcus.
Thank you.
Karen, quickly, please.
Okay. I just want to bring this up real quick because I know you have a lot to cover. But as you probably already know, there was a strike on the Kerch Bridge. And not that it hit the bridge. What I'm hearing is that there are several explosions in Kerch, and the bridge is either closed or blocked, one of the two. And I was wondering, do you have any updates on that? The rumors that are going around are positively wild. They're extremely entertaining. There's one rumor about, oh, the U.S. Air Force was involved. Of course they weren't, but what do you have that is current? Thank you.
I'm glad you brought that up. In my little back channel intel brief mid-afternoon, I was told that the Russians were claiming to have shot down an ATACMS over the Black Sea. That may or may not have been possible. There aren't very many ATACMS in Ukraine. Obviously, there are some. I had heard that targets in Kerch were hit. Second briefing I got said the Russians were claiming to have defeated an attack on the Kerch Strait Bridge. And, I don't really know where that falls right now. One of the things that I was going to touch on, and I will here in a minute, won't steal thunder from ourselves down script, but the Ukrainians carried out a really important strike yesterday against Russian satellite communications facilities in Crimea. And those sorts of attacks, and I was focused on the satellite uplink thing, which we'll go nuts and bolts on here in a little bit. But those attacks are always preceded by Ukrainian strikes on more capable S-300 and S-400 Russian air defense systems. And as usual, we had those reported within the last 36 hours. But right now, damage to the Kerch Bridge, I've heard everything from, I heard a lot of the stuff you did, I think. But, and listen, if you get some more info, please come up because, between what the Russians said, what they don't say, and throwing out some of the wilder information, I think we'll be able to dial in on that too.
Thanks for that question, Karen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. I'm going to drop now because I know there's a line of people that want to come up, and we'll just have to wait and see. Thank you.
Okay, very good. The first map is up in the nest, but just before going to that map, Chuck, I wanted to talk a little bit about air defense. Ukraine has been successful almost to the point of 100% air defense, shooting down drones and incoming Russian missiles. It so happens tonight in Kyiv, a drone did get through, hit one of the top floors of a high rise in Kyiv, started a fire. But Russia seems to be using drones and cruise missiles exclusively against civilian targets at the moment. That's why air defense is so important around Ukraine's cities. And more air defense is on the way, I think, right?
There's going to be Spain is providing Hawk missile batteries, which would best serve closer to the zero line because they're small. Uh, they're a bit of a legacy system now, but they're pretty lethal against helicopters and even low flying aircraft. But and there's NASAM systems, which are the National Norwegian Standard Air Defense Systems, IRIS-T, uh, several other systems, of course, Patriot being the top of the food chain. But this is Russia concentrating on Ukrainian population centers because that prevents Ukraine from putting adequate air defenses closer to the zero line, which would cut down on the number of Russian airstrikes, which which are always outnumbering Ukrainian airstrikes, 10-1. So this is, if I were Santa Claus opening the DoD toy box for Ukraine, long range precision strike munitions, ATACMS, HIMARS in abundance, but the next thing they need in abundance is air defense systems. And it every time Ukraine goes 100% intercept against those Shaheeds, and it's been 100% for the last couple days. The other night it was 96%, and that one got through. And the problem is that you, they fire 100, you get 96 of them. The problem is that those other 4 missiles, they're aimed at apartment buildings. And that is, it's sickening. But that's why Putin does it, in addition to just wanting to kill Ukrainian civilians.
And as we draw closer to the zero line in Kherson, Kherson is under Russian artillery fire and under Russian air attack with some pretty big glide bombs around the clock, almost 24 hours a day. The Russians are able to shell Kherson, and almost 24 hours a day, the Russians are shelling the north bank of the Dnipro. There's only one way, it seems to me, to protect the civilians left in Kherson, and that is to continue to drive the Russians farther and farther away from that city. That would eventually take care of the artillery shelling, not the airstrikes against Kherson. So the very first map up in the nest is in Kherson. What a difficult theater of operation to even talk about, Chuck. And you are still talking about only a few hundred Ukrainians on the south bank of the Dnipro facing thousands, possibly 10,000 Russian troops. And yet they're succeeding.
It is an ugly, fierce, unending battle. Um, it is a tough fight. There were a couple of Ukrainian servicemen who spoke to the press recently. Um, as infantrymen have the absolute right to do, they said, "Look, this is a tough fight. In tough fights, morale goes up and morale goes down. Um, Ukraine is almost achieving the miraculous here with a couple of hundred guys, uh, likely a force less than 1,000 people. They're controlling upwards of 25, almost 30 miles of river frontage against forces greater than a division of Russian paratroopers. So a division of troops can be as high as 25,000. Uh, let's say this Russian division is just 10,000. That division in question is the 104th VDV Division, an outfit that was reconstituted, rearmed, taken off the line, trained, re-equipped, sent back in, and it has almost been destroyed by Ukrainian forces. As we saw in that Bradley fight, the commanding general of the 104th VDV, he's feeding it into the fight, one platoon, one company at a time. And surprisingly, General, that doesn't work, right? Look, I'm a naval officer, but I know how to fight a division. You take 3 or 4 brigade task groups, for example, target Krinky. One of those brigade task groups attacks from the east, the other one attacks from the west, and the third brigade task group, because we're talking about a division, right? 10,000 guys, and it attacks from the south, and you take the objective. Why this division commander doesn't seem to know how to fight a division, I mean, nobody can answer that. Is there a bandwidth problem in Russian command and control? You know, I think there is because we see it again and again and again. But polarize this problem for a second. Imagine that there were 1,000 members of the Iraqi Revolutionary Guard. They were controlling 20 kilometers of river around Baghdad. And The White House sent the entire 101st Airborne Division after those guys. How long do you think it would take to clean them up? I give them 48 hours tops, tops, and their positions would look like a skateboard park. So that puts Ukrainian achievement in pretty stark uh, relief here. You've got a couple of hundred guys who have fought a Russian division to a standstill. It's amazing. And beyond that, the attritional aspects of this battle, and no one on earth could expect, let's say, 600 combatants to attrite a division. Unheard of, right? However, beyond that, uh, by these operations, by maintaining this strip of coast of riverbank, Ukraine is fixing at least 15,000 Russian forces into Kherson Oblast. And 15,000 is a minimum estimate. There likely are 20 to 25,000 Russian combatants between the Kinburn Peninsula and Nova Kharkovka. Alan, why a division of Russian forces can't clear out 15 kilometers of riverbank. We're looking at a Russian force that, in terms of combat effectiveness, these guys aren't even on the map anymore. Couple
And
hundred guys versus the division. Wow.
and I think, Chuck, the Russian commander here is either the second or third commander. A couple have been replaced, so that might have something to do with the continued ineffective planning and assault that the Russians are making here on the south bank of the Dnipro. And correct me if I'm wrong. It was around Krinky that the Russians actually packed an infantry fighting vehicle with explosives and sent it towards the zero line under remote control, possibly, or maybe there was some unlucky guy driving it forward. You know, that's a desperation kind of tactic to use.
And I spoke with Axel a little bit about this afternoon. And first, I was going for the remote control angle, but an astute listener reminded me that the Russians had carried out a similar attack a couple of weeks ago, and and this was a Russian armored personnel vehicle packed with upwards of 1,000 pounds of plastic explosive, and that's judging from the explosion. But in that previous attack, they drove this thing up to the zero line, and somebody got out of it. So it could have been General so and so promised a weekend pass to somebody, or maybe even a ticket home, if they undertook this operation. And again, a move that the Russians observed Islamic forces carrying out in Syria. Uh, it doesn't work. And in this case, Alan, to add a little irony to the bitter taste of tears, this vehicle hit a mine as it was approaching the zero line. So all it did was put a big mushroom cloud up in the air, but definitely a desperation move.
And to choose a tactic like that rather than real maneuver warfare, which you can do when you have a division under your command, it shows either confusion by the Russians or some unwillingness or inability, and maybe morale is playing a factor here in the Russian forces trying to dislodge the Ukrainians on the south bank of the Dnipro. But it's just a spectacular failure of Russians here in this theater of operation. Chuck, I want to welcome my co-host Christopher. I'm sure he has some questions about Kherson. Christopher, thanks for being up here with us. Ooh, Christopher.
Audio.
Yeah, give us an audio check there, Christopher.
Wait, mic check. Mic check.
Got you now. Go ahead.
No, I'm good. I just wanted to say hello. Thank you, Chuck, for everything. I can't wait to hear more. Actually, I'm just nothing at the moment. I'll chime in. I'll chime in shortly.
Excellent, Chris.
As I go along. So.
And Hop C's with us. I'm glad you made it back tonight, Hop. Go ahead, please.
Thanks, guys. Mic check. Sorry, I've been so scatterbrained lately. Good to hear everybody's voices out there. How you doing, Chuck?
Hey, Hop. Good to see you, brother.
Good to hear you. Quick question. With the divisional forces against basically, something smaller than a regiment, do you think we know that there's not a lot of extra artillery lying around in any way, shape, or form for the Ukrainians, but could this inability to use the divisional forces that the Russians have at their at least available from a manpower standpoint, could that be just a statement of the efficiency and efficacy of whatever precision artillery the Ukrainians have, in the sense that the Russians are having a hard time massing their forces? And have you seen anything indicating that, as far as like an uptick in strikes and things like that at areas where there would be a gathering of Russian troops prior to an assault, and larger than platoon and company size stuff? I was just wondering if you had observed any stuff, anything that would support that idea.
Good call. The Russian mill bloggers are complaining about they doth protest a little too much, but it's telling on them that their positions are constantly under drone surveillance, and Ukrainian artillery is hammering them. You know what? Our Ukrainian artillery is definitely bringing effective fire on them, but the Russians are in terms of volume of fire, the outgoing Russian fire is at least superior in number than Ukrainian fire. But blowing holes in the riverbank is not as important as actually dialing in on a target, as we both know. But Ukraine has been able to hit points of concentration for Russian forces, key logistics, ammunition storage, command and control nodes. And in fact, just in the last 24 hours in Nova Malachka, which is maybe 10, 12, maybe 13 kilometers south of the zero line, it's a full-blown town to the west of the Oleshky Sands National Park, and pretty much directly south of Korsunka. Ukrainian artillery was hammering that place. If you are on the Kherson map, there's a little the battle icon that shows an incoming round hitting some Russian forces. So they are doing that. The other thing that the Russian mill bloggers are complaining about is Ukrainian first-person drones, which the Russians have created a new verb about that. They call it carouseling, and that is Ukrainian drones circling their target. And the drones are like the upside down wedding cake that we all know. The highest level, the broadest base, there are longer endurance drones that can select the target, and in cases that put target laser designation down, but they can also vector in first person drones. And those first-person drones are made the racing drones. Some of them can travel at 150 miles an hour, close in on the target. Uh, you know, you know what a 150 mile an hour car looks like. Now imagine this thing is a little bigger than a loaf of bread. It's coming at you at 150 miles an hour, and it's got I don't know, a kilo shape charge, plastic explosive. You're going to have a bad day if you're a Russian.
I love that description, Chuck, of the upside down wedding cake as a drone tactic. It sounds like it's a drone tactic that the Ukrainians originated and are now using to right here on the south bank of the Dnipro to devastating effect.
They have done so much. Uh, you know, innovations in technology, innovations in tactics. Uh, as far as Western armed forces, I mean, they better be paying attention because this is what war is going to look like going forward forever. And the other thing that the invisible battle that goes on here in Kherson and everywhere else is electronic warfare. And you don't get that upside down wedding cake unless your drones can be communicated with and controlled, and your communications aren't jammed, and there's everything that goes into it, Hop, as you know much better than I do because you fly, and all I ever do is jump out of those things.
That's true. You can't minimize all the successes, and I think Mockers who loves the when special equipment goes boom. You can't minimize how important that is as far as freeing up capabilities, especially in the FPV realm, but otherwise counter battery artillery, counter battery radar, and things like that. If you own the high ground in the electronic warfare domain, and you can ascertain when and how the you can use your electronic eyes, and the enemy can't. You might as well be standing on top of a 10,000-foot mountain from a standpoint of clarity of the battle space. And the Russians have shown an inability to sort of cross coordinate between some of their EW capabilities and some of their radar capabilities when they were in a naval sense. And I can't imagine that it's a whole lot better on the ground, although you can separate your radars from your jammers a little better than you can on a ship. But still, if there's a cross contamination issue at sea, there will be one on the land also, most likely.
Today is the 666th day of the War of Ukrainian Liberation. And some of the problems we see here, some of the dynamics in land warfare, right down to the smallest point of the tactical level. So at the functioning of a rifle squad. I mean, Hop, when you and I were tearing it up all over the world, electronic warfare was not something that small units needed to concern themselves about. I mean, it was, I let the guys at the battle group figure that out. But now, as Scruff was talking to us on the Tuesday night bullet points, individual rifle squads not only require first-person drones and then drones for observation and reconnaissance. Uh, they need their own electronic warfare setups. They need their own drone jammers, right? They need their own signal repeaters so that their own drones can be communicated with. I mean, so we have seen the importance of electronic warfare go all the way down, to squad level. That amazed me, huh?
I have to agree, Chuck. To me, how far the trickle down has been on the EW front, and the density of the signals that are going across any say square, linear kilometer of the front is nothing compared to what it was when you and I were but lads running around. It's the density of the signal traffic and and the data traffic more specifically, that it has to be a survivable link for even for a small unit to remain viable at this time was something that a lot of experts. I'm not an expert, but I sure didn't anticipate it, and it seems like it has snuck up on all of us.
I mean, not at all. And I was out there with the Gucci gear, with pretty much all the resources we could ever desire, need, or even think of. And electronic warfare for us just wasn't a consideration. But it sure is now. And if I'm leading a task element on a special operations mission in this environment, I need organic electronic warfare. And organic is war college talk for one of my guys better be carrying it. Because otherwise, I'm going to get eaten up by these FPVs, which, we have video evidence of, that even a lone soldier on the battlefield is not safe. And these FPVs, they don't miss, right? Or they generally don't miss. And it's pretty much terrifying to stop and think that Russian soldiers on this battlefield, they can be killed by artillery, mortars, rifle fire, and then add to this flying robots. So it's pretty sobering to think of that.
Yeah, Hop, keep going.
Chuck, this is very interesting. I don't want to take you away from your maps. Two things that pop into my head when is an offshoot of this conversation. In a very short period of time, Western units will develop, an equipment, add to their equipment list of things that are no-go items that you don't go if you don't have it. And this will be up there, with as far as having some sort of nascent EW capability at a squad level is going to be comparable to your is as important as your satellite radios working and things like that. That's thought one. Thought two, if people are wondering what it's like for these Russian soldiers or anybody being pursued by a FPV, to me intellectually it compares to what maybe you're out mowing and somehow you go over a yellow jacket nest in the ground and suddenly you're being attacked from all directions and running away doesn't seem to help. And that must be what it's like for the poor soldier being pursued by even by a single FPV.
You can imagine the snarling noise of that thing coming at you. And again, 600 days ago, this wasn't a weapon. These weren't tactics. This wasn't a threat on the battlefield. This was nothing that big Army or big Navy or big Air Force, uh, it wasn't on their radar. I mentioned before, look, I've done projects for DARPA. I've pushed forward new technology. 600 days ago, you couldn't have sold this to the Pentagon. They wouldn't have believed you. They wouldn't have thought this was worth the money. The last hill that the Pentagon would fight on, and always does against new technology, is it's not proven on the battlefield, right? And Hop, we know they've said, look, they said no to the automatic pistol, no to the machine gun, no to radio, no to airplanes. What else? They said no to all of those things, but they're not going to be able to say no uh, to organic electronic warfare at the squad level. Yeah, every rifle squad has got two automatic weapons guys and you can add to that one drone guy for each fire team, and that's going to be it going forward. Things things that weren't on our radar, and I read the Naval Institute proceedings, Hop. I mean, I should have seen this coming, right?
Actually, I think, there were probably 660 days ago, there was probably some poor ensign or midshipman who had just gotten a letter from proceedings telling him that the article he'd written on drone warfare had been rejected because it was unrealistic or something like that. Um, you know, uh, there was probably a time when cavalry officers back in maybe the time of the Romans thought that stirrups were unnecessary. Um, this is only going to grow, and we are definitely in a brave new world as far as these things are concerned. Thanks.
And folks, if you think we're making fun of the Naval Institute proceedings, which is kind of the journal of naval officers and naval science, you're damn right we're picking on them.
Yeah, so I have seen that Ukraine is currently able to manufacture 50,000 drones a month, and next year they have a target of manufacturing 1 million drones. And this is domestic manufacturing in Ukraine. So this would be in addition to any drones that they purchase. And that brought to my mind, Chuck and Hop, an unanswerable question. And I love unanswerable questions, I guess. But in a theater of operation like Kherson, how many drones at any given time are above the battlefield? I mean, it's got to be in. It could approach 1,000, I guess, or even more than that. Hop, what do you think?
Well, I think if you look at the wedding cake, um, the upside down wedding cake Chuck referenced, you're going to see dozens of the high altitude drones sort of picking and choosing with their sector, and with because you have to have multiple sets of eyes and all sorts of inputs coming in through some command and control nodule that says, hey, we've got again some EW indications, some burst transmissions coming out of here. Let's send the drone from quadrant A6 over there to have a better look, and we'll get some cross bearings off some different DF capable. I'm sure some of the drones can DF, or if nothing else, the ground-based DF can give them an elliptical that they go look at. And again, if you're going to mass any kind of troops for an attack, there's probably, especially we all know the Russians don't excel at command and control on a field basis. There's going to be some lack of comms discipline and some all sorts of telltale stuff. So you have drones doing that, and then the next level down, you have something more specific, working a smaller quadrant. And I think if you launch a wave of drones to counter, say, a reinforced platoon with maybe a couple BMPs, I bet you that they're launching a dozen or 2 dozen drones to try and get to those guys. In the future, I think whoever carries the drones or whoever is seen to be the drone operator is going to have a target on his back, just like the flamethrower guys did in the Pacific in World War II. They're going to be a high value guy. It'll be if they can identify the officer or the drone guy, they're going to go after them first.
Guy on the battlefield that you always want to target, and that is you look for the radio man, and you want to shoot the guy in front of the radio man, and then you want to shoot the radio man. And it'll be ever thus. Now you're just looking for the guy with the funny looking antenna coming out of his backpack. But I was just searching for the statistics, and unfortunately, I can't find them. But it's a number in the high 30s. I think 38% of Russian armor losses are due to drones, first-person drone, and the the entire just the fact that you've got this thing about the size of a loaf of bread. It's carrying about a kilo of plastic explosive rigged with a shape charge. And that much plastic explosive configured correctly will blast through almost anything. And even if that can't take on the frontal armor of a main battle tank, uh, just cast your eye back to all the first person drone videos you've seen. You'll see the telltale. The drones almost always approach from the rear. This is where a tank's armor is the thinnest. And you'll also notice in a lot of these videos, as the Ukrainian drone is coming in, you will often see low battery warning flashing on on the video, and that is almost always a telltale that that particular Russian vehicle had some sort of electronic countermeasures going. And the lowest barrier to entry, the lowest technical solution for the Russians is to broadcast a low battery signal so that the drone picks it up, gets a low battery signal, and if that signal is strong enough, the drone will, with its logic board, it'll try to do a soft landing for the drone. But you can see that isn't working, right? Uh, so those are some little things to look at. But the idea that something that cheap closing on you at 150 miles an hour, which is not 3 times the speed of sound, but you know it's fast enough.
It's faster than you can drive that tank.
It sure is. It's just faster than you can ever drive that tank. And just as a little psychology major side note, your nerves only transmit at 120 miles an hour. So you stick your finger on a hot stove, the nerve impulse gets to your brain at 120 miles an hour. So you can see 150 mile an hour drone is more than fast enough to beat you to the trigger.
And this is why it's so important, Chuck, when Scruff is with us. And Scruff was with us on Tuesday night. He's a drone operator on the front line. He's able to tell us so much. And a couple of things stuck out to me on Tuesday night. Number one is how quickly weather can ground drones, whether it's sleet and rain or just freezing cold. And when that happens, that theater of operation also grows quiet. That there's not the same number of attacks, not the same number of contact. It doesn't mean that the zero line goes completely quiet, but I think you mentioned it in the Avdiivka area where weather cut contact in half, I think, overnight or over a couple of nights' time.
Yeah, that is the one thing on the battlefield that the weather affects everybody uh, most of the time in the same ways, and you're always looking for whatever gives you an edge, and that would include you know getting your drones to fly when the enemies can't. But freezing rain has got to be just about the most miserable thing to operate in, and the most dangerous thing to fly in. Um, you know, uh, it and the weather is at this awful stage right now. We're getting days in the low 40s, and then days that are much colder. It's uh, it's really hard on everybody.
Chuck, one quick question from me, and then on to some hands here. Just looking at the Kherson map, it should be possible for the Russians actually to force the Ukrainians off the south bank of the Dnipro. It should be possible simply when you consider the numbers and the superior Russian forces. How much of a setback would it be for Ukraine to lose its lodgment on the south bank?
It probably wouldn't be that much of a setback, because the fact that they have come over the river and exerted this amount of control, it it has to dawn on the Russian commanders that, let's say they were able to get in there and sweep the Ukrainians all off the south bank. That doesn't mean they won't come back. And it also means if you want to prevent them from coming back, you've got to put forces in position, and you've got to man those positions constantly, and you have to be able to deter, prevent, frustrate, uh, crush any attempt for Ukraine to come back across the river. And there we go right back into catch 22, which means you've got to put 10, 15, 20,000 troops, leave them in Kherson Oblast. So, uh, it is this insoluble problem for the Russians. Now, I don't know if this is one of the factors. I mean, I really don't know if this is one of the reasons we see this suboptimal Russian tactical engagement. But I'm just going to put this out here. I'm a Russian general, and I have been killing my men one platoon at a time. My men know that if you're wounded out on the zero line, I'm not gonna put any resources into medevacing you. My guys know that the farther north you go in this battlefield, you get to a position and dig in, I'm never gonna rotate you out. I'm just not. You're up there, and you're gonna stay up there till you die. And if you get wounded out there, and maybe you won't die from that wound, I'm not gonna give you any medical treatment, so you're probably eventually gonna die of sepsis, gangrene, eaten by rats. Okay, so I've got this hunch that the reason we're not seeing larger scale maneuvers, larger scale ground operations on the part of the Russians is those commanding officers, those majors, those lieutenant colonels, those generals, they don't dare bring a larger force together even to brief them. They don't dare bring 400 or 500 of their people together to brief them. This sounds crazy, but what happens to that Russian colonel if the 400 people in that brief decide they're not going to do it? They're not going to do it. What's the worst thing that happens? Okay, well, certainly his authority is dented seriously. He faces the outright refusal of 400 people to do what he told them. But what else could possibly go wrong? Well, we know for a fact that in Kherson, a colonel was beaten and stomped to death by his men. So maybe this is a reason why platoons and onesies and twosies of companies are being fed into the battle space. So this could be symptomatic of something really, really bad in the Russian army. And I don't think my description here is entirely aspirational, because we see it all over the battlefield. We see it in places like Avdiivka and Bakhmut that we know Russia is exerting maximal efforts in. But still, we don't see adequate forces put into these battle problems. Why? Happening. Just something for everyone to chew on, Alan.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. We even see it back in Russia itself, where the wives, mothers, relatives of Russian soldiers fighting in Ukraine have been making videos pleading for their return to Russia, sending videos to Putin, saying you promised they wouldn't serve in Ukraine more than a year. Come to find out today that contract, you're in Ukraine, but no more than a year, that contract has been canceled. Now you get sent to Ukraine. No one knows when you're going to come back. Chances are you're going to come back dead, not alive. We have hands up here, Chuck. Let's go to Marcus, to AS, and then to Griffin. Marcus. Marcus, if you're with us. Yep.
So am I allowed to put up the SEC post?
I'd like to put the CC post up a little bit later.
Okay.
But yes, you are allowed to put it up.
Okay.
We're going to have more maps to go up, and the
That's
nest
okay.
will get awfully cluttered.
Just tell me when, Alan. So I'll tell you guys why. The Russians executed somebody for photographing Russian military vehicles in occupied Ukraine today. That there's no like trial or anything. And that person was 8 years old. So that's why I want you to go call your reps.
Oh,
it just
God,
keeps happening, guys.
That's disgusting. You know, those are the you know, in informational warfare, it used to be called black propaganda. If you thought up something completely abhorrent, disgusting, and you put that into the information space, and it didn't happen, right? But you put it out there because it's so disgusting. It's never ceases to amaze me that there's no need for black propaganda in this war. If it's disgusting, vicious, a war crime beyond your imagination, the Russians do it. So you shoot an 8-year-old child? I don't even know what to say.
So when those numbers go up, you guys call, okay? Because I'm pretty choked up over here.
It's yeah. I was slow on the microphone draw because I was sitting there with my mouth hanging open.
And that is it's a perfect reason to call your leaders in Washington. And yes, Marcus, we will get those numbers up in the nest as we go through bullet points tonight. To AS, then to Griffin.
Thank you very much for having me. Slava Ukraini, first and foremost.
Herum Slava.
And thank you for everybody's hard work at MriyaReport, long-term listener, and from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Chuck, I'm curious. Now that we're kind of here at year end and your own assessment of the situation, what's the most advanced weapon system that has surprised you that's been deployed in the theater? It's a two-part question. That's the first part of it. And secondly, thinking about countermeasures for drones, would you be surprised to see a more exotic system come online here in 2024, maybe going into 2025? Thank you.
Yeah, good question. You know, I think the first thing isn't really a land weapon. The thing that has amazed me the most in its efficacy and its outsized effect has been the unmanned surface vessels that Ukraine has used in the Black Sea. So those naval drones, which have shown themselves capable of attacking Russian ships underway, also attacking the Kerch Bridge, and having like all asymmetrical weapons. I mean, they're designed to achieve tactical success in their limited roles, but beyond that, they are designed to force an opponent to exert resources in defense and security. And so, in that case, the naval drone has compelled Russia to essentially almost to abandon Sevastopol and pull back its naval forces way into the eastern Black Sea. So that's what's amazed me above all the technological innovations. But I think what I expect to see next in terms of innovative technology, it will be sort of an iterative step a little bit here. Uh, we see kind of waves of drones and FPVs, in sort of high density attacks. Uh, so dozens of FPVs, and the numbers say, as Alan was pointing out, that it's likely that there are 1,000 drones up at any given time over the Kherson battle space, and likely over the course of a 24-hour period, you could see uh, 5 or 6,000 drones carrying out strikes, flying, reconnaissance, etc. So here's what I expect to see: truly a swarm attack of drones. So I think we've all seen those drone displays in the night skies where they've got a bunch of drones flying in concert. They're being maneuvered so they can, turn on their lights and it looks like the Starship Enterprise, or it spells out, "Honey, will you marry me?" Etc. So you've got a series of drones communicating with each other. They're being communicated with, so that they operate as a large sort of entity. So I expect that sometime in our Russian listening guest, especially if you are in Kherson, I expect a high value target of yours to be the first target in history to be hit by an interacting swarm of drones. And a swarm being that term of art that means these things are working in an interdependent manner. So let's say we've got 500 of them. 100 of them will come in bunches and attack the outlying defenses, while the second bunch comes in from another angle and clears that up. All of these being carried out almost simultaneously, while the final group goes through these smoldering defenses and strikes the high value target from every in 360 degrees. So I expect that to happen one of these nights. And, given the output of uh, Ukraine's drone making, I mean, they're aiming for you know, a million drones. I have no doubt that they can do that. So this is the next step I see in the application of drone.
Fascinating. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that.
Oh, sure.
And of course, Ukraine is working on longer distance drones all the time, longer distance drones that can carry larger and larger explosive payloads. We heard, I believe it was, well, now I cannot remember from exactly who we heard this comment today, but in the on the Ukrainian military staff, that in 2024, we can expect Ukraine to bring the war closer and closer and closer to Russians way inside Russia. So this means more Ukrainian drones overhead in Moscow, for example, more Ukrainian drones closing the major Russian airports in Moscow and St. Petersburg. To Griffin and then to Oyvind. Griffin.
Thanks, Alan. Chuck, question for you. A number of months ago, when the Ukrainians originally crossed the Dnipro in the area of the rail crossing east of Kherson, that was a really big deal, I thought. And then a little bit later on, they crossed at Kozachi Lahiri, and then finally at Krinky. And when they first crossed over, you had discussed the situation for the Russians if the Ukrainians could have cut through Poima so that the M14 and the M17 would be cut off, creating all kinds of havoc for the Russians. And I'm curious as to why they went to Krinky instead of reinforcing that drive that would have cut two major highways. And I'll listen.
Very good point. And I think the answer is in the geography. So south of Poima, it would be highly desirable for Ukraine to physically capture the M14 M17 junction right there. But the next best thing is interdicting the M14 and M17 highway, which is more college talk for being able to call in artillery and first person drones on the highway itself. So they have pretty much done that now. One of the reasons they pressed an attack at Krinky is because it requires Russia to double up on its logistical arrangements. So right now, and before, they could send everything up the M17 highway, cut the M14 highway, and go east if they wanted to. They can't do that anymore. And the topographic reason why is you've got the Oleshki Sands National Park, and everybody has to go around it because it's just like that tourist attraction that Alan might know in Maine, the deserts of Maine. So there's this big area of sand. It is open, devoid of any kind of cover except sort of chaparral, sort of scrub. The Russians can't cross it, and they have to go around it. And it's, it is the better part of 6 miles wide and maybe 18, almost, 15, 18 miles north to south. So I see the move against Krinky and Kozachi Larry. That was designed to make Russia open up brand new ground lines of communication and supply. And forcing them to do that means they have to burn twice as much fuel, twice as many trucks. They've got to redouble all of their efforts, and it just increases the burn rate. And again, you always want to force your enemy to use the exterior lines of communication and supply while you operate on the interior lines. And again, the example I always use is you're inside the barn, you make the enemy go all the way around the barn. And I think that was their idea.
Thank you.
Oyvind and then Carrie. Oyvind, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Chuck.
How
Good
are
to-
you, Oyvind? Good to hear you, friend.
I'm okay. Yeah, it's raining cats and dogs here. Normal West Norway weather.
Perfect West Norway weather. Absolutely. Of course, it's going to
Absolutely.
rain.
Yeah. I see that G-Man is here, and I have a question both to you and G-Man, because I think it was G-Man, last bullet point, he came up with some, I call it, he scared me. He came up with some futuristic that the Russian will learn, and he mentioned that the Soviet army fighting in 41 was not the same as in 45. But so I've been thinking about this, and then I have this. Well, will not the Ukrainian learn too? And who is best to adapt this learning? Is it the Russians or is it the Ukrainians? And how does the Ukrainian work with debriefing? Do they do that every week, every day, or how do they communicate back to other units for what they have seen and what they have picked up? And are the staff officers who pick up information and spread it around to other fronts and other units? And how does that work? Can you say something about it?
Yeah, I can say what the ideal is, and I lay this at the feet of Canada, who took the lead in Operation Unifier, which is about 6 years ago it started, and that was to bring the Ukrainian armed forces, who had a legacy and military culture that was very Soviet, very Russian, very top-down, micromanagerial. And Operation Unifier was the beginning of turning Ukraine's military face to the West. In Western military operations, ideally, it doesn't always happen, and especially in sustained long periods of combat. But what you want to do after every action, you want to debrief the forces that have been in contact. You want to listen to their version of events, right? And not to say that they don't know exactly what happened to them, but very often when you are in a fight, for understandable reasons, you are quite focused on what's going on in your grid square, right? You are very often in a life and death fight. You can lose track of what's happening to the right and the left. It's very easy to lose track of whatever the plan was that sent you in to do something. That often changes when you are in contact. So ideally, when you come out, you're debriefed, you explain what happened, and you explain the good things and the bad things. And ideally, uh, lessons learned and best practices are codified and they are communicated. So what works and what doesn't work gets spread around. So everyone can start to do what works. So that means you're exploiting certain patterns that the enemy might have. You're exploiting certain shortfalls they might have. You're exploiting what might be non-optimal standard operating procedures uh, that the enemy has. But one of the things from the get-go, from the beginning of Operation Unifier, right up uh, through the last 600 days and going forward forevermore with Ukrainian forces, they're going to have an advantage that Russian forces will never have. And that advantage is that Western armed forces, the United States, all of its EU patterns, partners, Norway, the Brits, the French, everyone, tactical authority is delegated down. So you might be the major general commanding this battle space, but when you put a patrol forward, when you are engaging in activity, those non-commissioned officers and those officers who are on scene at the very front of your battle problem, they have the authority to take advantage of situations. A Russian soldier is going to go where you send him, when you send him, and he's going to do exactly what you told him to do. No more, no less, when you told him and where you told him to go. If you do that in a NATO army, you're not going to be in business very long. You are expected to create opportunities, right? You are expected to take advantage of any opportunity that the enemy presents to you, any failure, you are supposed to press forward and solve that problem. Uh, adapt, improvise, and overcome. And that is one of the biggest weapons that Ukraine has going for it. Uh, and this is something that we have seen in the last 500 years of the Russian military. They don't do this. They don't encourage it, and they likely will never do it. But I do predict this: 5 or 6 years in the future, when this war is in the history books and Russia is left looking at what's left of its ground forces, they're going to have to adopt this same sort of ethos. I'm not sure that they will. This is something that's going to be very difficult for the Russian army to overcome. But we've talked about the decentralization of so many aspects on the battlefield, right? Hop C and I were just talking about. It used to be electronic warfare that operated on the divisional level, right? That was something that carrier battle groups had to worry about. Now, individual rifle squads need electronic warfare. They need electronic countermeasures. They need reconnaissance assets. Uh, they need tactical authority. And that used to be just special operations forces had that great freedom of action, right? Because you train them to this very high standard. You educated them as much as you can on military tactics, on war fighting. You fed them the history. You trained them. You exercised them. So with all that training, you could throw them into these dynamic situations and trust them, right? And trust them to make those good decisions. So that works great if you're SEAL Team 6 or Delta Force, right? But it isn't just that in a NATO military. It's every squad leader. It's every fire team leader. It's every single person in contact with the enemy. You think on the other side of the zero line, it's stunning to think that no matter what's going on the front in a Russian operation, only one guy's in charge and no one else can innovate. Nobody else can exceed their orders. Uh, no one else is going to seize an opportunity. And that's one of the reasons why Russia isn't going to win this war.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will sleep much better now. Thank you, Chuck.
Ivan, when I see you, I'm going to get you for that. Thanks, Ivan, and Merry Christmas, pal. And I hope you get some snow instead of rain.
Yeah, we had snow, but it's gone now. Okay, thank you very much, Chuck.
Absolutely,
See you.
Ivan. See you.
Thank you, Oyvind. Let those raindrops on the roof put you to sleep tonight. Carrie, welcome back and go ahead, please.
Thank you. Hiya, Chuck. Lovely to hear you again. Just going back to what you were saying about the drones. I have heard, which is really interesting as well, in addition to the swarms, that one of the ways that they are going to try and extend their reach in terms of attacking in depth, and particularly on the Russian territory, is, I can't remember what the name is, of the nesting Russian dolls, but basically to have drones which carry drones. And so obviously it's like a tag team. So they are, the larger drone is carrying a drone that is dormant. And then when it's ready to go, it releases that drone. And so you can imagine, obviously it means that you're getting that capability of going much further. And I've heard that they're also doing that with the sea babies as well. Have you heard anything about this? I completely expect them to do it. I know it's not a pipe dream. I know it will be worked on right now.
You should mention that they have already done it to a I don't want to say limited capability, because this is a system that has been put into combat already. There is a UJ-22 Ukrainian sort of longer endurance drone. Looks very much like a Cessna aircraft. Single engine, high wing monoplane. Looks just like a Cessna. Of course, it doesn't have a cabin for crew members. This thing's about 2/3 the size of a Cessna, but it also carries UJ-32 loitering munitions. It can carry at least two. I've seen some configurations where it actually carries three. This is a drone releasing drones, and this is the least sophisticated version of what you're talking about. And there are other versions as well. But the UJ-22, to put this in perspective, it can carry out ground controlled operations at 100 kilometers, so 60 miles, and it can also conduct autonomous strikes, one-way combat missions at 800 kilometers. So uh, you could you could launch a mission in Santa Barbara and carry out an attack on Monterey. That's pretty impressive, and it's coming. I'm glad you brought that up, and I'm glad I had that slide to hand to read those numbers off to you. But I think I might put that one up again after we get out tonight. But good call.
Carrie, continue.
Do you know, if I could remember what I was going to continue with, I would. But it's nearly 2:00 in the morning. I'm really sorry. I'm sure it was really important like 5 seconds ago, but my brain's gone dead. If I remember, Chuck, I'm really sorry. I will
Carrie,
come straight back.
thank you for staying up so late with us. I think you were trying to think of something like is it Matryoshka dolls are the
Yes,
nesting
yeah,
dolls.
that was the name, but it wasn't what I was going to come back with. If I remember, I'll mention it, Chuck. Sorry, brain dead.
Well, while you jog your, go ahead, Chuck.
Oh, sorry, I hit her with one of my patented snooze missiles. That was the problem there.
Yes, your snooze missiles travel around the world through every time zone, Chuck, but you have never put me to sleep. Never, ever. We're going to move east to one of the hottest spots on the line of battle. It's Avdiivka. This is where Ukraine has been inflicting massive casualties on the Russians, maybe upwards of 20,000. I don't think Avdiivka is going to ever become a quiet spot on the battlefield. Russia has been for 10 years trying to take Avdiivka. They've stepped up the attacks since October and advanced what, 2 kilometers, Chuck?
And it was at Avdiivka that M2 Bradley took on and single-handedly defeated a Russian assault. I'd hate to be the survivor who went back to the headquarters tent to report that although we outnumbered the enemy at the point of attack by 5 or 6 to 1, we got our clocks cleaned, and everybody who somebody's walking home, and it was the Russians. So it was an almost normal day here in Avdiivka, and Ukraine broke up 36 Russian attacks in the last 24 hours. Fighting in the usual places, which are along the fingers of the red mitten and the thumb. Uh, there were 14 attacks essentially in the north along the fingers and 22 Russian attacks along the thumb. Uh, we are seeing that same pattern of attacks. Uh, one or two platoons, a company at most, attacking uh, on the same axes, and often, in fact, along the same, covering the same ground. Uh, 20,000 killed are what uh, Ukraine is estimating in the last 6 weeks. I, these are these losses aren't sustainable. Uh, they aren't, and it isn't just me saying it. Of the 300 odd thousand uh, soldiers that Russia put into Ukraine 600 days ago, uh, 87% of them are dead. So if you were a guy who got the day one ribbon for the special military operation, uh, percent of the guys you knew are dead, and we're seeing those sort of numbers here in Avdiivka, which remains sort of the point of maximal effort here along the line of contact for Russia. And all the hard fighting, all the tanks that are lost, all of the APVs, the tens of thousands Russians killed in the Avdiivka area of operations, they're not going to change the fact that Avdiivka is not the springboard to anywhere, right? There is no highway egress out of Avdiivka. It remains an industrial suburb of Donetsk. It is not oriented, uh, to provide any sort of transportation nexus, any gateway into Ukraine. And should that red mitten start to close, uh, Russia will have to engage in a street by street, floor by floor, doorknob to doorknob fight in Avdiivka, just as they had to do in Severodonetsk, Bakhmut, every other city they've taken in the last, I don't know, 600 days, they've had to fight for like that. So, looking at what it would take at the present burn rate for Russia to take Avdiivka, staggeringly, we could be looking at 100,000 more dead for Russia to do it. There is no way a NATO army would address this battle problem like that. If you were a Western general in charge of Avdiivka, and over the last 6 weeks, you killed half as many people as died in 10 years of the US engagement in Vietnam, if that's what you had on your resume, you wouldn't even be a commissioned officer anymore. But this is the way Russia is fighting. And, I talked about a speculative reason why Russia isn't conducting larger scale operations, why it doesn't brief them. Uh, if you think of that and look at this Avdiivka map, look at 36 Russian attacks. Think of the manpower, the vehicles, the fuel, the ammunition, the briefing, etc., to put 36 assaults into motion. And said this a lot about Avdiivka. Ask yourself, why those 36 attacks? Why they weren't all boiled down into one attack? One massive attack on September. Why didn't that happen? And think of that briefing room problem with the 1,000 people you would have been trying to brief for one combat operation. Put yourself in that problem faced by that colonel or brigadier or major general as he walked into that briefing room. And he has to worry about those people turning on him. just assembling those people in the condition they are now because of the way you've treated them, because of the way you have led them from defeat to defeat, by the way you demonstrate to them every day that you don't give a damn about them. You don't care if they get rotated out. You don't care if they get medevaced. You don't care about anything. And then say, maybe those 36 attacks were spread out all over this line of engagement because they had to be, because you had to pull out these units, isolate them, brief them separately, because you're afraid to roll the tactical dice on a larger scale attack. And frankly, you're afraid of that group of people telling you to stick it up your nose, that we're not going to do it for you. And maybe you've got the reason why Avdiivka, like every other place on the Russian battlefield, why things aren't working out the way they hoped they would.
Chuck, I think this is a real possibility that Russian commanders dare not bring together so many Russian troops for the fear of outright mutiny. And that's what it comes down to. There are these limits. We wonder why Russia as a nation hasn't reached the limit of exhaustion at this point, and of outrage. 350,000 Russians killed in Ukraine. We don't know what line Putin has to cross before his nation turns against him. And then there are these other lines on the battlefield in Ukraine. What is that invisible line a commander needs to cross before a mutiny takes his life? Again, and Chuck, you make this point often, that there's no Western army that would suffer such loss in any war, in any battle. It simply proves how little Russia values the lives of its soldiers and of the people in the nation that the soldiers are drawn from. I just can't imagine it myself. One would think 350,000, that should be enough, but it's not.
A chance to bash communism here for a moment, but this is relevant. That in the Soviet Union, and to read Marx or Engels and Lenin, as you know, in my era, we read this stuff. We had to. People were true believers. We had to know what it was that they believed in, but there was no individual, right? Everything was for the greater good of society. You were almost not even a worker bee. You were a not even a cog. You were just this fly speck on the machine. And to Stalin, you were nothing. To Lenin, who gets off easy, you were nothing. You were something to be expended for the greater good. And that went through the Soviet army, and we saw the manner in which they fought. The point was made and taken earlier this evening that the Russian army learned over the course from 1941 to 1945. And granted, the point's well taken. But what they learned still wasn't up to Western standards, because the Russians lost almost 1 million men taking Berlin and the Silo Heights to end World War II. 1 million dead. That were racked up by General Patton, who was called Old Blood and Guts, because his men thought that he was a little too free and easy with their lives. So different, right? So their command and control structures are different. The Russian soldier is legendarily tough and capable of sustaining a lot of bad treatment. Uh, he will fight under conditions that most armies won't. And this isn't to pat him or his commanders on the back, only to say that history has shown us that you cannot treat an army like this and expect it to hold together. And I've made this point a lot, saying that, Putin may not run out of people to send to Ukraine. Notice I didn't say soldiers, but eventually, because nobody can fight like this. Uh, I, I am astounded at the incompetence of Russian military officers. I'm just astounded. You know what? All of my training was exactly opposite of theirs. You know, I commanded very small units that had very high morale, right? But that morale didn't just drop out of a tree. It had to be nurtured and it had to be uh, uh, looked after. It had to be polished, just like their operational skill. And it isn't just for show or to make yourself a popular leader. High morale and high esprit de corps always manifests itself in high combat effectiveness and high competence on the battlefield. We're already seeing this Russian MO, this dependence on walking people into contact with Ukraine, literally deploying these guys. In any other army, it would be skirmishers and patrol to contact. But in this case, these guys are just bullet sponges. Get them close enough to the Ukrainian positions so they are compelled to open fire on them. And then with your second or third wave, which are more experienced soldiers, they actually do the fighting. After you've already sustained casualties of 50% just going into the fight. Nobody can fight like that. But you know what? I mean, we have to adapt to the tactics and standard operating procedures of the enemy, and just admit to ourselves that Russian casualties are always going to exceed our own. Here's the but we need to give Ukraine the ammunition, the manpower, the training, and the weapons they need to take on an enemy who fights like this.
And I think Russian casualties will always exceed, especially European and American observers, credulity. We just cannot believe that they will suffer so many casualties and keep on fighting. And maybe we will see the combination of winter weather in January, February, and even much of March of winter weather and a revival of supply to Ukraine because Ukraine needs the supplies resumed, actually resumed at higher and higher levels. If that happens, the weather gets bad, maybe we will see this Russian army reach its breaking point, just like Russian armies of the past.
I really hope so. Here's the thing that unfortunately I think is not on the cards anymore. I had previously looked forward to larger scale coordinated Ukrainian offensive operations starting, here we're in the week of Christmas now until the end of February. And, frankly, I don't see that on the cards anymore. And that is not on Ukraine. Man, that's on us. And to make that doubly frustrating, this is when you want to hit Russia. They, as Alan just pointed out, they are going to be cold, wet, tired, miserable, and homesick, and everything else you can imagine in this period. They're going to be at the nadir of their operational and combat effectiveness. And it is a damn shame that we're not allowing Ukraine to hit them now in the dead of winter when, frankly, conditions are as hard as they're going to be environmentally for the Russians. So this gives the Russians a pass until summer. And Alan, I wish you could see my blood pressure. It's kind of high here.
I'm glad I can't see your blood pressure, Chuck.
Or anything else, really.
Let's go to Carrie, to lexicon, and to decoding trolls. And thank you, Carrie, for your patience. Go ahead.
I remember, Chuck.
Thank you. Good. I'm just saying I put her to sleep.
I'll get this in here now because I need to actually get some sleep. So it was to ask you whether you keep track of what goes on with Brave One. Going back to what we were saying about the incredible developments that this literal rocket booster innovation that's taking place as a result of the war. I mean, throughout history, people in times of adversity, people with extreme challenge have come up with incredible results when they are determined. It's the absolute boiling point for innovation and creativity and determination. So I just wondered if you keep an eye on Brave One. And I can see Cece's come up. She may well want to say something about what we're doing at the moment, but we don't want to step on your toes, Chuck. Lots of love to you, darling, because
Thank
I will
you.
have to get some sleep soon.
Thank you, but you caught me completely blindsided with that inquiry. So I would love to hear more about it if it doesn't cause you to hit your head
No, not
on
at all. Not at all. So Brave One is, my understanding is it's, I think it's one of the subsets of the United 24 objectives initiative. It's headed up by, I think it's connected to and headed up by the Department of Digital Technologies and Innovation, which is Mikhail Fedorov. And they are a hothouse, basically, for military related innovation. And they've already funded hundreds of concepts, and a number of them are moving through to mass production. So it's called Brave One in capitals. I'll try and find the link for you, Chuck, and then I'll wing it your way because I think you would really love it. Some fantastic stuff that they've been developing, and a lot of it is obviously around robotics, AI, drones, and a lot of it is connected to trying to protect their military, trying to work in an autonomous way. So it's included things like evacuation, independent evacuation vehicles, things like that. So yeah, I'll send that through to you. Okay.
I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you. And I know we'll be talking about that as early as next week.
Thanks, Carrie. To lexicon, decoding trolls, and then CC. Lexicon, please.
Wow, you think we'll be talking about it as early as next week? That sounds like you know something about something.
I hope so. I don't, not only do I not know anything, I don't even suspect anything.
Okay, well, here's something I sure didn't suspect, but I often tell people that I follow this guy called Reporting from Ukraine, and he must is a Ukrainian guy, but he and they do circulate his stuff on Euromaidan press. But he seems to attend the briefings all the time, as just as you do, to read or listen or whatever you do. And he also seems to follow every Telegram channel there could possibly be by the Ukrainians and the Russians. But he suddenly this morning, well, it would have been posted last night. I see them in my morning, and suddenly came up with this idea that the Russians are suddenly pouring men into Bakhmut AO, as you folks say. And he says that there's chatter or something, I don't know how he characterized it, that they may be sending in as many as 80,000. Now, how anybody could know that? Well, as I say, he watches it, listens to every telegram, but as many as 80,000, whereas he says in Avdiivka, they probably got around 40,000. I mean, whether they can do this sort of thing, God knows. And I think in the last couple of weeks, we've heard that at the rate Ukraine's been knocking them off for the past month, I think that Ukrainian military or MOD has been thinking that the Russians are not mobilizing as fast as they're maybe mobilizing kif at about the same rate as they're being killed off, i.e. they cannot, if you want to say sustainable, oh my goodness, that would be something unsustainable. But I just wondered, have you heard that there's such chatter about a massive mobilization in the Bakhmut area, which is adjacent, right? Anything about this?
I have heard it as well. We didn't put a Bakhmut map up in this 24-hour cycle. We kind of try to triage them when we, on bullet point nights. So we talk about places where the big actions have been. There were 7 attacks in the last 36 hours, and I didn't update maps based on the 1800, the second general staff briefing of the day. I don't know whether to credit those reports right now, but here's the big but. That would make sense for the Russians to do. They are grappling heavily with Avdiivka, and so on the Russian side, a competent commander would realize that there is also a significant Ukrainian effort directed and focused on Avdiivka, because that's where the Russians are basically, and that's where the Ukrainians are going to show up to kill them. There is a development in the Bakhmut area, and that is that the Russians have actually made some progress northeast of Bakhmut, near the town of Sperne, and they have gained. This is Russian claims that they've gained 500 meters to the east of Kromove. Whether or not they've gained 500 meters, let's just that is a Russian claim. I have in that area moved the contact line to the east, but the important thing is that the Russians have actually taken some high ground there. Okay, before everyone can go alarmist, it is very difficult for Russia to move forces into any area of operation without Ukraine knowing it. Forces have to be concentrated before they can be put into the fight. Ukraine has been very good at locating and breaking up those force concentrations. 70,000 guys is a lot of people. I'm not sure that Russia has got those forces to put in there, but let's keep in mind the way the Russians have been fighting. They want Avdiivka really bad, but they don't want it bad enough to come at it with anything more than 36 platoon and company sized attacks during the course of a day. So I have to assume, and being assuming is a very dangerous thing for a staff officer to do, but I would suggest that it's probably likely that any new significant force packet that's put into Bakhmut is probably going to get fought the way they're fighting in Avdiivka. Platoon, company, at a size, at a time, sequential attacks, not coordinated, uh, fed in piecemeal into the battle space. Okay, if I was briefing that, then I would say, but if there is a significant large movement of force into Bakhmut, we'd have to be ready for a change in tactics, right? Maybe this is going to be the experiment, right? Maybe these forces are going to start fighting the way Russian Soviet doctrine said they would fight: brigade task groups, uh, envelopment of positions, converging attacks. Maybe they're going to start doing that in Bakhmut. What do I think the chances of that are? Not greater than 30%. So I'm glad you brought that up. This is something we should definitely keep an eye on. It makes sense for the Russians to open another Avdiivka size effort in the east and to stretch and spread out and force Ukraine to commit major forces into the east. But we'll see. And if I haven't tap danced out of making a prediction on that, then I ain't the staff officer I used to be.
I'm changing my name to. I'm adding Furious, as it's going to be a trend. Adding Furious to your name, so I think I'll be doing that.
Furious, I think, at this point, and this just brings it up, right? You've got Russia possibly moving forces numbered in the tens of thousands, right? That sort of movement into an area of operation, it presents lucrative targets that ATACMS were designed to address. HIMARS were designed to address. Excalibur rounds designed to address storm shadows, et cetera, et cetera. Give Ukraine the tools. This is literally like we're watching a carpenter build a house, right? We've got a truckload of hammers and the carpenter's using a rock and we're not doing anything. Let's give them some hammers.
You would want to escalate with those hammers, though.
You would want to escalate. I mean, I'd give them a sharper rock to start with, but let's, and the other thing is, if you weren't going to call tonight, your representative, I want you to imagine this man or woman, they work for you, right? Imagine if they were your plumber. They were fixing your leaking pipe and they just took off and went to Aspen for the next 3 weeks. Let that sit in. If you're not going to Aspen this weekend, uh, pick up the phone and call that clown and remind them that you are still a constituent. You're watching this issue very closely, and frankly, you're a little disappointed that they decided to take off in the middle of a moment in history. Really, is this going to be the moment that we turn our back on Ukraine? And Mr. or Miss Senator, how are you going to address this problem when you get back from your vacation? How are we going to fill the logistical pipelines that are being drawn down now? What is your excuse going to be in March and April when, frankly, these cutoff logistics, they really show on the battlefield because you cannot snap your finger and fill the hose back up, right? There's a big, there's 25 yards of air in that hose. So it makes their inattention, their capriciousness, their self-centeredness, it brings this all into perspective. Also remember this, especially in your house members of the House of Representatives, 85%, 80% of their time is spent on reelection activities. Okay, so you can ask them with the 15% that they've got left, how about doing something for American foreign policy?
Oh, do we lose Alan?
You and me, I was just about to reboot him. I just said something. I don't know if anyone can hear us, can they?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right. So we got us.
Well, we'll wait for Alan to come back. When he comes back, we'll pencil him in. But right now we have right now we have CC in decoding controls. So CC, please first.
Hi, CC.
Hi, friend. Someone told me you were in here and called me in here, and I'm very happy they did.
I'm glad you are. Bring us some good news.
Well, I wish I could, but you know the old adage, when the tough get going, in the military even more so, right? So I just want to premise when I say what I'm about to say, that please keep that front and center of what Chuck's been talking about. And I put the tweet in the nest, so if you guys don't mind spreading it to as many humans with fingers to dial the phones as possible. So the staffers in the offices of the couple of negotiating committee members say that now they were talking about, or are talking about, lowering the actual amount to Ukraine, not for the total bill, just the amount for Ukraine. So this means that everything that Chuck's been telling us about strategy, this number isn't just random that they came up with. It was not just Biden. He didn't just come up with it with his magic pen, but it was a bipartisan group that put this together with McCarthy and some other people. So Biden started at 100 billion, and they talked him down. And first it was at 80, then it was at 85. That was the first level below, and then down to 61 or 60 point whatever it is. So it's already been whittled down, but that was before the bill ever hit. That's when it left the president's office from the bipartisan folks that did this. So it's been 60 now for quite a long time. And now the fact that the concessions that have been made are not for the goalposts that have been asserted, but for completely different deal is, I'm not going to say disheartening, because it's actually done the opposite. I've just been working harder, calling harder, writing more, trying to get other people. We have a couple different working groups going. We have one. Bad timing for a call. We have several working groups going. We have one for non-Europeans to reach out in DMs. But yeah, we just really have to say, in polite language, listen, you son of bitches. So not that terminology, but the catharsis is real. get on this and fully fund it. So in all your letters and your calls, if you can just also just really assert in the first sentence that it needs to be fully funded at 61 billion. That unfortunately is now an additional concern because strategically they need these specific weapon packages. I mean, they have line items, right? The whole amount is broken down into line items, and there's nothing that's just, there's no bonbons and chocolate line items, right? These are all crucial and is going to make a difference in the war, period. So thank you, Chuck, so much for asserting that this is not just one man in the world's decision. I wish it were. We do not live in a kingship. We have to put so much pressure on Congress that it's completely undeniable with our critical mass. And I really believe in MriyaReport right here. We have that critical, I know we do, that we have that critical mass because so many people care because you guys show up time after time after time. So it's not that many people because nobody calls. No, but very, very few Americans ever call. So that's why this is actually feasible.
So that makes your call quadruply important because they realize that most people don't call. So if you do, and Alan and others, but Alan particularly, who worked on the Hill, your call is going to get numbered. It's going to be acknowledged. It's going to be on the chief of staff's desk. And if enough people say it often enough, look, these guys have to surf the wave of constituent consensus, right? They have to do it because they want to stay in office, right? Well, just face it. It's a great gig. It's got a great pension. You're a congressman for 2 terms, 4 years. You got a pension for life, right? So they at least want to stay there. Be polite. Be firm. Express your disappointment that their Christmas break was more important than the fight in Ukraine. Um, you know, there are things on the Russian side I can't answer on a tactical level, but there are things on the strategic side here in the United States that I can't answer either. It was pretty concerning to me when 4-star General Ben Hodges retired, former commander of Europe of American forces in Europe, said the United States needs to decide who's going to win this war. Wow. What's the choice again? Right? A people struggling for freedom and independence, or their belligerent next door neighbor with imperialistic delusions. Whose side do we want to pick? Right? The side of the atrocities at Bucha and Izium, or do we want to choose uh, the light of Ukraine? So it's it's easy, right? It's an easy decision to make. And I said this afternoon on when I was on with Axel, you don't have to talk your way past an operator. You're not going to have to convince anybody. You're not going to have to bring them around to your point of view. Just leave a message. Just tell them what you think. Remind them you're a constituent and you vote.
They're young. Most of them have pimples all over their face and are thinking about their date that night. They're not intimidating, I promise.
But I am. So let's get them in there. The last thing my representative wants is me filling up his doorway and steaming up the window to his conference room. And you know what? My brother votes too, and he's bigger than I am.
Oh my God, Chuck, what a frightening image, both
There's
of you. in
His
your member of Congress conference room, steaming up the window.
and my brother spent 30 years in the Merchant Marine, and his men called him the Wookiee. So I'll just leave it there.
Wow. We got to get
It's
him on this.
alarming.
We got to get him on this space. Yeah. The other thing I was going to say, Cece, for those of you who make a phone call now before Christmas, after Christmas, or probably more likely after New Year's, your members of Congress are all home celebrating the holidays just like you. But they're also probably going to hold some town halls, or they're going to be working in their district offices. You can make time to walk down. For example, I can walk to 3 of my 4 representatives in Congress from my home. And I might well do that right after New Year's. Find them in the office. You can leave your message with the receptionist at the office, and just for the possibility, ask to see your senator, ask to see your member of the House if they are really serious about representing their constituents. They might take 5 or 10 minutes to see you. And I think that's another thing for people to think about. Not just a phone call, go down to their office, their home, they're working from the district that you live in over the holidays. So back to CC very quickly. Then I really want to go to decoding trolls, and we do have more maps. I apologize. I was kicked off the space by a phone call, but I'm back. CC, go ahead.
There will be so many people that die as a result of this that you can go in there and you can have this air of indignance, right? Like, be polite, but you're also allowed to be indignant, because this is thousands and thousands and thousands of people and children that will perish if they do not get this money. So this is not my team versus your team, and you can let them know it, like, in this strongly worded letter, but in person, right? Or if you're writing letters or calling, I would just say, especially with the calling, infamous people keep writing me, and it's really funny. It's become a joke now, but it really works when McConnell and a couple other people have their voicemails now turned off, I think, because they've gotten so many that you can't even leave a voicemail. But the trick is just call one of their district offices. Call all of their district, call all 4 of their district offices, because then you get 4 different votes on the same thing. They don't have enough bandwidth to tally who's calling which one. So you can save humans with easy phone calls. It's really amazing the power that we hold.
It really is amazing the power we hold, and what better time of year to exercise it than now. Here on the shortest day of the year in the Northern Hemisphere, the winter solstice, your phone call can bring some light into a crisis. So make that phone call or make that visit.
Alan, can I just
oh,
very quickly say, because I really must go to bed. Chuck, I've tagged you, okay? I've tagged you in the messages because you're not following me, so I couldn't DM you, and I sent you all 3 links. All right?
Yes, and I think I just followed you. So yep. So try again on the DM. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. Get some good rest tonight. Decoding trolls, please.
Hi there. Hi, everyone. Hi, Chuck. Just quick observations and then just one question. On the issue of the kind of Russia's, the mythos which is invading our info space, that Russia can just continue on forever and ever and ever. And I believe the Avdiivka debacle is basically to feed that meaning in our info space, which is being promoted sadly by many people we used to respect, or the New York Times and others. That mythos grew up in World War II when Ukraine was part of Russia, And so if it inheres in Russia, it also inheres in Ukraine. And so then why should we expect Ukrainians to surrender when they equally own, at least equally own, this mythos of never giving up and continuing to fight regardless of the odds? The second cheat or mind, I mean, this is what I do to coding trolls. So the second cheat, which cuts through this mythos, I think, is it's logical. You don't need to know anything about the data on the ground to understand that. Just it's not necessarily the case that in one instance you kept on persisting and you kept on your meat wave assaults and you were victorious. That doesn't mean that every time you do it, it will happen, that it is victorious. And in fact, and that is inherent in this package of trolls which enter our minds from these messages and meaning we're reading about Russia's mythos of, we'll never relent. And then obviously the obvious one is, well, if this is true, then what do we do about it? And again, as part of this package, it's being promoted the idea that Ukrainians surrender and we surrender, which of course doesn't make any sense. If Russia will continue forever and ever and ever these meat assaults, then we're going to die in the meat assault, or we're going to die fighting the meat assault. So we might as well continue. But many lazy thinkers, and I am a lazy thinker as well, fall for these trolls when they read this meaning in the New York Times article talking about the left bank of the river. But anyway, aside from that, my question, Chuck, is as someone like me and many of the people in this space who have followed this war day to day and remember what happened. I remember Arestovich in July 2020. He and I recognize now his reputation is zero. But he wrote, and I tweeted about it at the time, that, or he in his what podcast, he talked about 10,000 Russiast souls had already been sacrificed on the altar of Avdiivka. So by July 2022. And I just wondered if I imagine this is in your mind because you've been computing the data since day one. Do you think that was true then? And so we were up to 30,000 on the altar of Divka out.
Coming up, I really appreciate you, reminding everybody that everything we do here, we're operating in an information space, right? And so much effort is painstaking effort is taken by the Russians to manipulate, inflect, influence, color, uh, affect the information that we get about the war. And that is something that there is Russian ineptitude on the battlefield, but there are very seldom does Russia make a mistake in the information war. And this goes back to Soviet times. The KGB and its active measures were supreme. They wrote the book on it. They wrote the book and they beat America over the head with that book constantly. So, regarding Russian casualties, certainly everyone tuning in tonight, we go on about how Russia is losing so many people in this war, somewhere around 300,000 dead. That implies 900,000 wounded. That implies 1.2 million Russian casualties in 600 days. Is that sustainable? We can all draw our conclusions. Shock the Russian people? Would it shock them into political action? I don't know. Put this on your plate. I don't necessarily like what's going on right now in the United States, but I don't have to worry about going out and protesting and getting clubbed over the head and disappearing forever or killed right out in the street, right? Uh, this is something that you know, Russian breadwinners, Russian moms and dads, they have to make that decision. Uh, and it is much easier and much safer for them to do nothing, right? To put their head down and get on with their lives. So I know that Russia has to carefully craft the news that it delivers to their own people. But 666 days into his brilliant 72-hour operation to subdue Ukraine, look, people are noticing. People are noticing. I put up a tweet the other day. There were some local representatives in St. Petersburg who bravely, maybe even foolhardily, came on and posted uh, social media statements saying, "Bring the boys home." They've been over there for 2 years. Vladimir Putin, this is your war. It's not working. Bring the troops home. I wouldn't be surprised if we never hear from those people again. They're just going to disappear. As a matter, it's strictly as a military matter, uh, losing 300,000 people in 600 days is non-optimal to say the least. But and we've seen a diminishment of Russian combat capability. Uh, we've seen Russian tacticians fall into this non-viable pattern of piecemeal attacks, and we have history to teach us, and even Russian history teaches us that officers who command an army with so little respect for their private soldiers. I'm talking about Russia on the Eastern Front in World War One. The armies turned on their officers. Uh, is it as bad as it was in World War One on the Eastern Front? Not quite yet, but that number, 1.2 million casualties, 300,000 dead, projecting easily 3 to 1, 900,000 wounded. Things are getting pretty bad. So, unfortunately, uh, this is the way I think the war is going to go for a while. And I hoped for some development over the winter, but frankly, the U.S. Congress has put paid to that. But I, I'm really I'm really glad that you brought up the informational aspects of this because that's where Maria Report it struggles in that zone. Both as much as we can to counter Russian disinformation, misinformation, and outright lies, and also to keep the struggle alive, right? To keep it in the consciousness of everyone in the EU, everyone in the United States, everyone in Australia, and frankly, how hard everyone in this space works. 24 hours a day around the world, people in the Maria Report giving hours and hours and hours of their time just to do this.
Oh, decoding. Go ahead with a quick follow up here.
Thanks, Chuck. Yeah, I mean, every Ivan who sadly dies, and RIP, and I don't celebrate anyone's death, is a message to the kitchen table in Muscovy. It hasn't arrived yet because they're not letting Ivan leave or anyone leave Ukraine. But eventually, Masha is going to notice her husband is gone. And that is an arrow through all of the dis and misinformation and disinfolklore, as I call it. And so every one of these casualties is a counter disinformation. And just the final thing I'd say is that for the people worried about this mythos about Russia, I mean, what Ukraine has is this core competence of innovation, and it's institutionalized. You can't, Silicon Valley has it, but no one else has managed to create it, where you just have this huge complex system that results in constant innovation. And that's Ukraine's core competence. It's a spirit, it's an energy. And Russia has the opposite core competence. Everything it touches turns to shit. But as you point out, Chuck, it does have a core competence in the information space, but in a Darwinian way, that is the result of its core competence of everything it touches turns to shit. And so it develops this amazing philological and informational warfare capacity to cover up. And we mustn't fall for these trolls. Out.
Great points, decoding. And, you know, that's where we are, right? It one of the brilliant aspects of Soviet and now Russian disinformation is it plays on the skepticism of a free people, right? It plays that zone of doubt in your mind, right? It has convinced so many people that this summer was a waste. What did Ukraine do with all the arms that we have given them, right? Well, you've already bought into two items of Russian disinformation right there. Ukraine was not adequately equipped this summer, right? They didn't have everything we promised them. They don't have the sort of equipment and capabilities that the United States Army would require to have operated in Ukraine this summer. Okay, so in that statement there, right, wittingly or unwittingly, we've already swallowed one little nugget of Russian disinformation. The second thing is, you know, what did Ukraine do this summer? How about this? There was no Russian offensive this summer, was there? There wasn't any large scale maneuver warfare going on in Russia this summer. This summer, they lost almost 100,000 men. They made no significant gains, and they've been put permanently into a tactical corner where their only answer is piecemeal, sequential attacks. That's pretty amazing, right? What did Ukraine do this summer? Well, a couple of hundred Ukrainians on the south bank of the Dnipro, they virtually destroyed a Russian division. How about that? I mean, these are inconvenient facts for Russian disinformationalists, but they are so good at it. They're so good at it. And you know, I've said this, and I say it almost every time we're on. When you hear something from the battlefield, and apply this to Ukraine as well as Russia, ask yourself this: who is telling me this, and what do they want me to think? Answer that question first. Then you examine the statements. You examine the indications and warnings, as we say. So you don't enter into something with an inadvertent confirmation bias. So you hear this statement, Ukraine did nothing this summer, right? So that little nugget is in your head. What do I find to confirm or deny that statement? Or more likely, people will just, in cognitive dissonance, they'll assume that's true. So we're operating in a really sophisticated and nuanced informational environment, and the facts don't always support. In fact, they almost never support the Russian narrative.
They really never do support the Russian narrative. And operating in this nuanced, sophisticated information space is your opportunity to become sophisticated in operating in that information space. Just follow Chuck's advice there. I have from, a few hundred days ago, thanks to Chuck, I operate better in this information space than I ever have before. To James, to Incognito, to Cleo, and Dryfly. James, please.
Hello, everybody, and happy holidays. So much to talk about, and so first, I just want to get this out of the way. If you can't stand a long war, then fund a fast one. Okay, just fund a fast war. If you can't stand a long one, fund it for fast. And
We
you know
need
what?
bumper
There's that
stickers.
circle. There's a circle, and I know you know this, Chuck and Alan, and everybody on this space probably knows this one. It's better, faster, cheaper, and you only get two, right? And what we've got now is really super duper credit. We do in the United States, super duper credit, and we could even loan some of this money, but we could spend a lot of money and really fund quite a bit. If it was 150 billion, which sounds like pie in the sky, but if it was, it would probably let the United States acquire weapon systems from around the world at outrageous prices and get them there overnight, kind of thing. I don't know. You guys know this better, Chuck. I yield to your greater wisdom on that, but that's just a comment. What I really wanted to do was get to why I am Dirty Sid tonight, and that is because it's book club. Just to pester you guys about that. And I think it's so relevant to know why we're fighting, and it's great to hear decoding trolls. And I think your system really does help. And I think Timothy Snyder's The Road to Unfreedom is another good explanatory method. His thinking and his terminology of the politics of eternity. Oh, I'm sorry, politics of inevitability leading to the politics of eternity. Um, those they really jive, what your system is and what his is. And so as I was thinking about these people that represent me, I was thinking about the chapters in the Timothy Snyder book, and they're all kind of questions to us: individualism or totalitarianism. And that individualism means like, I've got value, I should have agency, kind of thing. And totalitarianism is basically, you've got value to me and it's time for you to deliver, kind of attitude. So there's that. And these other ones I'm not going to explain any of the rest, but I think that's the foundation of it. Succession or failure, right? There's either a way to move forward, make plans and improve, or you just start over with every redeemer, emperor, Putin, whatever they call him. Integration or empire, focused on Europe, novelty or eternity, which is, are you going to bring in all the new information all the time and get updated on it or not? That's like history. And then truth or lies, and then equality or oligarchy. And so when I think about my reps, my senators, I really do think at least one of mine has his eye on kind of an oligarchy chair. You know what I'm saying? He's thinking about getting one of those. And you can see why some people want to go through that dark wood and get to the other side. But it's a question of equality. And this doesn't mean that everybody gets a throne. This means that everybody has a good opportunity, and there are systems to support people's ability to live in the world, because none of us are asked, or somebody else asked that we come into it, but we didn't ask to come into this world, right? So you get a good chance, and in a good system, there's a of the people, by the people, for the people way to have Social Security, because that way the private enterprise people can't rip you off because you can keep your eye on the government easier than 800,000 phony companies in front of like 600 real ones, So we got to get over this kind of stuff, that we can't afford this stuff. We can't grow the oligarchy. Anyway, so that was my point. Was I think I know what they're about. I think I know why, and it's if you're not an oligarch, the next best thing is being a toady of an oligarch pet, I guess.
There was a book that psychology students, sociology students of my era had to read, and I'm not sure anyone reads it anymore. It was called Escape from Freedom. It was written by Eric Fromm, and it went into how authoritarianism is a mechanism of escape, and how by giving up individual freedom, as the Russian people have done, they hand over their authority and their agency to an authoritarian ruler. Uh, we talked about how Marxism has no use for individuals, right? It is focused on the greater good as determined by fill in the blanks. In that case, it was the dictatorship of the proletariat. Believe me, I had to read all this stuff. Uh, and 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 that is what's going on. Except in the case of Putin, it is a gigantic mafia family, right? Putin giveth and Putin taketh away. And in my estimation, he is the richest man on the planet by far, because whatever he wants in his nation, he gets. And if he allowed you to get it and he wants it, he will take it away from you. And a system like that, history also teaches us, cannot stand. It won't stand. Whether he can, whether he crowns himself like Napoleon as emperor, whether he declares himself the beloved leader, it won't stand. It isn't going to work. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of sitting around and waiting for that clown to die. This is his war in Ukraine. He is the guy who compares himself to Peter the Great. Believe me, if you said that in your interview for your 72-hour psychiatric hold, you'd probably be spending a little more time on vacation than you thought. This guy is a box of rocks. This was supposed to be his 72-hour special military operation, and he rules over a country that, if you point out that is it still special after 72 hours, you're gonna disappear, right? So it really is this sort of battle between darkness and light. And you know, so I tell you, if you've got some time to read later, a little bit of heavy reading, but quite interesting, Eric Fromm's Escape from Freedom. And Alan, maybe you and we might be the last guys on earth to have read that book.
Probably we are.
No.
No, others good. I'm so glad.
Okay, good. And I
I'm
was going to
so
say,
glad.
Chuck, Putin's special operation just gets more special day after day after day. This being day 666, what could be more
666.
special than that?
Yeah, wonderful. It was day 666. I looked at the morning briefing today, and it hit me. Good luck with your 666, you clown.
Yes, indeed. So we have a few
Does this
more
mean
minutes.
the evil's over? Is that the end of the evil, or just never mind? I'm sorry to interrupt about 666.
Okay. So we have a few more minutes and a few more maps and a few more hands. We'll go to Incognito, to Clio, to Dryfly, and then back to Cece. So acknowledging just a few more minutes to go, keep your questions short and your comments even shorter. Incognito.
Thank you. A quick reminder to everybody, all the Americans who are likely to phone up their senators and or representatives, please, please, please remind them, at least in one sentence, if not two, of your phone call or of your letter or however you do it, that you, unlike many of their constituents, are aware of the economic stimulus benefits of Ukraine aid, because something between 60 and 90% of the so-called charity, which isn't, that goes to Ukraine from the United States, is in fact reinvestment in American munitions. We are replacing failing or obsolescing, not failing, but obsolescing munitions by sending the obsolescing munitions to Ukraine, who can use them to our national security benefit, and replacing them uh, in jobs that are scattered throughout all 50 states and in every congressional district. Every part of the United States, there is not a single congressional district that does not have a DOD contractor at work in it. So please remind your senators and representatives of the Republican variety that you are aware of that and that you are judging them on that. That is really important. And the other thing I wanted to, this was half a comment and half a question, because Cece will know this. I am curious if there's any way, if there's any movement in Congress with this this bad faith negotiating on the Republicans over the border, because I think they actually want to take to the election that they couldn't get anything done on the border, so you got to vote for us. If I'm right, if my increasing suspicion of that is correct, is there any?
So
I'll be really quick now.
Yep.
I'll finish.
Yeah, but
really
incognito,
quick.
incognito. I don't want to go into American
Understood.
politics in the last 10 minutes
want
of
to
bullet
ask if there's
points.
any way to
Can you
uncouple.
wait? Can you?
Yes, I can wait. Thank you.
Okay. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
So I really want to focus on Ukraine for the remainder of the show. You can stay up incognito. We'll come back to American politics. Believe me. Cleo, please. Cleo, if you're with us.
Sorry. When I put my hand up, it was when we were discussing how very, very dark and effective the CCP is, and Russia at spreading propaganda. So my question at the time was, what can we do to counter it? Who are the heroes who are working on the trends to counter it? I don't know that there's enough time to go into that question tonight. But I'm hoping we do this every day, because I feel a lot better for hearing the intelligence coming out of this group, because I have found it just incredibly discouraging watching a lot of the internet here, and that's what I want to do. That's my main goal, is to clean up in any way and to counter the propaganda that we are getting attacked with every day.
Cleo, this is an excellent point you're making. Just let me direct you to a few of the experts and a few of the voices doing the best at countering Russian disinformation, which is echoed into global disinformation. And Cleo, if you could mute your mic so there's no feedback.
Sure.
So, Beefeater, who is often here at MriyaReport, you should follow him. One of the founders of Maria, Yehuda and his colleague M, every day tackle disinformation, especially as it is occurring in the Middle East. That's from 4 to 6 Eastern time every day here at MriyaReport. Axel is super at destroying Russian disinformation. Uh, so are the generals who come up here and speak to us. Ben Hodges, Mick Ryan, one of the very best military analysts you can ever listen to, Thomas Tyner. All of these voices which visit us here at MriyaReport, follow them. They are the ones absolutely destroying Russian disinformation. So is J.J. Smart over at the Kyiv Post or Independent. Chuck, which is it?
It's the Kyiv Post.
Yeah.
The Independent is good too, as well. There was a shakeup at the Kyiv Post a couple of years ago, and the Kyiv Independent was born out of that. They do great work. I've written for them both.
So Cleo, that's where to go. But Cleo, we really need to concentrate on military matters if we can. So stay with us. We'll come back to your questions about disinformation. But right now, we're moving back to the military situation in Ukraine.
Okay, that's fine. But I follow all of those people. I'm looking for
that's
I'm looking
very
for
good.
I'm looking for if possible, an organization. I don't know that
If you
that
follow
Higgins
them
does
and you're
it,
here
but
at MriyaReport is the organization. So
well,
Cleo,
yeah.
thank you very much. Gotta move on.
But Chuck, I'm just saying we get there's a lot of back and forth argument, and I'm fine with that, except I don't have enough time. I want.
No one has enough time, Cleo. Dry fly, please.
I got three short questions that may be long answers, in which case I would like you to think about them. I've asked you this before, and we keep coming back to some of it. The first one is kind of an easy one and can tie into the maps. I've been reading on some of the sites that there seems to be larger units that are coming across. In other words, they're not the 6 to 8 guys. They're starting to put together 25, 30, 50, 100 people at a time. There's been some video of that. What are your thoughts on that? Have you seen any of it? Does it look effective? Is it not effective? I'm looking for your critique, not necessarily, too much specific on any single one, but have you seen it and what do you think of it? The other one is that there was a discussion in Ukrainian upper echelons of power, and I can't remember if it was Zelensky or Zaluzhny or it was Budnov, saying that they are definitely going to start more of an asymmetric conflict in Russia, and that is going to be one of their big pushes for 2024. Do you expect that, and what do you think you would see if that were to happen? In other words, I'm not asking you for secrets or OPSEC, but what would you be looking for to say, oh yeah, it's happening? And then the third one is that we talk about the troops crashing and cratering and breaking down, that under the pressure of the winter, under the pressure of losing, under all the frustrations, are you monitoring, watching, looking to see, are there signs, and what signs are you looking for? And again, you can tie that part into the maps that you're going to discuss soon, and I will listen. Thank you.
I'll keep myself on message here. I am not surprised to see Russia upping, forced packets at the point of contact, because they have to realize that what they're doing right now isn't working. So there's this two-way pull on Russian commanders. They've found that it's possible, especially in this ammunition shortage, for them to infiltrate, 4 to 6 guys, move them forward because Ukrainian artillery isn't engaging those forces like they should be. I'm not surprised that Russia's going to pick up forces at the point of attack because Putin is probably noticing that this isn't working, right? That you probably lost 40,000 people just in the last 6 weeks, and you haven't taken Avdiivka, and I want that to happen. So at a certain point, some new officer is going to come in with a new plan, unroll it on Putin's desk, and say, "Look, we're going to fight to doctrine, and I think this will work." Okay, so we may see that going forward. And earlier in the show, I mentioned, keep your eye on Bakhmut. If they are reinforcing it, if those reinforcements appear to be on a large scale, I would be alert for a change in tactics. Just a tip from the surf dog. I don't know if they're going to do that. They haven't shown a willingness to roll the dice on bigger operations, but it doesn't mean they won't try something new because it just isn't working. In regard to large scale, clandestine, and covert asymmetrical operations within Russia or joining Russia, I would even say this addressing Russian targets around the world. Russian listening guests, please underline that twice in the show notes. I think that's likely to happen. G- General Budanov is an extraordinarily methodical guy. He also prepares well for his operations. We talked about the manner in which he wound up with 2,000 first-rate naval commandos. He realized he had like an 8-month training cycle. That isn't long enough to make good frogmen. I mean, uh, you know, Navy SEALs are so good because the nation throws not unlimited, but lots of money to train a Navy SEAL. You learn lots of things: parachuting, diving, demolition, small unit tactics, uh, clandestine operations, covert operations, intelligence gathering, spying, how to pick locks, how to forge doc. You learn all these things. Budnov was able to say, look, I like to have one guy who and platoons full of guys who know everything, but what I've got to do is get small units that know everything. So, he had guys who can do small boat navigation. He had guys who could dive, guys who are good at close quarters battle, guys who are good at sabotage, guys who are good at demolitions. And he was able to task out his tactical requirements and build units to meet that specification. You know, in the SEAL teams, you go through, it takes 4 or 5 years to become a decent operator. Then you're like this piece, and the Navy can move you anywhere because all of our training is up to this same level. Budnov didn't have that luxury, but he took those 10 months and he got a force into being 2,000 guys. Look, I'm not going to tell you how big the SEAL teams are, but he's a worldwide player in special operations. He's already carried out a series of attacks against strategic Russian targets. For example, the airfield attacks. What was that place, Alan? To the north.
To the north of Crimea.
Yeah. No, it was in.
Oh, in Russia itself.
Yes. Yes.
I think
I'm
they've
blanking.
struck airfields outside of Kursk and outside
That-
of Pskov.
Yeah, Pskov. Exactly. Putting that operation together required him to get covert agents in, right? Clandestine is when I hide in your hedges and you can't see me, right? And then I snatch you off the back porch. Covert is when I ring your doorbell, say I'm the gas man, you take me to get the gas meter, and I bundle you into a truck. We're going to see an uptick in attacks like Peskov all over Russia. But to do that, he has to build up the networks, right? And I foresee Doug London and I discussing this coming up in in the coming weeks. examining what it takes to put those people in, what it takes to get them on target, reconnoiter the target, come up with a plan, execute the target, and then get your forces out. But there's another thing, the vulnerability that the Russians are going to have, and that is the place is so unfathomably corrupt that for a couple $100, you could hand some industrial worker a lunchbox, and all you're asking him to do is leave it in his locker overnight. Boom. That's how easy it can be. So I think we're going to see that as well. Ukraine is, yeah. Please go ahead, Al.
Chuck, I just wanted to ask you, how much time do you have?
Yeah, I've talked myself into 15 more minutes, Alan, because I just answered that question because I love that kind of stuff.
Excellent. 15 more minutes. In those 15 minutes, dry fly, I'm going to give you a very quick follow-up. Has to be quick because Scruff is also visiting us from the front line. So dry fly, I'm going to give you 2 minutes. Then we're going to have time with Scruff.
I got 30 seconds. And I will tell you, per those larger units, I saw a video today of a group of probably 50, 60 Russians crossing a field, and it was exactly like it. A ton of artillery coming down on them, so they were making pretty good headway. Then all of a sudden, clusters came raining down on them, and it just wiped the entire group out. So it dovetails with what we learned from language learners a week ago, that they may not have everything they need, but they still got something. And I will listen. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you, Dryfly, and that is their vulnerability as well. 60 guys trying to cross an open space in this war ain't gonna happen. So, excellent point, Scruff, my friend. It's good to see you're out there. Are you still out there?
Scruff, go ahead.
Of course I'm here. Of course I'm here. I cannot afford myself to lose an opportunity to hear your silky voice, Chuck. Hey.
I'm gonna get you for that, brother. But I am always glad to hear you.
I'm
comment,
really
and
sorry. I joined so late. I just had no opportunity to join earlier. But anyways, we were going to talk about friendly fire, and I even uploaded another another example of friendly fire, but good one, good example of friendly fire, because this is example of friendly fire which happened to Russians, and they killed with friendly fire like 11 or 12 their own troops. And what actually happened, their group was coming back, and they were not warned about the group coming back, and they thought that it was Ukrainian group trying to break through, so they just shot them all. It was, and it was really nice to observe.
And that goes back to this fundamental military science, right? If you've got a patrol forward, it's going out. If it's a reconnaissance patrol, it's got to come back. And if that briefing isn't up and down the line, Scruff, that's what happens.
Yeah, exactly right. And I just thought that they probably did not have any air recon patrolling out there, because if they had, they would, and if they had connection, intercommunication between units, they could warn those guys with machine guns not to shoot, because I think it was a result of miscommunication. Just as a result of miscommunication was what happened to us. This is another video I uploaded where me and my teammate are trying to hide from friendly fire in another situation.
Yeah, and it comes down to these just fundamental skills of an infantryman. You often see in the videos Ukrainian soldiers will be wearing a piece of yellow tape on their uniform. Sometimes it's blue, sometimes it's green, but that is a recognition signal. So we have far recognition signals and close recognition signals. So close recognition signal could be yellow tape one day, blue tape another day, but a far recognition signal at 200 yards, a particular hand gesture, like sticking your left arm straight out and wagging it up and down, that could be the daily recognition signal at 300 yards that you're a good guy. I'm not giving the Russians any ideas. This is fundamental infantry training. We talk about their diminishment in combat effectiveness, bad training, sent right to the front scruff. Man, you're seeing it right there, aren't you?
Yes, but you are talking about training, and when you do not have enough time for training, and you do not have enough of instructors to train, uh, and besides, as for recognition signs, I mean, tapes, yellow tapes or blue tapes. When you're just couple of minutes in the dirt, and you are unrecognizable at all. Believe me.
I've been there.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. And and you know what? Everything's a good idea when you're sitting on your couch, and when you get out there, and Scruffy, I even talked about this earlier tonight. You got a plan, and you go out, and the first thing that happens is you don't have a plan anymore because everything is so different from what you thought it was going to be.
Yeah, every plan screws up within first minutes, I think.
Absolutely. And you know what? I'm sure you could say this too. I have never had a plan go the way I want it. Well, I don't know, two, maybe. That's two out of a great big number. So things don't go the way you think they're going to go. You have to be ready to adapt, change, and you know, adapt, improvise, overcome. And that's something the Russians are not doing very well. It's Scruff. I've got just a little bit more time, but I really want to ask you this. We've had Dryfly was just up, indicating that in some cases the Russians are trying larger formations, bigger, more complicated attacks. They're still not giant, but you know, more than 100 guys at a time. Are you seeing that where you are? Is this your experience?
You mean these days, these latest days?
Yes, in the last week, 10 days or so.
No, on last 10 days or so, because of ice storm. Actually, the activity as this was pretty low. And as for larger groups, when within latest probably 2 3 days or so, on my area I haven't seen it. I'm gonna ask my colleagues. Maybe they saw something like this, but on my area I haven't seen it yet. So as I told before, they switched to smaller groups, and I haven't seen them trying to attack with large groups so far. I think they will do it. Just we just need to wait for them to send more meat to us.
I think so too. I think that as badly as it's going for them, they're going to try something new. Uh, I don't think it's going to work either. We had some rumors, and you don't have to go into this if you don't want to. Information that the Russians may be reinforcing for more moves against Bakhmut. Are you hearing any rumors to that effect?
Yeah, yeah, I've heard it. I've heard it. I've heard that they are trying to reinforce, and they they are trying to use this winter to to make some big breaks through, because winter and summer, as we know, is better time to advance because of ability of vehicles to move on, because in such a landscape like eastern Ukraine, for example, autumn and spring, it's total mud, so you cannot just move uh, fast enough towards enemy's position, and speed is very important. If you as long as you stay, as long as you move too slow, you are a good target. So yes, I've heard it.
So much I want to ask you because you are the source at the front. When do you think the attacking Russian forces? When is their largest point of vulnerability? Is that when they are concentrating? Is it when they are maneuvering? Is it when they are crossing open terrain? What is the best situation that you can find yourself in?
Concentrating. They're vulnerable. They're very vulnerable at concentrating point, when they're still they're make formations, and they are moving forward, because this is actually the longest period of time when they still don't know what to do, first of all, and there is kind of, still still a mess. I mean, uh, they really don't know what to do and where to go, and there is kind of confusion. I mean, they're trying to make formations. They're still talking to each other where to go, what to do, and so on, and it takes a long time, and they are very vulnerable at that, exactly at that period of time. But to hit them on the step of formation, you need to see them, and to see them, you need to have a good air reconnaissance. So air reconnaissance can spot them while they are making formations, and shortly after that, we could correct artillery fire before they even start.
Much better to break them up before they start trying to kill you. And it's a point of fact. You of course know it. You always want to fight at the edge of your weapon envelope and not within the weapons envelope of the enemy. Scruff, what's your impression of Russian morale right now? You see an increase, a decrease? We know things aren't going well for them. What's your take on that?
I would call it mm, 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 huh. I would call it stable absence of of logic. They do not understand uh, what the hell are they doing there. but because of slavery mentality, they are just being sent to die, and they just take those rifles and they step over other dead bodies and just go forward. But morale, what morale are you talking about when you are just being taken, even if even from prison, for example? But they do not have so many prisoners anymore. Uh, in some situations, their morale, or no, this is not morale, this is about an explanation, like, what are you doing here? Well, I was promised that I will go home instead of prison, because I was taken from prison, and I was told that if I stay here for a while, then they will bring me home. Should we call it morale? No, not really. Should we call it motivation? Well, any promise of being alive is a good motivation for everyone, I think. But this is not about morale.
That's my take from here as well. And we were, we one of the things we were talking about, for example, in the last 24 hours in Avdiivka, 36 different Russian assaults. If they put all of the resources and all the manpower that they expended in these separate, uh, non-converging, sequential kind of attack, they aren't even sequential. I mean, it's occurring at random periods of time. Uh, it's speculated, and you're up there with a much better view than I have. But one of the reasons I thought that we might be seeing this thing over and over and over again is that a Russian colonel briefing 400 people on a large scale attack, he might face a possibility that everyone in that room tells him to go to hell. All 400 people refuse to do what he's told them, but he can order 20 guys to do it, especially if they're 20 guys separated, isolated, away from everyone else, briefed in one tent at night, and then straight to the zero line you go. Do you think there's anything in that, or is it just wishful thinking on my part?
I didn't get the question. So you mean, if it was more effective if they send more small groups instead of less large groups?
No, that if they sent larger groups, for example, at Septove, we just watched within the last 36 hours, one Bradley shot up an approaching column of Russian forces. Let's say 5 or 6 vehicles. Why didn't the Russians send 20 vehicles, 30? I mean, I know they have the problems in concentration. That's a big problem. Getting that major force to the zero line, but Russian commanders don't seem willing to stage those kind of attacks. And I was wondering, you know, there's a certain effect on the Russian soldiers, and they are very, very tough. They don't get treated well. They don't expect to be treated well. Most of them, just as you said, just expect to die in almost sort of slavery conditions. Do you think that has an effect on whether or not Russian commanders think they can use larger forces?
I think those commanders, they are still trying to perform. This is what called recon fire. I mean, for example, if you send 5 vehicles which are gonna be destroyed by one Bradley, instead of 30 or 40 vehicles which are going to be destroyed by artillery fire, you would choose to to donate to donate
yes
yeah, these 5 or 6 vehicles just to realize that at this point you better don't touch this area of the front, or make some conclusions and try to do anything else. But the main problem of any Soviet army, just like a Russian army is that they are not they are rarely being punished for casualties, but I mean commanders, but they are always uh, being punished for results. I mean, if you if you receive an order to approach some enemy's position, and you didn't manage to finish that task, you will be punished, even if because you didn't want to lose many soldiers. But if you managed to finish this task with losing uh, like almost everything what you had, you are a good guy. You won't be punished.
fascinating. And that's kind of the confirmation on why they are fighting larger units and expending those resources in such a counterproductive way. And what's so interesting to me is that they're going to keep fighting like that, and it isn't going to work. It, as you know, much better than I do. Look, I am watching this from afar. You are right there. I just don't see that working for them. What are some places you expect to see them perhaps trying other things or in other locations?
It's hard to say. I think I think they're gonna push stronger on Bakhmut area, from what I see. Push stronger on Bakhmut area and keep pushing on Avdiivka. Uh, mm, sometimes it seems like uh, they don't care uh, about tactic results. They care more about political results. So they do not want uh, tactical victories or strategical victories. They want political victories. They just want to have something to tell to their stupid and poisoned by propaganda population. Look, we got another one. We got another city. We got another city which had 15,000 people in it before the war.
Absolutely, it is what we see. That obviously politically motivated tactics on the battlefield. Absolutely. Scruff, I am so sorry that I have got to go, but I really do hope you'll stay on. Will is here, and Prince Heather is here, and I'm so sorry I've got to go. Uh, Brother, I just want to tell you, listen, wish you
Oh, so sorry, Chuck. I actually muted you right after wish you a.
I I wish you a happy birthday. No, I wish you a Merry Christmas and and Scruff. I know, and the
not,
merriest
I'm
Christmas. I
not.
know that's
I'm not.
making you laugh.
I'm not Jesus. Don't wish me happy birthday and
I
Christmas.
know that's what I did. That's what I did. And listen, but I want to listen, and I know we'll talk before that, but please stay on and listen. I just want to tell you, please come on bullet points whenever you'd like. I can sit here and talk about it all day long, but 5 words from you are much more important than anything I could say for the whole show. And keep you safe. But thanks for coming up, and Will, thanks for taking over. Chris as well, and Scruff, amigo, stay safe. I'm going to talk to you soon.
Yeah, yeah. Bye, bye.
Good night, Chuck. Thank you.
And Scruff, God love you, man. See you soon.
Yeah, and let's finally talk about friendly fire. Hope that on Tuesday, I think we have some stories to tell each other.
Absolutely, I want to do that. Absolutely. So let's do that. And Scruff, DM me. We'll get that set up too. All right,
Yeah,
guys.
sure. Bye.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night, Chuck. And hello, Chris.
And hello, Will. How are you? How is the workman's the paradise?
Well, to be honest, the workers' paradise is going to get a little warm just now, between now and Christmas. About 36 degrees, I think. Yeah, which is damn near human body temperature. So that's when that's when you decide you actually need to turn the air conditioning on, or run the fan. I'll probably run the fan till it gets to like 40. But that won't be till January sometime. It's a lovely place. No complaints. Even though it gets quite warm, I don't spend any time in the sun, so I don't suffer from it. I'll tell you what, I would not do Tony's job out here though. In Perth, bricklayer would and concreter would be like a death sentence under the sharp Australian sun all the time. But back to Ukraine, and hello, Scruff. It'll be interesting talking to you. Hope you can hang around as we do a shift change. And Chuck's section, bullet points with Alan and Chris, was magnificent as usual. I have a minor clarification that I can provide. The guy who mentioned the strikes inside Russia wasn't Budanov or Zaluzhny. It was, in fact, Malyuk. And he said that they were going to attack warships, train logistics systems, and supply routes. So, yeah, I expect a full range of those tiny clarification, because otherwise, everything I 100% agree with everything Chuck said about those. And Scruff, I'd like to get your opinion, because I think you showed up after that. This statement has come out that Ukraine is going to move to continuing on and ramping up asymmetric type attacks inside Russia. Good idea, bad idea, and do you think Ukraine has the long range drone capability to continue to deliver those kind of attacks several hundred kilometers into Russian territory?
This is definitely good idea because, as we all know from the history, look at the history. Look how wars actually finally stopped. World War II stopped in Berlin. It stopped only when finally allies were able to get to the Berlin and to to ruin the heart of Nazis Germany. This is first reason. I don't think that any of us is willing to go to the Moscow. No, but we need to get the war on the Russian territory, they need to feel what we do. They must feel it. They have to. We have to pay back. So one of the problem, why are they so comfortable? I mean, Russians. They do realize so far. They do realize that we are not going to have any combats on Russian territory. And this is, by the way, one of the reasons, one of the promises which we are giving all the time to Western Western partners, that we are not going to use these weapons on Russian territory. So please give us these weapons to protect our territory. So this is why Russia feels itself pretty comfortable. They are not. They don't have any actually much things to lose. They don't risk by anything. They don't care about human lives. They don't care about sanctions. Believe me, they don't care about sanctions. All of these rich people, which are already rich in Russia, they will remain rich, and all of poor people in Russia will remain poor. So there is no changes in the whole life of the country. I mean sanctions, and that's why yes, this is good idea. Let them think, let them feel what every Ukrainian feel every day, that there is no any point in the whole country which is secure enough that you can die being on any part of the country, any point of the country. You can die because of enemy's rocket. Let them feel it. Yes, let them feel it.
I 100% agree with that sentiment for sure. And this is my thought on that, Scruff. I've been calling for a blackout Sunday in Russia sometime as it gets really cold again. I guess there's a warm spell rolling through right now, but when it does get really cold, I'd like to see every heating plant and power substation that they can get to within 300 kilometers of Ukraine knocked out essentially on the same night, if they can do it, so that a demonstration of how bad it can get for Russia is done one time for big like that, and then have somebody get on the phone to the Kremlin and say that can end if you want it to. Otherwise, we will continue, because I see with the air defense that Ukraine now has, them actually being able to do much more damage to Russia in an asymmetric way than Russia can do to Ukraine, because it's using all the tools at its disposal right now. Do you agree with that before we go to Dryfly?
Yeah, sure, absolutely, I agree with that. And the population of Russia they do not have idea what it's like when you don't have electricity, because power plant was blew up with the drone or rocket. They must have more and more questions. They must have questions. Why the hell? What is our goal? Why do we suffer because of something we do not understand?
Yes, and that message is key. Dryfly, sorry to keep you waiting. Go ahead.
No, I was listening. That was good. Question for you. You're an engineer and you've actually lived there. I'm an engineer too. I was a chemical engineer, but regrettably, I didn't work in energy as much as you did. A little bit at the end in a downhole, but I was mostly in bioprocesses. So I didn't have the experience with the energy infrastructure systems that you did. And I certainly didn't live in Russia. What does their grid look like? Would you call it a stable grid, or is it an inherently unstable grid? And I ask that because you're hearing a lot of talk in the West now, of course, even before the war here, about having microgrids. They're looking at places like Texas, where once the grid started dropping, it dropped the whole damn state. And it's very similar to what happened on the East Coast with that great big with the Haiti blackout. Um, do you know what the grid looks like in Russia? In other words, if it is that unstable, you don't have to hit a lot of places to drop it. You hit a few places, it overloads, and they don't have the control structures to be able to keep it all up. Or if it's so weak to begin with, and they know it's going to drop here and there anyway, they will have it very, very robust because it drops all the time anyway. Do you have any experience with that? And I'll listen. Thank you.
An experience of what? Of destroying Russian grids?
No, I think he actually asked me the
Yeah.
question, Scruff, but I'll get your input as well. So I don't know I don't know. It's an excellent question, Dryfly, but I'm not an electrical engineer, nor have I had any serious amount of experience with the electrical grid system in Russia. But I'm starting from the standpoint that it is equal to or worse than that which was in Ukraine at the start of the war. And I note that they've done a lot of interconnectivity work and backup work and bespoke technology software systems to keep it from being hacked by Cisco. And, they've done a lot of work in the last year since the last big attack in May or March when they hit a huge bunch of stuff. And Ukraine got the power back on at that attack. I think they hit 7 major cities at the same time, and the power was back on everywhere in Ukraine in 13 hours. And I reckon if you hit multiple locations within 300 kilometers of the border of Ukraine on the same night, essentially the same time, it will both collapse the system and not have other things that are running that'll help them restart it when they have to go back up. And I guarantee it'll take them significantly more than 13 hours. And that would send the message I'd like to hear. I'd like to see on the TV, Channel 1 Russia, when I watch that. I'd love to see the public having a bit of a moan about that, or that Solovyov idiot. Go ahead, Dryfly.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a cold start, they call it. And the chemical plant I worked at, we had a cogen unit. So we had our own power plant that sold into the grid as well as powered the chemical plant. The plant that I worked at was a corn wet mill. We made ethanol and fructose. And it sounds like that's kind of, quote, corny, but it actually was a $2 billion facility. We ground about 400,000 bushels of corn a day. And we had our own power plant. If we lost the power plant and it got cold, quote, cold, meaning it got down to a temperature below which it was optimal. Oh God, the startup on that thing was just horrific. I mean, it was like starting the plant new, a cold start on a power plant. And we're not talking nuclear, we're talking any coal-fired power plant where the refractory and the boilers and stuff get down to a certain temperature. Oh, I mean, it's just horrific. So yeah, I mean, it could be a really big problem. I'm not sure if they would have to drop the power plants, but it's possible they would even have to do that if it's down for too long. You can't just run a power plant without generating power. You got to do something with it. You got to push those electrons out somewhere. But I'll listen. Thank you.
Well, I'll answer that question. If anything will fall down if we attack it. Well, need to try first. And secondly, I believe that the grid disease, I mean, system of bringing the electricity is still Soviet, and we have enough of information about it since Soviet times. So need to try first.
Thanks, Scruff. Chris, you've got to say something before you go off, I reckon.
Yeah, that's it. That's about it. Yeah, that's all.
I appreciate everybody. Thank you so much. I'll be back on with Tracy a little later on today for folks, and it'll be, well, tomorrow for me. But everybody have a great night. Take care. Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Yep, you have a good rest off, and we'll catch up with you when you're on a bit later. Margot, how are you?
I am doing very well, thank you. I am still trying to recover, because I was Nick, and then I was on the report the other night with Scruff. And thank you, Scruff. I've really learned so much from you and so appreciate you, because we know there are unfriendlies on here, and I think they decided to make sure that I was silenced, but they can't. I fight back, just like all the warriors do and everybody in Ukraine. No, I will not stop. I will always stand here for Ukraine, and nobody can stop me. And I do whatever I can to support Ukraine. I know it's tough out there, and just any of the people on the front lines, or the soldiers, or the ones who are having a hard time, just let them know we are doing whatever we can. We call, we email, we write, do whatever we can for not only politically, but online to make sure, because we know Ukraine can win if we just give you what you need and keep you safe and warm through the winter. Thank you.
Thank you, Margot. So you got Nick Nafo canceled, or is Margot just a name change for you?
Actually, I was Nick Nafo, but then I got suspended, and because I violated the rules.
Happen.
Yeah, well, and then, but I didn't violate any, and I never got an email or anything else. So, but my hat was Margot. So then it was taking a chance when I came back, as far as, yeah, because I'm really Margot, but as a fella, I'm Nick. So I'm a crossover. But anyway, so it's kind of confusing, but I've been a fella since, I think my felloversary was like October 8th or something of 2022. They suspend us. We got fellas who will get us back and help us out. And we're here to support Ukraine and make sure Ukraine wins. So yes, I'm both. But so either works. But yeah, I'm really female.
Yeah, of course. I wanted the story behind how you got suspended, because I thought that's what happened, and you had to get a new account. And look, if you're in NAFO and you're not getting suspended for at least a short time, a timeout occasionally, you're not trying hard enough. That's all I got to say on the matter. Margot, back to you.
Oh, sorry, just as a follow-up, when I started off as my original fella, she was kind of after Braveheart with the big chest and breastplate. And so I got all these guys DMing me, making offers. And it's like, no, this is not what I'm on here for. I'm here for Ukraine. So then I had to change to Nick to get rid of all the offers.
Gotcha. Hey, Prince, welcome up.
Hey there, Will. What are we going to change the title to? I got to change the title. Oh, I know.
You know
what.
me. Welcome to Absurdistan, or This Week in Absurdistan. No.
No. It's going to involve Scruff.
Okay. Good. I think involving Scruff in the title is going to be a huge draw card. Scruff laughs at Will's stupidity. Try that. Too many letters. So, Scruff, I want to talk to you more about this the fundraiser we've got going. I think it goes through the end of this Sunday, doesn't it? Or do you know if it goes longer than that?
What is
26th, Will, the 26th.
Boxing
It's
Day,
fun.
right? Goes through Boxing Day.
Stop telling me about exact dates or days of week. Just tell me. Today's Friday, right? Today's Friday, and 26 is going to be is going. Just tell me. When you were somewhere like frontline, you stop to give any difference to Friday or Sunday or 21 of December or 26th of December. So you better tell me.
Right. So that'll be what it is. It goes to Boxing Day, the 26th, because you know how you can always tell, Scruff. You just say something wrong, and then
Yes, Boxing
Prince always knows, right?
Do you remember Boxing Day? Russians Boxing Day. Yes.
Да, понятно. So I just ask or say something, and then Prince will sort me out usually, or one of the listeners or speakers. I spend my whole life getting sorted out for being clarified and corrected. So, yeah. But the bulk of what I wanted to say is this fundraiser to get the equipment for Scruff's recon unit is really providing those guys the stuff they need for survivability, and that's what it's all about. I have no idea where Scruff's unit is being based right now, but having the recon capability and FPV capability that the Ukrainians have in south on the left bank of the Dnipro at Krinky is the difference between life and death for those guys, primarily for knowing what and who's coming from where. So these thermal drones are essential. When the FPV drones do come, they need some EW equipment, so they need that. We've identified a number of things with the very unit who's going to get them that they need, and we're raising money through the 26th of December for that cause. And if you enjoy bullet points and Alan and SBU and all the things, all the programs that are on here basically every day, with some garbage filler like me in between, then try to dig deep and send MriyaReport.org. You can go to MriyaReport.org and click on the donate button and make a donation, because it's going to go right to a group of guys that you actually know and have a connection to. And I think that's an important reminder here at this time of year. We want to make sure all these blokes make it through to the next holiday they have with their families, because they won't have this one. So I want to make sure they all make it to the next one. Thank you for indulging me in that. And Prince, is there any news you want to bring to our attention immediately that's urgent, or where would you like to go next?
Well, the news I was going to share is I think Will Teal has just volunteered to match all of the donations we get in the next 3 hours. He hasn't.
Wow. Yeah, wow. That's quite a challenge, Prince. Let me mull on that for a second. I've got 9 minutes to the top of the hour, and we'll see. I'll see what sort of betting or gamesmanship I can get going with the rest of the folks.
Hey, wait a minute, Prince. Will you please repeat that?
No, it's a joke at this point.
Don't repeat it yet.
It's a joke at this point.
Margot,
because
stop baiting. Stop baiting. I see what you did there, and I just want to know that I know that you know I know. Scruff, these guys are trying to pick my pocket on this thing, and I'm going to check my bank account while Prince talks and come back and potentially take the challenge.
Yeah, it's all good if you can't. I understand, but you give me a hard time about trying to pick your pocket, and you give me an opportunity like that to pick your pocket. What do you think I'm gonna do? I'm gonna pick your pocket, Scruff.
Well, I want to pick everybody's pocket.
Tell me, how can I help you with it?
I don't know. We need to know what. Well, we need to
You
know
need
what
some
you need.
weapons.
Actually, you know what? What I was actually going to ask you about, and I'm embarrassed about this, but last night, for the first time, heard about the story of the Christmas spider, and I love the story of the Christmas spider. Did you have a lot of Christmas spiders growing up?
No, not really.
Well, that didn't work. So, okay, so we know that you need a lot of equipment, right? So,
Yep.
and it can be a real big variety because you guys actually build a lot of your drones, don't you?
Yeah, that's true.
That is something I found. You know, there's a 8-minute video somewhere on the MriyaReport timeline that is absolutely fabulous, and it's an 8-minute video that was done for a news report, I believe. And
Not it was kind of a short film for military TV of Ukraine. It was their production, but I did the all cameraman job there.
yeah, but that was one of the things that I picked up when I was watching that was you guys showing a bunch of different kinds of drones and that you guys make all of those drones. So, you know, we're doing electronic warfare equipment to help you guys, and that's important, but you know, there may be some other kinds of parts and things like that that you guys need to help build these drones. Because building these drones, you know, sometimes I hear you when you're on the space and I think you're doing something. I sort of imagine in my head you're building a drone. Do you build a lot of the drones?
We build as many as we can. Haven't it all depends on how many parts do we have and how quickly they can be delivered and how much of time do you have for this actually we can it doesn't the biggest problem is the funds because you cannot get it for free. You need to order it all the time, and you are losing it all the time. Drones are consumables. This is not something that you do and it serves for forever or for years. And number of drones which you can build is always it depends on numbers of parts that you can get. So as you have many parts, you have many drones. You have less parts, you have less drones. This is it.
Have you guys figured out how to build your own electronic warfare stuff? You
we
don't have to tell
we,
me.
we do build it. We do build it. Electronic warfare, as I told several times in here on MriyaReport, we are doing so-called trench jammers ourselves uh, to cover some positions from Russian drones, but there are always not enough of them. I mean, you always need more because they do have many drones as well, and front line is very long, and you cannot secure every millimeter of it because you don't have a lot enough of jammers. So this is why we need more and more jammers. Besides, we need more and more drones all the time.
Yeah. So you need the jammers and you need the drones, and that helps to keep the
We need,
drones.
we need jammers, we need drones, we need other electronic stuff. And this ice storm showed that we badly need more and more portable power stations and Garmin's. I mean, GPS independent systems which are not connected to mobile connection service, because during these ice storms, mm, mobile service just went down almost everywhere in this area. And how it usually works, if you do not know, if you never been on the final destination point where where you're gonna go, you make when you have internet, for example, or something like mobile internet, you just make a path using mobile phone, and then you go there, on you're driving there, or you're going there on the feet, uh, and if you are losing connection, if something happens to your device, then you are lost. And that's the situation where a device like Garmin works much better than any other mobile device, because it's not addicted to any mobile service. It works only with satellites. So we felt like we don't have enough of them during this ice storm. This ice storm showed many vulnerable vulnerable places. I mean, vulnerable parts of us, which shouldn't be so vulnerable using just some different devices.
Yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense. Dryfly, go ahead.
Question for you, Scruff. I use a lot of uh, mapping software on my phone, and I have it on my iPad. I had it on a laptop too at one time. I download the map databases. In other words, I'm not reliant on the mobile system. So I go and I actually download the data, and then I have it on my phone in the memory. And so even if I completely lose cellular, in a lot of the places I go, even here in the US, there is no cellular. So I'm up in the north woods of northern Wisconsin and northern Michigan, and there'll be no mobile. There'll be nothing. Okay. But I have all my maps on my phone. I have all my maps in my iPad, and I use those, and I can go anywhere so long as I have power, and they haven't turned off the satellites in space. Do you guys use any of those kind of systems? Because I would think that would be an answer that's much cheaper than a Garmin. And I've owned Garmin. I mean, I've had them in the past. I know exactly what you're saying. They work. There's nothing wrong with them. But there are actual mapping software solutions which are virtually free. If they're not free, they're so close to free that you could use those and put them on your phones. Have you tried any of that? No, listen.
No. You DM me with the list. What you meant. What you meant, because I've never heard of them.
I will do that, and I will take a screenshot of one of them, and I will show it of an area near Avdiivka. I'll just because I have actually the whole world on one of these, and it'll be a topo map, and I'll show it, and you can tell me if it's accurate or not. Because that's the only question I would have is, are these maps accurate or not? And I say that because I would use them when I was down in Mexico. I used them when I was in the Middle East in Oman, and I found some of them are really good and accurate, and some of them are they give you a map, but the map isn't real. You follow me? In other words, they don't keep it up with the local terrain as well as it could be. So what I will do is, you tell me what would be a city or a region, an area nearby that you would want me to take a picture of that you could quickly look at and say, oh yeah, this is right or this is not right. Would you want me to do a care scenario?
So he's not going to tell you exactly where he's at, but
Well,
yeah,
no.
what are the
It doesn't
areas
have
that
to. It
would
can be
look?
where
Yeah,
he knows.
gotcha.
I mean, it could be Kiev. It could be anywhere. Tell me a city that you would want me to look up, and I'll take a picture of it and screenshot it and send it to you. And you can say, yeah, this works or doesn't work.
You don't understand. It can be a good map, but it doesn't mean that it will be a good device to lead you at the final point.
Oh, mine will do it. Mine does it on the phone, and I do it in backcountry, off trails, no complete wilderness cross country. Okay, and I've done it internationally, These work. Believe me, they work. If the map is good, that's my only question. Is I don't always trust the database from the company that produces the map. But what you do is you download those data sets. They go in, and then the map is in your phone. It's just like you printed it out, except it's electronic in your phone, and the GPS works directly off of it.
Just send me DM with the description of what you are talking about, and
Yeah, I will. I'll send it to you. It may not be till tomorrow my time because I'm getting late here, and I'm old and I don't think clearly. But I will do that, and I'll send you a picture of some places just so that you can see what I'm talking about.
yeah, and DM me right now so I could remind you in case
Yeah. I will. I'll do it, and I'll try to see if I can get a couple to you. Because there's a whole bunch of them. Some of them are open maps. I know Chuck uses that. I don't know how good their GPS feature is, but the ones I've used, I used them in Oman. Okay, because I was on business and I was out of the city, off the trail, and I was with guys. We were doing oil and gas, and it was remarkable. And I wanted to make sure they were taking me where they said they were taking me. You know, I was
Niemer.
Yeah, exactly. And so it worked. It worked really, it worked shockingly well, to be honest with you. It surprised even me how well it worked. And I used it up in some of the hills of UAE as well. And it was just like, it was stunning how well that stuff works. Now, some of these aren't free. Some of them are kind of expensive, but like $40 a year, but still $40 a year for one or two guys in a unit to have it is a heck of a lot cheaper than a Garmin, where you still have to buy the maps anyway. So I will do that, and I will send you the links. And Will, do you want me to copy you on it too, so you can follow up with them?
Yeah, please do.
I will do that. Thank you. And
yeah,
like I said, I'll
thank
try
you.
to get it to you right away. The two that I use the most when I'm international, I'll send them to you. And there's some in the U.S. that aren't as good, but internationally. But these two are outstanding international, and I'll send them both to you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Drive.
You
Thanks,
bet. Bye-bye.
Fly. Yeah, thanks, Fly. And buddy, you have no idea how close you came to crossing paths with me. You were probably sitting at the other end of the bar, somewhere in the interior there at one point.
Oh, very
Anywho,
likely. I mean, I've run into more people that said, "You were there then?" Oh, yeah, I was there. Well, if you'd have saw me, you would have said, "Look at that old fart white guy American. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing." And you didn't know that I was just hiking all over the boondocks and back again, trying not to get bit by a snake. Anyway, I will send you that stuff, and yeah, I think it could help you, Scruff, because it's a solution that shocked me, and it's a solution I hunted up because I got lost in Juarez because I didn't have a map and my Garmin wasn't good in Juarez, and you don't want to get lost in Juarez. Anyway.
Yeah, and we use it in oil and gas fields all over Australia on things called IVMS, in vehicle monitoring systems, that we use a combined map that we put all together, and it has everybody's points of interest on it, and we keep it up to date every month so that they can work off the stored map or get the updated information if they're within signal of a 3G, 4G network. But Australia is a massive place, so we need a solution like Dryfly is talking about for places that don't have good coverage. And I think it would. I think Dryfly's right. It very well could be a great idea for Ukraine, because essentially it's kind of like the internal map that the Storm Shadows use as their backup to finding their way if their map gets jammed or their signal gets jammed as well. So yeah, it's a great idea. It's a great innovation using civilian equipment, and hopefully that has some legs. Thanks, Dryfly. Now, Scruff, what do you think a tool like that, if you had it in your hand now, is that going to be worthwhile? $40 a month for a squad to have one of those?
It's $40 a year.
$40 a year, hell.
It's you buy the program for like $40, and then it's $40 a year for a subscription, and it is a global map, and it has multiple it has many multiple layers that you can put on it for topo, for roads, for city, all kinds of crazy stuff. Most of them are geared toward North America, but when you guys do your battle things in Ukraine, I frequently drop out of them and go to the topo and see what's going on in that part of the world. and I use them while you guys are talking. I think it's outstanding and stellar. So I think it's something that we should probably alert people to, and I will send it to you, Will, and I will send it to Scruff as well. The link for the package that I'm thinking of.
Cool. Thanks, Dryfly. Hey,
Cool, we'll wait for-
go ahead, Scruff.
I said, cool, thank you. I will wait for it.
Super. Now, I've run 7 minutes over into the challenge already, but I'm proud to announce that me and Christopher, who is the co-host that just got off, have decided that we're going to match all donations as taunted by Prince for the next 3 hours. Now, I missed the first hour of my shift today because bullet points run over. But if anybody was on at that time and donated, that's great. But I'm going to cover. It just went noon. It's just afternoon in the workers' paradise, and I'm going to hang around till 3 p.m. To be with Prince and Mockers, and I'm going to donate whatever's donated in this 3-hour period. We'll contact the folks that know how to do it. I will match those donations, and Christopher has also said he is going to jump in and match donations. So that's a triple effect from whatever you donate for the next 3 hours. Well, 2 hours and 52 minutes.
Yep. Starting now, because I can tell you there weren't any donations in the first hour of your co-host session. So.
Wow, that is so depressing. I'm going to go kill myself and be back in a minute.
Oh, Will, don't do that, please. Please don't do that.
I assume when I'm sitting here talking, there's somebody up there going to pay the pipe. Even the monkey on top of the bar gets that. Got to throw some coins in the basket.
Coins in the basket are good.
So yeah, a really, really great commitment from Christopher, a good friend of mine from, as we know, over in New York City. Gets around, is really involved in NAFO stuff, has been over to the UK to go to conferences to help work in the area of his expertise, IT and that, and security. He's a smart guy. I think he's a university professor, and he's becoming a very good friend of mine that I'm sure I will run into at the Crimea Beach Party for sure. And both of us have said, you know what, I'll take up that challenge, Prince, and we'll match all your donations for the next 3 hours. So what do you want to talk about for those 3 hours with Scruff, Prince?
Well, I think we need to talk about the things that Scruff needs, and I think we need to talk about the really cool things that Scruff does when he can tell us. And those are the important things that matter, right? Those are the things that people need to know what we're going to be doing to help Scruff accomplish with this. And thank you for taking my taunt. You had said something a couple of days ago that I was going to spend your vacation trying to spend your money. So I figured I'd start tonight since Scruff was here. So first tweet in the nest, there is a link in there, the little bit.ly/MR_donate. There is a link right in there. You can click on that, and that will take you to our donation page with For a Good Cause, where you can donate to help Scruff's team out. And any dollar amount, Matt, counts. Any dollar amount counts, and any dollar amount Will and Christopher are going to match for the next few hours here until I think it's until Mockers comes on, right? So that'll be great, and I will do my best to try to keep track of that because I am somebody who has the ability to do that. And so let's get it going. I know there's already a $20. Oh, there's a couple have already come in, and I was gonna.
Chris, she's gonna call this one like a horse race. We're gonna be in trouble.
Oh, we got a good couple of donations already. Oh yeah.
All right, I'm gonna retweet it right now. Give me 2 seconds.
All right. So thank you guys, and we will keep this going, and we will try to see if we can make Will and Christopher go broke just before Christmas. Just before Chris's birthday, we are going to make them go broke. And it's a good way to finish off the year and a good way to help Scruff out. So Scruff, now, if I recall correctly, in that military video that you shared with us, one of the things you guys do with the drones is to help correct the fire so that they can fire accurately and hit the artillery in the positions of the Russian soldiers. Is that correct?
Not only the artillery. We closer to the end of that particular battle, we already started to hunt even single targets like two or three Russian soldiers, because we were hunting already just almost everything, because I couldn't recall like 10 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes, when we had no any drone in the air correcting the fire and hunting them in the whole area.
That's great. That's great. And so being able to have that eye in the sky to be able to see where they want to and where they need to fire is something key to Ukraine's success. And we've seen that success happening lately. Like I said, I don't know where Scruff is on the battlefield. I have no clue what area he's in even. But what I can tell you is what the numbers have looked like lately, and the numbers of artillery systems, the numbers of Russian soldiers who have been eliminated, of vehicles, of uh, absolutely everything. The numbers have been absolutely amazing. And today, actually, well, it's still today for me, it's tomorrow already for you guys. So, yesterday, I guess we're going to say, was the day that Ukraine hit 350,000 eliminated soldiers. And it feels to me like it was just yesterday that we hit 300,000. So, they're losing a lot of equipment and they're losing a lot of personnel. And that is a good thing, because without equipment and without personnel, you cannot prosecute a war. You cannot prosecute a fight that is effective. And the other thing that I've noticed a lot is taking out vehicles and fuel tanks. And taking those out means they can't get things to the front where the guys need them. And so that's really important too. And so you said you really learned through the ice storm that all the cellular went out, so you guys had to rely on satellite and other things. Do you guys use, like, well, you might not be able to tell me, individual satellite units in each drone, or do you have like a satellite unit that connects to the drone somehow?
Second one.
Okay. So the drone sends a signal to the satellite to tell you to tell the GPS to tell you where it's at. That makes sense.
No, not really. Not really. When you should understand how satellites work actually. Some satellites, there are difference between satellites, because some of satellites, they are called how it would be in English, they called geographically station, or something like this. It means that they are always at the same place, and they can be jammed. But there are a lot of satellites that always moving around the earth. By the way, Starlink satellites do exactly like this. And the problem with satellites is that if you rely only on that satellites which are based on the same place all the time, you're gonna be in trouble, because the signals of those satellites can be jammed. And of course, you cannot rely on cellular or mobile connection, because it not only can it on it not only can be jammed but it also is addicted to electricity. So if the tower of mobile connection is broken, is it's not working good enough because of ice storm, you are out of connection. So this is why you need to get as many independent mobile devices as you need. And as for drones, um, I would say that in at least of 50% of situations, we are operating drones without GPS connection. So we have some tips to do it, but you know. Having a lot of satellites where you are is kind of is kind of luxury these days.
Yeah, I get that. Go ahead, Nick Defo. Margot,
Sorry.
there you are.
I was trying to unlock my phone and answer and do 20 other things at the same time. But and that's one thing. I mean, I understand exactly what Scruff is saying. Because there are so many different types of satellites and how the communication works. You know, a lot of people, if they haven't been in the field or understand, you know, how these connections do or do not work, it gets complicated. And yeah, because some move, some don't, and there's also the whole technical ability of what generation communicates with another generation is another thing. So it does get technical and complicated. And believe me, I mean, basically I flunked at French and Spanish, so I gave up on trying to learn other languages. So Scruff, you do an excellent job um, of communicating because, you know, I'm thinking I wouldn't even, basically I can go to any country and figure out how to eat and how to go to the bathroom, but that's my limitation. Oh, but also just as a follow-up, um, you know, you better check your totals because I think there might be, you know, some more challenges coming in because we love Scruff and we'd like you guys to have to pay out. Um, and one thing I would like to add, if you can do a monthly donation, even if it's small, doesn't have to be big, but that way, and with any of the ones that take monthly donations, they can plan for the next month. They don't know. It's like they know, okay, we're going to have this much coming in or this much coming in. So, okay, if they can't get everything this month, they know they have more coming in next month. And I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Good deal. That is actually very, very, very true. That is something that can make a difference. Being able to plan makes a difference because you know there are you know we try to keep a little bit of money on hand so that if something urgent comes up, we can try to address that and if that's a possibility, you know, the monthly donations really can help with that too. Um, so anyway, Will, do you have more questions for Scruff? You seem to have gone somewhere, Will. Are you there?
Oh no, I'm here. I'm here. I was trying to think of what we talked about last time with Scruff and seeing if we could expand upon that a little bit better. I found it very interesting what you were talking about last time you were up, Scruff, about something that was kind of a joke, right? When I was growing up, or you know that is even far more magnified in the last 10 years. But anybody who was playing video games, you know, it was the old men, whatever. But that's not going to be useful for anything, right? You know, why don't you go out and you know get a real skill, right? And you had mentioned, in fact, that some of the skills you learned playing FPV games and stuff on Xbox or PS4 or whatever PS5 that
those are essentially transferable, and it's kind of like a screening evaluation for people who want to get into being drone operators, uh, uh, on whether or not they're likely to succeed. Is that right?
Not really. This is not about skills that you get playing video games. This is about so-called motorical memory of the fingers. I mean,
Aha.
yes. I mean that remote controllers of the drones, they're pretty similar to remote controllers of PlayStation or Xbox. So you when you have motoric memory of muscles of fingers, it's much easier for you to learn how to operate RC remote controller of the some types of drones.
And get used to looking at something moving on a screen, but getting all the tactile field feedback,
Yes.
and moving it, the proportional amount with your thumbs and fingers. So I mean, that kind of is transferable if you get good at playing some of those games like that. But obviously anybody who uses a drone, a little private drone that they're have for a hobby, would also obviously be good candidates. I don't know how prolific it was. It's not a hobby area that I'm in at all. And I think the government here in Australia is fairly restrictive about allowing people to fly drones around because of privacy reasons and interference with official flights and other actual drones that the cops use. But they do use those here sometimes. So it is absolutely going to be a skill that everybody's going to need. Is Chuck right for does a unit in the Ukrainian military right now, or I guess they're not all homogenous or exactly the same, so it's probably difficult to answer this, but I remember platoons being 3 squads of 10, 11 guys, and a headquarters squad. And of that 11, 12 guys that you'd have in a squad, you'd make 3 fire teams out of them. Is each of those fire teams now going to need their own drone operator as part of that? And if you add that many drone operators to a platoon, isn't it going to reduce the amount of small arms firepower that you've got? And won't we have to expand the size of platoons a little bit to accommodate that, if that's the case?
Well, Chuck is absolutely right that every platoon must have drone operators in it. He's absolutely right. I told about this like a year ago or so, and I'm happy that more and more people realize that this is something that we really need. And I didn't understand the question about expanding the unit.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Prince, do you have another question?
And
Oh,
by the
go
way,
ahead.
sorry, I will forget. Uh, you mentioned, well, you said about playing video games, and I recalled that before that video, that 8 minutes video, which on MriyaReport right now, before it was made, and before that battle took place, we had trainings. Of advancing village. We had a village near our temporary camp, and we trained how drone operators support assault teams which are infiltrating in the village. So what we did, I took 2 drone operators and placed them on the right and on the left of commander of the team. And team commander, he had just 2 radios, and he commanded 2 platoons, which were infiltrating from different sides of the village. And he was just looking at the screens at that at of those pilots which I put near him. He was looking on the left, on the right, and he was just uh, telling the commands to the platoons using the radios. And when we finished, I asked him, I asked him like, "How was that?" And he said, "Wow, it was, it was freaking amazing. It was just like playing Call of Duty."
Well, I mean, so, and I didn't mean to be flippant about it, but it is funny how people say, older people tend to say, "Oh, that's worthless. You don't need that." But then time does move on, and some skills you can get as a kid that may seem frivolous or stupid are a bit transferable to your adult life. And you oftentimes don't even know what those are, right? You have no idea what you're going to be good at or try when you're 17 years old, and it can be useful to you and helpful in your own in a whole rest of your life. I think it's important. Go
Do
ahead.
you know what? Okay, finish, please.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
Do you know where Pentagon recruits new drone operators? They visit.
No.
They visit cyber sport, cyber sport events.
Oh, e-game stuff, huh?
Yes, they visit it, and they visit those events, and they look for best young guys which play video games best, and they recruit them to be drone operators, like even strategical level, like those big ones like Predator and
Like
so on.
Forte.
Yeah, like Reaper, Predator, and so on. Pentagon visits cyber sport events to recruit new drone operators.
Amazing. And to think that, like or Chuck was talking about earlier in the day too, that this whole area of FPV drones and saturation use of them, uh, basically, I mean, we've known about it, and obviously the CIA and other people need drone operators, but it was so specialized that this saturation, more use of drones, is kind of revolutionary or evolutionary, I guess, right in the heat of battle, because none of that skill and capability, that there are basically some folks who, if you're watching FPV drones these days, they're artists with how they can get in there and fly those things in and put them right on target. And that skill
Oh
didn't
yeah,
really
they are.
exist 600 days ago.
Yeah, and some of them are real aces. This is just amazing. How I recently I saw uh, I saw a video where a guy managed to hit uh, to hit the stove pipe. They found a smoke, so there was a stove inside the building, and he managed to hit inside the pipe.
That is amazing dive. Yeah, that's incredible. Hey, other people have questions. Norma, how are you? What's your question?
Hey, hi, good day, good day. I'm good, thanks, and I hope everyone else is good. Um, Will, I just wanted to let you know about drones usage in Australia. You were right. It's not, I think there is some sort of rule about it, like it's restricted for residential areas. But I have seen drones. Who uses drones in Australia are Australian lifeguard services. Um, So they would keep an eye. They would fly the drones, over the in between the flags area where people, can swing between the flags. Yeah, and they'll just keep an eye on things like, if there's any sharks in the water or crocodiles, or if there's someone is having difficulties in the water, for example, such as drowning. So they use the drones for things as such. So
It's
they're pretty.
interesting though, isn't it, Norma, that you basically have to apply for a license, like you're a pilot with the the CASA, in order to get a drone license, which is why essentially the police I've seen operate them, and I hadn't, but it makes sense that the surf lifesaving folks operate them. But I think they keep it to permitted folks only, don't they? Or how much can a hobbyist do?
Yeah, exactly. I know, but it's cool. I think it's cool that the drones can be used in so many ways, and the best one in the whole wide world is taking Russians out, of course. So, but I have a question for Scruff, and it could be a bit of a stupid question, so forgive me. I'm not a technical person at all whatsoever. Not a military person, not a technical person. But do you think that maybe one day drones can be developed in such a way that they can be able will be able to detect mines, or can the drones be developed in such way that they could be used for mines, detecting or blowing them up, or a thing like that? Do you think that could happen one day? Thank you.
It already happened because, for example, if we talk about demining, uh, there is a tip of demining, like, but it works in summertime. There is a type of mines. It's called TM60 and TM62. This is anti-tank mine. It's pretty heavy. It's like 10 kilos or so, and it's pretty big. And usually, these mines, they are not very deep underground, and sometimes they are even being put just on the ground so they can be seen from the air. But you cannot see them when you are in the tank. So how it works in summertime, because they are made of metal, they are getting hot. So you just wait till the dark time of the day, and then you fly with thermal drone, and you see, because they are still warm. They are made of metal and they are hot, and they are still warm. They keep this warm, and you can see them from above. So this is one of method, home method of demining. So yes, drones can help with demining, and uh, I personally had an experience when we managed to find, for using the drone, we managed to find not only mines on the road, but also we found wires of mine traps, which were on the road, because they were blinking because of sunlight. So we managed to find them. But you need to be very very attentive, and you need to have a good screen. You and as you need to have as big screen as you can, or even goggles. It's even better. But so yes, it works. It already works on demining.
Thank you. I just got a one little question. I'm so sorry just to jump in there. Do you think, because Ukraine is obviously experienced with demining the huge amount of mines on a daily basis, I presume. Do you think Ukraine could start producing such devices in the future? Thanks.
Such devices. What devices? What devices do you mean?
Like anti mine drones. That's what I'm talking about.
Demining, you anti-mine. The only anti-mine drone is drone that can kill someone who is mining. But when we are talking about demining of the area, well, besides methods which I mentioned before, no, I believe that we can. I know that engineers are already working on some devices of demining, because everybody realizes that in future we going to spend a lot of time for demining. Statistics say that 1 year of war means like 5 years of demining. So we're trying to prepare for this already.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gruff. I was on another screen. Margot, what's your question?
Well, shoot, I'm trying to think back to what it was, but part of it is it all has to do with you know, drones and Game Boys and all the rest of it. And part of it really has to go to, I mean, everyone knows I'm old, but I mean, I remember playing Pong, but you didn't have to move the controllers that fast with your thumb and your fingers as you do now to control a drone. And part of it is there are also exercises, believe it or not, to do for your hands to make sure you don't get carpal tunnel or whatever else that makes you screw up. But it is very much I mean, you have to see, your eyes have to see, and your hands and your brain has to communicate to your hands what you want, what your eyes are seeing to maneuver. So yes, it is a very specialized skill. And yeah, the best way to learn it is when you're younger and everything is better connected and more agile and everything else. And so, yeah, I understand completely. And, it does have a lot to do with, internet connections, and it's training, it's all the pieces and parts. It's basically like a jigsaw puzzle that comes together. And that's with a lot of it. But it also has to do with getting supplies out to the front line. I mean, supplies are in the rear, they got to get to the front. What vehicles or the weight and the mud or the ice or whatever else. So I don't think a lot of people really understand how complicated every piece and part from zero line, and if you haven't watched the movie, please do. But have a box of tissues handy. To when stuff gets off a train or off a plane or wherever else it comes from. I mean, it's a very complicated, and so Scruff, you guys are doing, and all the warriors are doing anything and everything, and it's just so appreciated.
Thank you. We have no choice.
Here, here. Yeah, here. Meta, welcome and good morning.
Good, very early morning. It's 6:37 here in Finland. I guess it's same for Scruff, but you're a night person. So I haven't had my coffee or anything, so sorry if I'm talking silly. But Scruff, 2 questions for you. What about the demining reverse? You said that in the summertime they are warm, these mines. And David, who used to be a host here in MriyaReport. He was a sapper, but I never got to know if it's reversed also, that they get extra cold. Can you see it in a drone if it's extra cold also? And my second question is that, there were talks about that, the Russian forces have this mouse fever now because of all the mice in the trenches. And my question is, because I'm so worried about the Ukrainians, so have you suffered about mice, and do you get your food so that the mice can poop in your food so that you won't get the mice fever? Thanks.
May I start with mice?
Yeah.
Well, actually, there is pretty easy tip to keep your food out of mice. For example, in shelter, in compound, you just hang it. You just hang it using paracord or rope or something like this. It should be hanged in the air, so mice have no any surface to walk to this. Mice are this year uh, they are even running on the roads. The number of mice is just terrible this year, and this is pretty logical because more and more food for them are on the fields right now, including dead bodies. And as for question regarding seeing the mines from the drone in cold time, no, it can't be seen because as I told before, it works with thermal drones. When it's hot, and mines which are made of metal, they are getting warmer and warmer, and they are hot, and then in the dark senator uh, warm senator of these mines, and you can find out that there are mines using thermal camera, because they can be seen in thermal camera in summertime. It doesn't work in cold.
Thank you, Scruff.
Thanks.
Keep on fighting. Keep on fighting. We are here for you. Thanks.
You mean mice?
Yeah, we are all little mice here. Yeah. Thanks.
Right. So I popped something in the nest that I wanted to ask a question about, but feel free to retweet the space before you do. I put a link up there that you can retweet in the nest too if you want to draw people in for this 3-hour fundraiser we're doing, matching everybody's donations from now until 2 hours and 14 minutes from now. And so if you want to participate in that, just go to MriyaReport.org and click on the donate button, and give us your ex-wife's house, something reasonable. And I popped another thing in the nest that I want to ask Scruff about. Scruff, I find things that I call boom of the day, and show those to mockers with something interesting about the boom. And often the big, it's not always just the size. Sometimes it's the character and shape of the fireball, the how big it is in comparison to what it's got, any oddity about it. And I picked one up today that I popped in there that I think is interesting because it's taken near cranky, and it's a TOS 1A. Now, normally we don't use TOS 1A as boom of the day very often anymore because it produces such a big boom that they'd all be TOS 1As, right? So we handicap the TOS 1A, and I try not to use it over other things. But this one was hit by not a drone, not an FPV drone, direct fire from an auto cannon. I don't know from what, probably a BMP or a BTR, but maybe a BTR. They swam across the river, the Ukrainians, but they killed a TOS 1A with direct fire, and it goes up as sweet as if they used an FPV drone or a shape charge on it. They cook it, and it's a long video, but I think they put the whole thing together and all the analysis and all it of damage afterward. But you can scroll ahead for the last 30 seconds if you want. And I think he repeats the whole thing, and it's very impressive. And Scruff, does it say anything about how the battle is going at Krinky? If they are moving TOS 1A thermobaric launchers up close enough that they get interdicted with direct fire weapons from armored personnel carriers. Is that notable to you for any reason?
I can see I can see the video you are talking about. I cannot see it. Where can I find it?
The second tweet in the nest is what I call boom of the day. If you scroll over past the donate one and to the one to the right, you'll see boom of the day. If you click on that, it's got the video inside it that I think's Magyar's, but it's got the video in there, and it's clearly direct fire that hits a TOS 1A, which to me means that the Russians are confused and out of place, or they're very foolish in how they move those things around.
I think that the situation was like they were trying to hit something on another bank of the river using TOS, and they came too close and they tried to make it everything quickly, but they got spotted pretty soon. Of course, it was done by drones, but I cannot tell you for sure how it was hit. At least I cannot. I can see the video. I don't know what to do to see the video. I can see it in the nest. In the nest, what I can see in the nest is just blah blah blah, a magical pair for updates, help, and I cannot see any videos or something like this. Maybe I should reload the page.
Yeah, maybe that's it. If you're on a computer, maybe it does need to refresh. But I popped a couple of things in the nest when I came in.
I'm on the phone. I'm on the phone.
Yeah, no, don't want to do that. Message it to you, Scruff.
Oh, okay.
But I even though you can't see it, I agree with you that it's almost certainly due to the fact that they were trying to move it up someplace, and either were being foolhardy with its movement, not knowing that there were Ukrainians there, or just trying to get lucky, trying to move it forward, launch a bunch of thermobarics over across the river, and then pull it back. But they unfortunately got caught before they could carry out their work, and it makes a magnificent boom. And the interesting thing to me, of course, is a much bigger explosion from an FPV drone. I understand why that sets the secondaries off so quickly, but so does 25 millimeter high explosive, because I think if you look at the video, you will agree it would be that it is auto cannon fire that kills that TOS 1A, and not an FPV drone, but it's observed by another drone.
Well, it doesn't matter what hits TOS. TOS as is, even if if it's hit by RPG, or either it's hit by FPV drone, or it's hit by 10
pistol
rounds.
fire. I want to see somebody take one out with pistol fire.
Yeah. I mean, it's full of explosives and of thermobaric explosives, and it explodes. Yes, yes, it's so beautiful. I told Prince, by the way, lately that destroying TOS is one of my guilty pleasures.
It,
Uh,
it has always been mine since Bakhmut when they first
uh,
started pulling them up. Because as a chemical engineer, I know exactly how a thermobaric weapon works with all the fuel spread initially, and then the detonation, and how devastatingly the overpressure is, and the fireball. And yeah, so I've always absolutely keyed on those TOS 1As when they go up. I love seeing those. In fact, I think we invented boom of the day for TOS 1As, but then there's so many of them, right, that we had to handicap it. We try not to make it boom of the day every day, but this one is, I think, notable because it's the first one I've seen killed with direct fire, and everything, like you say, Scruff, anything harsh words, I think, will set off a TOS 1A.
yes, thermobaric weapons are very, very, very impressive. Even do you know that there are even thermobaric hand grenades existing?
Yeah, I mean, so they've micro produced these things that work in a similar fashion across a number of things I've seen do them. You know, where I first saw the this type of explosion, how devastating it is of course in the refining industry, because we call it a boiling liquid expanding vapor explosion, a BLEVE. And a BLEVE is about the worst explosion type fire you can get inside an oil and gas refinery, because it does immediately produce a spread out. Well, you've got to spread out a bunch of fuel in the air, a fuel air bomb. They are immensely devastating. And when I saw them, Russia was using this thing, I thought, oh, that's horrendous. Have we got one of those? And no, we don't. So I said I want to see those killed every time they show up. And fortunately, they're MLRS, but they can't fire as long as, you know, a grad or a smerge or something like that. So they do have to put them in danger to use them. But I think they are devastating inner city sort of bombs of firepower, and they're trying to use them to drive the Ukrainians off the bank there at Krinky too, but not being effective, obviously, and putting themselves in danger.
Uh, yes, they cannot shoot so far as, for example, other MLRS like Grads or Smerch or Uragan. They are not hitting so far, but they are exactly right. They're very devastating, and besides, they don't hit so far, and they need more time to be reloaded. So they are also vulnerable during reloading procedure.
Thanks, sir. Hello, Margot. You're up again. What's your question or comment?
Well, for one thing, I love hearing you guys. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to get situated. I love hearing you guys talk about military stuff because, you know, there's a lot of civilians who have never been in the military. But I have learned so much about, I don't care, Navy, Air Force, you know, tanks, whatever, um, over the past year plus that I've been on. And for a lot of us, we're educational because you talk about stuff and we don't have a freaking clue. And so it's very helpful when you explain why this is good or this is bad, um, and why this is better. And here's the limitations with this or that. So I just wanted to say thank you very much for going through some of the military stuff to help the rest of us who've never been in the military. And yeah, I took chemistry class, but we won't go there. So, but no, just thank you for kind of explaining the differences of what different munitions and ammo and everything else does. So please continue.
Well, as for TOS, imagine that you are near a gasoline station, and it blows up. But the gas, gas on that gasoline station is is very high quality, high quality gas. So it burns the way better.
Yeah, imagine you drove a car through the high test gas pump at a gas station when it was really hot outside in the summer, and then it didn't explode right away. It just clipped off the top of the Bowser and spread a whole bunch of fuel up in the air, and then somebody threw a cigarette into that. It's that kind of explosion.
Absolutely right.
Well, and that's kind of part of it, because I do understand the difference between like jet fuel, avgas, kerosene, gasoline, and a lot of those. There's different propellants that have different chemical structures and what they will do. But that's as far as my chemistry class got.
So what you want to do with a thermobaric weapon like that, a fuel air bomb, is have something that spreads that's incredibly volatile and also has a very good fuel value, and spread that out big and broad in droplets, or actually much of it turns to vapor from the small droplets. And once that gets ignited, the combustion of that is so fast, so rapid, that it generates a fire front that breaks the speed of sound. That's the moisture. You often see it condensing with the pressure wave. You often see that condensing water in front of the expanding explosion, and that's because that's a supersonic fire front, and that supersonic fire front causes a massive detonation if it's in a confined space, like in between concrete walls or in a basement or something like that, that the static overpressure can actually do damage and kill people. And then accompanied with that is a fireball that is also incredibly hot, although not incredibly long lasting. So they can set all kinds of combustibles on fire. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Straw, I think they actually use some TOS 1As that they call flamethrowers, because it's not actually meant to produce as big a bang, but it's meant to produce a big flaming fireball that hangs around longer. Is that right, Scruff?
Is that the right word? I didn't understand the question.
No, are they using two variants of the TOS 1A missiles? Are they using the one that generates the incredible explosion? And are they also using one that's not quite as volatile, but produces a much larger fireball that sticks around and catches things on fire? Is that, are they using two or one?
Yeah, yes, they're using two. They're using two.
Yeah, and so if you're in a built up area in a city, and this is kind of cynical. You know why the West has never developed one of these? NATO has never had a TOS 1A, because I think Russia has those and put those in their arsenal because of Grozny and Afghanistan, that they actually plan to do this city leveling type of fighting, right? Level the city in front of you. If anybody hides out in that city, hit them with thermobarics, kill them in place, and then just try to move through the city. I think they developed those because this actually is the sort of their planned method of fighting, and not out of serendipity as the wars proceeded, because they've had this TOS 1A tool around for a number of years. It's actually a fairly new development. Do you think they? Do you agree that the Russian approach appears to be level the city in front of you and move across the barren landscape to take it? Is that the approach you generally see, Scruff?
To approach, you mean as I understand your question, you mean they are out of methods, so they are they are using such methods as TOS.
Well, yes, I think they are trying to. They kind of are out of, but they actually use the TOS 1A because they their plan is essentially to reduce and level cities in front of them rather than capture them different ways. And they don't mind the scorched earth because by the time they take over Bakhmut, it's nothing. Marinka, it ceases to exist.
In Bakhmut, they used even UR-77. UR-77 meteorite. You can find it in Wikipedia, I think.
Yeah, mine clearing.
Mine clearing, yes. This is mine clearing system, which is actually it was designed to demine the area. So it has it's loaded with very strong shells, which are connected with each other with some kind of ropes, and then it shuts it to a few hundred of meters, and there are very strong, very huge explosives, and they they explode to so demining using UR-77 is just to make the mines to explode because of another explosion. So they used this UR-77 in Bakhmut to destroy some buildings. So using using TOS for them is absolutely logical. They are just destroy everything. So you see something, you destroy it. They do not care about cities or buildings or so on. Look at Bakhmut, look at Mariupol. They just burned it to the ground. Why the hell you are destroying something that you are going to develop or you are going to own? We never destroyed any building or in Kherson, for example, when we finally liberated it. uh, these are just Soviet/Russian methods. They did the same in Chechnya. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, so they've developed a tool. This is Russia, folks. This is Russia. They developed a tool based on their experience in Afghanistan and both Chechen wars, the Chechen wars in particular, where they were going to move in and subdue a rebel, what they called a rebel sort of province. And to do that, they developed and implemented a thing to basically destroy cities, right? Better than well, you could do it with bombs. You could do it with aerial bombs, but essentially, MLRS that is made to level cities in front of them, and that's their method of operation when they go to war. Think about that. That's abandoning tactics and good fighting skills immediately and going to mass. Going to mass. I'm going to massively destroy it with artillery. I'm going to massively hit the rubble with TOS 1A thermobaric weapons, and then I'm going to mass troops and wave after wave after wave move the mass troops through there to take the city. It's I would have been shocked to before this war to say if somebody told me that Russia was actually going to prosecute this war that way. But looking back at it now and looking back as I didn't before closely in the Grozny situation, they plan to do this all along. This is their method of operation, and Scruff essentially just confirmed that. Prince, how long? Hey, Scruff, how long do we have you for, buddy?
You mean how many? How much time? How much time I have?
Yes. How much more time talking to me?
Well, I think like 40 minutes or so.
Super. Well, that's excellent. So there aren't any more hands just now. So let's see if I've got anything else in my feed I wanted to talk
Well,
to
everybody
you.
should come up and ask Scruff a question. really.
Hey, Scruff, you probably got asked this the other day while some of these shy folks come up and participate. Are you on leave right now, or are you just on a rest break somewhere on duty?
I'm on the rest.
Good on you. Nice. Well, thanks for spending your rest break with us. Did you get lucky and get a rest break all through Christmas, New Year's, or do you have to go back sometime soonish?
No, let's see. Never.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. You're that would make sense. You're also on call, essentially.
Never try to arrange some plans in military.
That is very good advice. Stop making plans in wartime. I wonder if it's worse or better than having a baby, because people that have had these babies that I look on from curiously tell me that you literally can't make plans once you have a baby, and you also wartime. You shouldn't make any plans because you never know what's going to happen next.
I would I would prefer to not make plans having a baby.
Oh, no baby Scruffs?
No. I mean,
no, he'd prefer.
I
No,
mean,
he would prefer that.
I mean, it's much more, it's better to not to have plans when you have a baby than not to have plans because of war. That's what I meant.
That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. And you know, having a baby probably, well, I know it would be. Having a baby would be a lot better than where you're at right now.
Yeah, but it's loud. But it's loud too.
Yes, yes. Having a baby and being in the trenches and are both loud. That is very, very true. That's very true. We have a member who had a baby a few months ago, and I think they're finally getting to be able to sleep a little bit now. And boy, howdy, are they happy for it? But I can tell you what, that baby's cute. That baby is cute. Worth every, worth every sleepless night. Co-hosts with them too when they're. Yeah, it's pretty fun sometimes. So
Well, we haven't got any bombs. You know what? We have. Look at that. Just open that up and nick them out of there. Why not? It's dual use bombs from the Russians there. Not only are they giving Ukraine something, you know, that is attacking them, but they're also giving them something to defend themselves with as well. So very strange indeed that they're so useful, but still very funny. Wow. Sorry, I'm just bookmarking something. You know, I see things and I think, oh, I'm going to have to read that before I talk about it. So, yeah, so some of these things are a bit longer than I can read. So let's just have a little look. This Russian funding that we were talking about a little bit earlier, this frozen Russian money, they are seriously eyeing this up now, aren't they? And it's not just the money that America's got frozen. The EU's got a bunch of stuff frozen as well. And I believe the UK should have quite a bit too, because you know, let's just say we've had lots of Russian money in the UK. And so this would seriously go some way to assisting Ukraine. Especially if they just said, look, here's a bunch of money, do what you like with it. I have a feeling some of it will be ring fenced for humanitarian causes or what have you. But I see no reason why we couldn't just say, you need some arms, you need some money to buy arms, here, have some money, buy your arms. That's kind of what the French have done with their arrangement, haven't they? They've just basically said, look, you've got this much credit in the bank and you can pick what you want. Have a look at the weapons we have on display and make your choices. And I think that's a really good thing to do. Give them the opportunity to make their own decisions. I mean, let's face it, when they ask us for things, they're not asking us for things just because they might be nice. No, they're asking us for things that they specifically know that they need. And, you know, such as aircraft. I'm still waiting to see some aircraft now. It's getting very close to the end of the year, so I feel like I've been fibbed to in some ways. But yeah, I really would like to see some 4th gen fighters with Ukrainian colours flying above Ukraine, definitely.
Well, there is a story this morning in Sargrad TV, Mockers, Russian Sargrad TV, which says they destroyed an F-16 that the Ukrainians had secretly imported in a bunker, and the Ukrainians haven't reported it, which tends to be a good signal that the F-16s probably aren't there yet, but are on their way.
Well, I'm not sure how they managed to destroy an underground bunker, because well, I've seen their aiming, so I'm not entirely sure that they truly did that. But let's let them believe that they did. But yeah, it does seem that they are very afraid of the F-16s, and I would yeah, I would imagine they're going to have some impact. Put it that way. Certainly, I think localized impact, if not wider. But they're not, you know, they're not a deciding factor in themselves. Obviously, combined arms means combined, and combined with other things like air support. So yeah, everybody's still got to play their part, but I feel like it's going to make things a heck of a lot easier if they're able to, you know, use air support to push the Russian lines back. It's kind of what we're waiting for now, isn't it? I feel as though the Ukrainians have sort of said, okay, we're in this situation. We really need, you know, everything that we've been promised in order to move forward. I mean, come on, we've been promised some stuff that's never turned up. Has anybody seen Leclerc tanks in Ukraine at all? No, me neither. You know, just stuff like that. So I think it's about time they said, okay, you're expecting miracles from us while we've not got half of the stuff that we need. And we're at the point now where we've been trying to make those miracles happen because everybody's been encouraging us. And that's great and all. But now you're grumpy that we haven't like just magically come up with these, you know, massive wins on the battlefield. But, you know, they've been properly hampered in that direction. However, people have overlooked the massive wins that they have had as well, because it's not shown on a map necessarily that the Black Sea Fleet has effed off to Novorossiysk and is pretty much hiding anything of any value away from the Sevastopol port. They're still doing patrols, but they're not safe, are they, those patrols? We've noticed that Crimea does seem to be having some emotional days. Well, ongoing, basically. They've actually even opened their own air raid shelters now and actively started using them, which suggests that, you know, they're very concerned about the fact that they are actually at risk. There you go, at risk. They're starting to be more paranoid and realise that they're actually under fire. They can't really pretend anymore, can they? And that's something which I really appreciate, the fact that, you know, you can say all you like that it's not happening, but when it's happening like right in front of your very eyes, it's very difficult to accept that it's not happening. And yeah, so, you know, Ukraine have basically taken back control of part of the Black Sea, which the Russians were trying to basically annex. They had this wild idea that they were going to be the owners of the Black Sea for some reason, and Ukraine obviously disabused them of that notion quite well. for a country without, you know, a proper naval force, well, flipping heck. Let's just say they've excelled in that. And look at the absolute wonders they're doing with long-range strikes. They're taking out aircraft on airfields. And not with missiles, no, they're having to do it with drones because that's the tools that they've got that they're allowed to use. That just makes me so mad as well. I honestly, I'm like, you know, when they have the aircraft, any missiles coming from the Brits, well, the Brits have been like, shoot them where you like, we don't care. So I would like to see some British missiles blowing up airfields in Russia. Be quite happy to see that. No problem. Make me super proud. They can threaten us all they like. Did you know, Ming, that the Brits have been accused now of the breakdown of relations between Ukraine and Russia? It's all our fault.
How did we pull that one off, Mockers?
Oh, manipulation, obviously. You know, we've been manipulating the Kyiv regime to our own ends. Let me just see. Here we go. So Ukraine withdrew from negotiations with Russia at Britain's insistence, says the Kremlin. Now, I've got to just point out that Ukraine withdrew from negotiations with Russia for a number of reasons, one of which that Russia were never there in good faith. Another thing was there appeared to be a poisoning incident at one of these meetings, which, you know, obviously wasn't probably the friendliest welcome. Yeah, and it just, well, it was all very tense. And the Russians wouldn't back down from basically give us your country. And, well, that's not a place to negotiate from, is it? It's not a good starting point. So, Ukraine basically said, oh, okay, if we're just going to keep going through this rigmarole, you can get lost. We'll negotiating teams on the battlefield now. Bye. However, it was still the Brits' fault, just so you know. So this is what they're saying. That Dmitry Peskov has made this comment after declaring there was no basis at present for talks between Moscow and the Kyiv regime. He said Ukraine has forbidden negotiations with Russia from last year, and none of the prerequisites to restart talks are in place. Ukraine has previously said peace can only be based on a full Russian withdrawal from their territory. And so obviously that's totally the Brits' fault, just so you know.
I always love these stories, Mockers, because to my mind, there's always a subtext to them. And the way I see it is, you know, all these post hoc justifications is where they sort of, you know, typically turn up. You know, NATO made us do it. The Machiavellian Brits or Americans made us do it. But the subtext always is, well, if that's true, Putin's a total idiot because he did exactly what we wanted him to do. He fell into our Machiavellian and sinister trap.
Absolutely. We planned it all along. It's entirely our fault. We are the masterminds after all. You know how, like in a Bond film, the villain, quite a lot of the villains usually have a English sort of nature about them. So, you know, yeah, mastermind. That's us. That's what we do. Well, I tell you what, we can't organise a piss up in a brewery, to be absolutely honest, when it comes to it. But it does seem as though we can organise ourselves to a cause, a righteous cause, which I think is one of our redeeming features. Let's just say Brits have not always been especially welcome in Europe, but I think, yeah, this is definitely one of our more redeeming features. That we really are quite tenacious. So, yeah, let's just keep that in mind. That at least we can be helpful in support and the rallying cry and all of that. And yeah, I didn't know we were still big enough to chuck our weight around, but apparently we think we are. So good on us, Karen.
Did you see? Oh, my hand finally came up. I kept hitting the button to raise my hand, but nothing seemed to work. And I guess I finally did get it to raise. I'll probably drop after this, you know, to reset it. I'm reading that China and Russia in 2023, their trade surpassed the 200 billion mark that they had set back in 2019. Actually, it was more like 218 billion from January to November. But I'm wondering, as well as sanctioning Russia, if we need to sanction China too, because this is just going to get harder and harder. Russia might very well be impoverishing its own people, and I know the people are probably waiting in line for eggs, but the money is still coming in. I'm reading other articles that talk about the number of Western components in their missiles. So, you know, through third parties, somehow these are getting in. And I'm wondering what can you do to make sanctions more effective, do you think? And should China also be sanctioned?
Isn't China already sanctioned in some ways? Does anybody know? Sorry, I'm just bringing some speakers up because everybody seemed to suddenly jump up at that. Johannes, I'm going to go to you first if you've got something on this.
Not so much about China. I think the main hub for circumventing the sanctions currently is actually Kyrgyzstan, because car imports to Kyrgyzstan have like tripled or so over the last year, and that's of course all going to Russia. I'm not really sure about. Well, I think China is trying to navigate this space between Russia and the West, and of course they've got more actual trade interests with the West, I guess, than with China. I mean, China is trade-wise, it's really minor, I guess. But I guess the pressure would have to be increased on countries like Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan to really make to ensure that sanctions are getting more effective.
I believe Fancy Pants has something on this. I've seen him jumping up and down excitedly. Go ahead, my lovely.
Good morning, and good everything else to everyone else around the globe. Mockers, we had someone on the space just recently, Mark Savchuk, and he will come back to the space. He's from PR Army of Ukraine, who did a lot of investigation into sanctions circumvention, and they did a lot of thinking on what could be done to improve, what would be the most effective ways. And one thing they discovered in their research was that when Russia shared videos of their tank productions, videos of the arms production, what they identified, going through countless of videos of video material, they saw that there is a lot of European Western CNC machines, and as opposed to computer chips and let's say Rotax engines, tiny motors that can easily be smuggled across the border. CNC machines, they need maintenance, they need software updates, and corporations usually know where their machines are because those machines are talking home to get the latest updates. Also, they need replacement of the cutting heads and the cleaning liquid that is used additionally. So they have identified that those CNC machines, if we blocked the kind of like resale of those CNC machines into Russia and the maintenance of those machines, that would cripple the Russian arms manufacturing the most. And that would be one of the easiest changes to the sanctions regime, according to their analysis, because it's a huge thing that cannot easily be kind of like smuggled across the border. So those companies that are selling it to Russia, they know where it's going, even if it goes through Kyrgyzstan or Turkey, they know that their equipment ends up in Russia. That's one solution that I'm also now advocating for, because I think it needs to get heard, and it's a wonderful opportunity that you're just now discussing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And now you've talked to me about it, I remembered reading all the way through that thread. Yeah, and looking at all the CNC machines that they were still receiving some sort of maintenance and updates for, and thinking, we're actually helping them build bombs. That's ridiculous. So yeah, you're absolutely right. These things do need to be dealt with very quickly, I believe. It would make a much bigger impact than, yeah, you're right, the small bits and bobs that make their way into drones. Yeah, it probably wouldn't affect, a lot of the drone building because that stuff sort of arrives in kit form, but it would certainly stop the missiles, which are obviously a lot more destructive than the drones just because they're bigger. Sorry for missing you out, Mette. Go ahead.
No problem, Marcus. More sort of expert on this subject, but I think most of the drone related or arms related things in China are somewhat sanctioned. But what I think should be done, and what China fears most, is us moving like Apple, you know. Each Apple phone is sort of put together in China. They get the under license, and you know, you should just move that assembling to Taiwan or not South Korea, some friendlier country. That would really bite them, because European Union is the biggest income source, and US is the second. So yeah, there you go. Just move your assemblies from China somewhere else. And Marcus Ming, we miss UK in the European Union. You are loved in Europe. Just wanted to say that. And third, I read that, you know, about these frozen assets. Oh, my cat's bothering me. About the frozen assets, I read that the White House is now, you know, revoking this narrative that we should give these frozen assets to Ukraine. And that would sort of help release the situation a little bit. I hope they also give the green light for Ukraine to use them to buy US arms. I don't know. But, you know, and I'm also just waiting for the second I see a Western airplane in the sky of Ukraine. But yeah, but some good news, some sort of good news there. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the targeting of particular items to make it more difficult to, you know, specifically target bomb making. I think that's quite important. Ruth?
Sadly, Twitter has decided that I'm not allowed to hear Meta's beautiful voice. So my comment stems from before she spoke. Yesterday, I reported on a Swedish company that actually are very concerned about their AD converters ending up in Russian drones, even though they try to follow all the blacklists and stuff. And they are asking for some kind of whitelist alternative that they could follow, that they actually, that they want kind of supply chain for certain kind of products that are now in such high demands that they don't really need to be on the open market to sell everything they can produce, so that they are certain that they don't end up in Russia, because the blacklisting company organizations simply can't keep up with new companies started in the UAE or Germany or wherever, through which their products have been bought in several steps and sent to Russia. That was one thing. Then, and just to complement the discussion, but also I have some good news. It's about weapons. NATO has placed an order on RBS 70 man-pads ammunition from Saab, and nothing strange with that. They're going to be delivered in 2027. But the good thing is, the last couple of times someone has ordered RBS 70 ammunition, the deliveries has been into the 2030s. This means gear up is taking place. Good news.
Thank you, Ruth. Iwana, welcome.
Good morning, Marcus and Ming. So I wanted to chime in for the discussion about China. So as far as I know, there are no economical commercial sanctions on China from US or from European Union. There are some sanctions, but there are more like political sanctions for some individuals or related to the Chinese party or things like this. So it's not like there are, economical exchanges that are sanctioned. For example, certain institutions related to the Chinese Communist Party are sanctioned, and affiliates to the People's Liberation Army. This is related also on the human rights abuses and things like this, but no economical sanctions. The problem here is not really the sanctions on China, because I think nobody is interested in sanctioning China. This can start, commercial economic war. The exchanges between the US and China are immense. US is importing probably more than $550 billion dollar products from China, and exporting probably to an amount superior at 200 billion. Also, EU, I think EU is even more than 600 billion import, and more than 220 or something like this export. So it's a big partner for US and for European Union. They are not interested in sanctioning this. Just for notice, the trade balance between China and Russia is by no means such impressive. It's under 100 billion for import and for export. So basically, China has much reliable partners in US and Europe than Russia, but is now taking advantage of Russian position and trying to get the benefits from this by increasing the trade. The problem is secondary sanctions. Actually, when they first sanctioned Iran, it didn't work. It only worked when they imposed secondary sanctions, because you can find means to import and export products if secondary sanctions do not apply. So what are the secondary sanctions? You don't sanction directly, the export from Russia to a country, to European Union, for example, or to US. You sanction all the partners on the way. For example, something that is happening right now, and of course I'm very upset about it, is Russia is exporting very cheap oil to India. India is taking advantage of this because they get great deals. But India then is refining the oil and it's exporting it to many countries, including US. And really, you should check this, but the import of oil from India increased for US in the last few months since the beginning of the war. So basically, oil from Russia goes to India, is refined, is mixed with others, and exported to other countries. Secondary sanctions would apply to this. And I think this is very important, and this is what Befeater is talking about all the time, to impose secondary sanction. This is one issue that has to be tackled. The second one is, who is doing the supervising of all of this? Who is controlling this? And this is a very important thing if we really want to just deal with Russia, and if we really want to impose those sanctions. There should be checks, there should be controls. Those geniuses in IRS, those geniuses in World Trade Organization and World Bank and European Union staff, and all those private big consulting companies, they could help. They could help tracing the exports, they could help tracing the deals, they could help bringing even to justice people or companies that are not respecting the sanctions. So there should be an effort in supervising it, controlling, tackling with the gray fleet of Russia, or with companies, ghost companies that appear and disappear and allow Russia to do its trade, because all the trade is supplying the war, either by money. Russia exports, get money goes into military industry, or by products that are going and are getting into Russian weapons, like chips and semiconductors and other stuff. So two things to be done, and they should be done as soon as possible, because Russia is adapting, and it's a race. One is secondary sanction, and two is supervision.
Yeah, they've got to be able to enforce and trace and things like that. And so, yeah, it's all very well and good saying something's sanctioned, but you've got to be able to enforce those sanctions as well. One thing that I've noticed about the 12th sanctions package is that it is trying to address some of those things, and close some loopholes, tighten some regs, make it much more difficult for people to slip things under the radar, as it were. What I also heard, that I think it was Johannes that mentioned that there was, a number of other countries that seem to have very highly increased. Kyrgyzstan, I think, was one of them. Very highly increased their exports to Russia, or at least their imports from other countries, which appear to then land in Russia. One of the things that was said was that these countries were not necessarily ever receiving the goods. They were being used as a cover. So people were saying that they were exporting to Kyrgyzstan, when really they were just exporting to Russia, and Kyrgyzstan never actually received any sort of shipments. It was just a way of, hiding the end destination. So it may be that some of these reports are skewed by things like that, but it certainly looks bad, doesn't it? It couldn't be more obvious, put it that way.
Yeah, and the other thing about that, Mockers, is that, I think we looked at the numbers related to this a couple of weeks ago, where it showed, I forget the numbers exactly, but it showed some incredible 500% increase in value of exports from the UK to Kyrgyzstan. But, it started from nowhere. So that percentage increase is going to look an awful lot worse than the absolute numbers, because it's just 500% times, not very much at all.
Right, so I think we have to go on to something else.
Yeah, Mockers. So
yeah.
I just wanted to. I think, was it yesterday we hit 350K day?
It was yesterday. The meat cube grew to 350,000. Yeah, and today it's already 351,000. Just so as you know. Also, a little bit trivia.
Yeah, so I took a look back to see when it was that we hit 300K day, and it was on the 31st of October. So 50,000 in less than a month, 2 months. It is just absolutely extraordinary.
Incredible. But also, I believe this time last year they were just over 100,000. So, yeah, well, all those others, another 150,000. Well, I was going to say they've doubled, but they haven't quite. Yeah, no, they've doubled. They've more than doubled. Sorry. Oh, I'm trying to add up while reading a letter at the same time. That doesn't work. So yeah, more than doubled the losses for manpower in that time. 250,000 people lost in a single year. That seems quite a lot. Ioana.
Yes, Marcus, I kept track of this, and I can tell you some, things that I observed. So for the first 10 months of the war, on 22 December last year, the number was 100,000. So the average was about 10,000 per month. For the next 5 months, it was about 20,000 per month. So 200,000 was reached in March, if I'm not mistaken. I think I'm not. And then for the next 5 months, the average stood also at about 20,000 per month, a little bit less, but really a little bit less. What we have seen in the last 2 months is that the average is about 30,000 per month. If you calculate from 1st of November until now, it's 1,000 persons per day, 1,000 liquidated personnel per day. So it was 30,000 almost in November and 20,000 right now in December. So the average for the last 2 months is about 30,000 per month.
Gosh, that's.
And also, if I may add
even,
something,
go
so
on.
this 350,000, you can count at least the double of that of injured. So more than 1 million right now, probably, yeah, liquidated and probably not able to fight.
Yeah, I was just about to say that doesn't count people who got injured and then, were taken back to a hospital and died while waiting for proper medical treatment. And it probably doesn't count the people who managed to drag themselves off the battlefield with one leg and things like that. So, that there's an awful lot more that will be affected as a result of what's happening. That won't necessarily have appeared in that count. You're right. Not to mention that the new guys that are being dragged in and then just absolutely traumatized in the first 5 minutes of arriving. I'm sure they're doing great as well. So it's not even just physical injury. They're actually really causing massive trauma. Now, there seems to be a lot of military activity now showing at the Donbass arena in Russian-occupied Donetsk. I'm wondering if that's a way of keeping their military equipment safe, putting it right next to a public arena. But that's something that they seem to have been doing recently. I don't know if you've noticed, in occupied areas, they've been moving their equipment to places like, village locations, and then setting up what they call a food station or a local kitchen, so that basically the residents there can go and receive some food, humanitarian aid. But of course, it's right in the middle of where all the vehicles and equipment's being kept. They're basically saying, look at us, we're using this specifically so you don't bomb us here, because you don't want to bomb your own residents. So kind of them, isn't it? So maybe that's just another one of those attempts. Johannes, go ahead.
Sorry, wrong button. Just on the statistics on the number of liquidated personnel, I've got a question, because I think this number. There are two things here that we really have to expect that Ukraine is also kind of massaging the numbers a bit, so that this is probably the upper end of what has probably occurred. And then it does it say people killed, or does it say it's probably more like an estimate of people incapacitated, and I'm not sure that they can actually say whether a person has been permanently kind of is no longer going to fight for the Russian army. So if there's if this person is permanently incapacitated or just temporarily, so I'm not really sure what this statistics actually entail. And I mean,
I'll be honest, Johannes.
Yeah?
When someone says liquidated, to me, that's dead.
Yeah, but
I
how
have
would you explain the huge gap between the Ukrainian figures and the British figures?
Yeah, there are some gaps, Johannes, and I personally don't view the absolute number as being the absolute. What I'm much more interested in is the rate. So the numbers per day, because I think there's much more visibility over that, and you know, it kind of on a sampling, not a very good basis, but you can kind of see it. You see the videos of the battlefield at Avdiivka, and you see the corpses and whatnot, and it's kind of backed up like that. I kind of view it a bit like the Battle of Britain. You know, at the end of the day, the RAF get back and they report we shot down 150 Luftwaffe fighters today. And then, you know, post-war, they discovered that, in fact, they shot down 30, right? But what's interesting is the change in the rate day to day, and that's how I view it.
Yes, but I mean, the rate is changing while Russia seems to have the initiative. So they're not losing more people because they are getting totally beaten up by the Ukrainians, but because they throw everything they have into the fight, I guess. And because obviously then, or I would assume that this also means that they think that they can actually afford it and that they can sustain it. And so far they have been able to. So that would be my admittedly rather pessimistic reading on those numbers. I'm not sure that they can actually be read as a sign of Ukrainian success, at least not very much so.
Well, no, but there I think you're putting too much faith in the Russians' capacity for rational judgment. Remember, we're talking about a country that effectively thought they could solve the whole issue in a week, right? So, you know, assuming that the Russians believe they can sustain the level of losses they're currently experiencing is something that I personally wouldn't do. Right? I think their system is so corrupt and so full of fake reporting that they probably do believe that, but it's not a reflection of reality because of their own internal dysfunction.
Talking of internal dysfunction, just a question. Do we think Navalny just upped and died on them and they just don't know what to do about it, so they've just decided to not say very much? Because, let's face it, there were images of him looking quite, you know, skinny and not so well. And I just wonder if, you know, they opened up his cell one morning and he was dead and they went, oh, damn, what do we do now? We pretend he doesn't exist. I kind of feel like that might have happened. Johannes?
I think that's not the likeliest option. I mean, the Russian system, the penitentiary system there is a bit strange that as long as they are transporting a prisoner, they don't have to report on their whereabouts. So and as I have heard, I'm not sure, it's just something I've heard on the news, so I haven't investigated that, but it seems to be common that they are kind of from time to time transporting like such high-profile prisoners like for months, because for those months they don't have to report where they are. So this might as well have happened. Yeah, I'm not sure that at this time Navalny dying would make such a big difference. We had those protests before the war when Navalny was in prison. There were like some tens of thousands on the streets back then, which wasn't very much for a country of 140 million. So I'm not sure that there would be it's kind of there probably wouldn't be a big uproar if he had died. And by the way, I mean that he has been looking skinny. That has also been quite a while now, so this is nothing new. But again, I would assume that they're shipping him around here and there, and as long as this is happening, they just don't have to report where he is. I'm not sure for what reason they would be doing so, but that's at least a possibility.
Like out of sight, out of mind sort of thing?
I have no idea why. But I know that I mean, as far as I know, this is something which is legal in Russia, and which is legal in Russia. I mean, are two words going in the same sentences are very strange. I mean, very strange words to put together, but it's something which obviously is perfectly okay with in Russia. And yeah, it may not have rational reasons. I don't know. Maybe it's also just to keep him silenced for a while, because I mean there have been messages coming out from him from time to time through his lawyers. Although of course most of his lawyers are now either in exile themselves or imprisoned. So I'm not sure what kind of representation he would have at this point, and what kind of possibility he would have to get any message out to the public. But maybe that's a reason. I don't know.
Just basically stop him from being able to communicate. Well, that works, I suppose, too. But yeah, I just, you know, I have this little fantasy that they opened up his cell one morning and he was just dead on them, and they were like, "Damn."
I mean, could also be. That's and I wouldn't rule that out at all. But it's probably at this point. I mean, it's all speculation. So it's a possibility, but there are also others.
Well, you know what? I don't have any of my my fire friends in the space at the moment, I don't think. But just spotted an interesting fire. And you know me. Well, let's just see. In Togliatti, by the way, which I love the name, Togliatti. It sounds like a type of pasta, doesn't it?
It's actually pronounced Togliatti, so you don't pronounce it. It's actually an Italian last name of some, I think, Italian communist politician, because the Soviets had this habit of renaming cities to the last name of whoever they thought worthy of that. And so this is Togliatti, not Togliatti. Sorry for interrupting you.
It's okay. Well, that'll be why it sounds like pasta, because it's an Italian word. And I'm still going to say it wrong. Anyway, a workshop at a chemical plant. Now, I'm going to try and say this. Kubishevazot chemical plant. Anyway, it caught fire last night. It took 55 people to extinguish the fire. Now, this is one of the leading Russian chemical companies. So a leader in the production of caprolactam and its derivatives, and is one of the largest producers of nitrogen fertilizers. So there's a bit more info. Oh, right, okay, I'll have to translate that in a minute. But basically, where is it? According to the main directorate of the Ministry of Emergency Situations for the Samara region, fire and rescue units immediately attended the scene of the incident. A compressor cable of 10 linear meters was on fire. As a result of the incident, traditionally there were no injuries. However, Workshop 11 appears to have been burned down completely. Everything is cordoned off. The pump in Workshop 11 allegedly caught fire, setting further fire to the products of argon, saltpeter, and ammonia. So what, bomb making stuff, perhaps? Anyway, the cause of the fire is completely unknown and will no doubt be another one of those short circuits that they always seem to be having. What do you think, Ming? Short circuit?
That seems to be the case. I'm just going to take a guess. I mean, saltpeter, as we know, is an ingredient of gunpowder. So yeah, who knows?
Just seems like another one of those things that, you know, if you thought about it, might just be a military target. Now, there is a bit more information on this, which I will have to... there we go. It's decided to translate itself. So let's have a little look. One of the leading Russian chemical companies, largest producer of nitrogen fertilizers, an active investment policy ensures rapid and efficient growth and sustainable development. So in the fields of the sales of nitrogen and nitrogen-containing fertilizers supplied for the need of Russian agricultural producers, was in accordance with the order of the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service of Russia, dated the 31st of May 22. Recent. And anyway, they're just developing nitrogen and stuff. So it says, cases of deception of buyers of mineral fertilizers have become frequent. Please be sure to check the details in contracts and invoices with official details of your plant and dealers. Again, please note, we do not work through financial agents. Oh dear, it sounds like there's been somebody trying to mooch in on their business with some sort of fraud there, Ming. You wouldn't expect that in Russia, would you?
No, definitely not, Marcus. Definitely not.
I love that the fact that they've put that on the front of their website. I absolutely love that. Oh dear, that's made me chuckle an awful lot. Second thing on their website about, you know, who they are, and then yeah, that very funny. Now then, yeah,
so I was thinking,
I'm looking for, if you know what I mean.
Marcus, I was thinking about this Navalny business, and I wonder if he hasn't just popped his clogs, because the problem, the thing is that they tend to be quite careful with their high-profile prisoners. So I'm thinking back to Khodorkovsky. He was, basically went through the same treatment as Navalny. Got retried a number of times whilst in prison, his sentence extended, etc., etc. Pretty well much the same as has happened to Navalny. But they never did anything to him that kind of would upset the apple cart. And then, of course, they released him apparently on humanitarian grounds because his mum was ill. But it was right before the Sochi Winter Olympics, so that everybody could show up and participate in good faith without kicking up a fuss. So it just seems to me that the timing of taking action on the Navalny front, a couple of months before the presidential elections, strikes me as not the sort of thing they normally do. So if something is up with Navalny, it's probably something beyond their control. So he's either ill or he's popped his clogs. That's my theory.
Yeah, he's either in hospital with machines beeping round him, or I reckon he died on them when he wasn't really supposed to. That's kind of my thought, because you know there's only so much you can put a person through before you will actually kill them. And I know they're very good at keeping people alive so they can torture them for as long as possible. But I just feel in this case that, well, might have just been something gone wrong. Bit gone wrong, you know what I mean? They didn't treat him very well, did they? So anyway, I like to think of him in the past tense, and if he turns up ever again, I'll be quite disappointed, actually. So, so there we go. Goes to show how much I care for him. Now then, talking of caring, right? This is a little story I want to tell you. So basically, everybody in Ukraine probably knows somebody who has died fighting at this point, or died just because they've been killed by Russian bombs at this point. Sorry, just got a drinking problem and managed to pour coffee all down myself. Well done. I know, the kind of drinking problem that you don't need. So, yeah, one lady decided that she was going to enroll as a drone operator, or at least in a drone operating class. So she took this drone operating class, and she told everybody that she was doing it just because it was something to do. It would keep her, interested. It would mean that she would, be able to understand drones better and things like that. However, when it came to passing the class, she revealed to her instructor that her husband was a soldier and was recently killed by a Russian FPV drone, and that she's doing this because she now wants to become a drone pilot and join the military. The drone pilot, the drone trainer, the instructor, said that about 20% of his class, of the students in his classes, are civilians, and the main reasons they're joining his class is so that they have some preparation to join the military if they're required. They do want to fight the Russians, but they want to be prepared as possible first. One faculty member at a university in Kyiv, Irina, recently asked for someone to help her be mobilized. She's taking military classes and training out of her own volition, and she believes she is ready. She was worried that the army would reject her and wanted people to use their connections to ensure that she was accepted. Now, these stories don't get enough attention. The media are quite happy to sensationalize the stories of people evading the draft, which there are people evading the draft. Some people just are not made to fight for whatever reason. But it says, they're talking about, the horror of mobilization. But there are an awful lot of people who are quietly preparing for that mobilization, who are making themselves ready to take on soldiering responsibilities, quietly waiting their turn. And some of them not even waiting for any sort of mobilization order. They want to get in and be accepted now. And we've seen grandmothers learning to be drone operators, taking these civilian drone operating classes, and then using that as a stepping stone to join a drone reconnaissance team. And there was a story the other day of a lady in a mid-50s, I would say. I think she's about 54 or something like that. A grandmother, and absolutely determined that she wanted to join and help if she could. So she took drone classes. She was pretty darn good at them as well. And so she's now actually joined and is training with an army reconnaissance team. And she said, look, I can't run about trenches, but I tell you what, I can operate a drone. And it just goes to show, doesn't it, that no matter where you're from, no matter what walk of life, you can be baking cookies one minute and you can be thrown into a war the next. And the resilience of people just to say, well, you know what, it's not something I've ever done before, but I'm going to do this. And I'm going to learn this so that if ever the need comes to my front door, if ever the need arises for me to go and help, I've got skills which I can help with. You know, I'm not just walking in green, unprepared. There's always opportunity for people with skills to, you know, expand those and use those to help. To help as much as they can, basically. Yeah.
And to add to that, Mockers, it's, you know, you'd think that being a drone operator, you're safely behind the lines, operating things remotely from a distance. It's not quite the danger-free zone that people think it is, and people will know that. You know, drone operators are priority targets for the Russians. So these people are literally putting themselves on the line of danger, and you can only respect that.
Oh, absolutely. But it does show, doesn't it, that, you know, all this talk of people trying to avoid, you know, their responsibilities and what have you. But it's not necessarily the case with everybody, you know, but the media likes to focus on the bad, the shocking, the upsetting, you know, oh, how awful and terrible, and people just don't care. They just want to run away from their responsibilities, blah, 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 blah. And it just shows that, you know, for every one of them people, there'll be another one who'll say, well, actually, I'm going to make sure that I'm as prepared as possible. I'm going to be a Boy Scout or a Girl Guide and get myself up to speed on something that might be useful in the future. And what they're finding is useful is, you know, drone skills. And, well, some people have taken medical courses and things like that. You know, there's an awful lot of life-saving medical courses that you can go on in Ukraine at the moment, and for good reason. Even a regular citizen learning how to apply properly a tourniquet is really important because the residential areas are being bombed. So, you know, it's not just the medics that have to know these things, because, you know, if you happen to be the person on the spot and there's a tourniquet available, because there's an awful lot of people now in Ukraine carrying them just personally, just because they might need one. You never know. It's madness to think that, isn't it? You know, before you go out the house, wallet, watch, keys, tourniquets. Just something else to add to the bag, I suppose. But yeah, it's important that anybody who has these things knows how to apply them. So, you know, it's not just the medics that are getting the training. The medics are making sure that the training also goes out to citizens as well, because if you can be on the spot and provide some life-saving help before the actual medics arrive, then, you know, that makes all the difference to somebody, doesn't it? Especially if they're bleeding out. I would imagine that would make quite some difference. But wow, it just yeah, it just shows me that people, they're no longer afraid. They're no longer afraid of what's supposed to be coming for them. You know, they have stopped being as scared as they used to be. I mean, you know, I think initially the shock, you're either running towards it or you're running away, depending on, you know, who you are, your character, your whatever, your responsibilities. Obviously, you're not going to run towards it with a child in your arms, are you? And things like that. So, you know, there was people who ran in one direction and people who ran in the other. But the people who stayed just have become so much more resilient, partially through trauma, I think. You know, just constant exposure to all of this. And eventually you get to the point where you're just less afraid, because you cannot be constantly gibbering in a corner, otherwise you'll just go bananas. So in order to protect yourself, you just stop being as concerned about it anymore. And you think, what can I do to make this situation better? And I think, you know, that a lot of the people who are still living within Ukraine, they've got past that helpless and hopeless stage. And they've just decided, actually, if we have to help ourselves, we have to help ourselves. And so it's really like, you know, it would be amazing if everybody was on board giving them the full support. But they've basically said, look, whether you support us or not, we're not just going to lie down and die. So either watch us or help us. And it's living proof of that feeling when you've absolutely had enough. And, you know, you just go, no more of this. Whatever comes at me now, I'm not going to be afraid of it. I'm going to defend myself against it. And yeah, there comes a point where everybody's just like, you know, gloves off, had enough. And Ukraine got to that point sometime in February last year. And we kind of have to keep up with them, I think. Yeah, what are we going to do? Are we going to get upset, go home, sulk? No, we're going to get active. We're going to do stuff that makes a difference. And goodness me, you know, you guys have been doing it. I have noticed that we now have more interest in the scrappage scheme. What do you call it? I want to say project. Yeah, project. To try and, you know, get those vehicles to Ukraine, or at least make a way for people to be able to donate them without losing out. Because basically just saying, oh, we'll just give your car away then, you know, just lose out on that £2,000 that we were going to give you. It's not really an answer, is it? Kerry.
Good morning, my love. How you doing?
Oh, I'm not too bad. It's my last day of work today, you know what? And I'm really motivated. Really motivated.
Oh my God, Marcus, I'm still literally run over by a bus from getting to the end of term. I'm dragging my sorry arse through the days. But on the positive note, I do have useful things to say, but I will just say, and this is useful for me, hopefully, if it works, I have technicians in at the moment fixing full fibre to my house. So I am really, really hoping that from this point forwards, after today, I won't have all the horrendous connection problems I've been having for the last 2 years speaking to you guys. But just to let you know, I haven't heard from Alan yet. I imagine he probably finished his shift, Alan Brewer, and then got some sleep. But I got in touch with Richard Lofthouse, you know, the journalist who wrote the original post about a week and a half ago that got the traction. And I asked him if he would roll the emergency services fleet into the work that he's doing, and if he would come on to MriyaReport. So he's followed me now. He's come back to me. He said yes. And I will follow up with him. But also, like I say, he has said he'll come on to MriyaReport. So I said to Alan last night, you know, who do I need to contact within the MriyaReport team to make this happen. I suggested you. So Alan also said he would follow up, but I've not heard back from him yet. I mean, obviously being a journalist himself, that would also be useful, but I don't want to drop this ball while it's hot. If you could respond to that first, darling, would be good.
Yeah, so would you just DM me some details about it, and I will pass that on to our booking team, who will get onto that forthwith.
Fantastic. So that's the first thing. And then the second was, because I've only just come on now, darling, so I don't know if you've seen it already, but did you read and have you spoken about Radu about 5 hours ago, I think, did a really powerful post. Have you seen that?
I have not, but I've had someone tell me it was very depressing. So I don't know. Was it depressing?
Yes, but it had to be said. I think it is depressing, but it's more that it is really important to state the current situation. So I don't, on this space, we do not walk away from the situation as it is and as it stands. So I do think it would actually be worth, because you're so fantastic at doing readouts, if you felt inclined, I think it would be a valuable message to share, because I think it also will make us even more determined to fight for what we believe in. And then I've tagged you, and I'll try and find it and DM it to you as well. There was a really, really fantastic analysis as well as a response by a fellow who also works for the American DOD. And that was very good. So I should try and find that directly, because I've gone back into my own timeline, and a lot of us on here will appreciate this. I can't find the bloody thing now. And you're sort of just tagging or reposting so many things. I can't find it, but I will find it and send it to you, because I do think they are both worth taking the time to read out, because they really pull together and lay out where we're at in a really important way. And I think especially at a time when we know we're predominantly all of us going to be off work for the next few days, tied up with all of the family malarkey and the Christmas malarkey. However, if we can pull ourselves out of that and spend some time doing some advocacy work, I think both of these statements will again point out how important what we're trying to do at the moment is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I can hear the guys fixing your internet as we speak, by the way.
Loads of little bits of banging. I've already taken a drill to one of my kitchen cupboards, because we were trying to work out how we can get this bloody cable into. It's full on. I've got the truck, I've got the bloke outside going up and down in the Dewberry, it goes up to the post, and it's not costing me anything. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to that company that's making that effort to get my business. Axel will like that.
Oh, that's what they've got to do. Yeah. I'm actually, I was restricted to like one company in my area, and now we have about 3, and I finally have a choice of somebody who's got much better internet. So I will be swapping as well in January. So if I suddenly disappear, it's because they effed it up. Now then, talking of these things that don't go to plan, let's have a look what Radu has had to say then. So he starts off with, he's probably going to upset people, but these things still need to be said. So let's see. Secretary Anthony Blinken on December the 20th. Now, a few people did note that his speech was not very exciting. So in a speech on the actions of the United States of America, he states, paraphrased, Ukraine has denied Russia's strategic victory of wiping Ukraine off the world map. And then he says, we will continue to ensure that this strategic loss of Russia's will remain in the future. Translated from diplomatic language, this states, as long as Russia doesn't conquer the whole of Ukraine, the West has done its job. To add, he then states that the US will ensure that Ukraine will stand on its own feet militarily, economically, and democratically. Translation from diplomatic language, Ukraine will have to be supported to resist, but that's a heaven to earth distance between Ukraine victorious and Ukraine chopped up into pieces by Russia. Whatever happened to, we will stand by Ukraine for as long as it takes. Whatever happened to, we will stand by Ukraine until it is victorious, which were uttered in various voices by American political leaders. Were these just empty words? The United States of America has recognized modal status at the moment, not because of politicians, but because of the greatness of its military force. Thus, I can only be humble and in full respect to the women and men who serve in the mighty United States military. To those men and women, the extreme many of them deserve respect because they truly believe in honor, respect, and courage. To them, these words aren't just empty. They are the backbone of their existence. They are the words by which they live their lives and their moral compass. And unlike these remarkable people, politicians, when they use them empty of content. What does honor mean? It means keeping your word. What does respect mean? It means, first of all, respect for life, for justice. What does courage mean? It means acting where injustice is brutalized upon others by the use of weapons. And despite all domestic and international reactions that may affect you politically, you still do so firmly in such a way that innocent people and their lives are protected. Politicians of the United States of America have at their disposal the largest, most sophisticated, most valuable military on the planet, and in hard times throughout history, World War I and World War II, they have had leaders who have shown courage, honor, and respect. They saved the world from tyranny. They have been exceptional leaders. And in my humble opinion, although I am personally more Democrat than Republican in my values, the best, the last of them, was a great Republican, the great John McCain. From, we will stand by Ukraine until they win, to, we will make sure Russia doesn't have a strategic victory in Ukraine, is a heaven to earth difference that generates any decent person with democratic values and faith a very bitter taste. Land of the free and home of the brave, the American anthem, which, by the way, being a Romanian, I know by heart and can sing with passion, just like the Romanian anthem, because always, with all the mistakes of the USA throughout history, overall, they have become the world's policemen, and the world has prospered with them in charge. Sadly, the lyrics above have lost their value for me. It is the brave ones in the US military who have warned time and time again that letting Putin play this game will be a loss to the entire planet, including the Secretary of the United States of America. Unfortunately, those warnings appear to have fallen on deaf ears. Those who think 70 billion in financial assistance of military, economic, and humanitarian is a large sum should still look at Secretary Blinken's speech, which acknowledges that the European Union has given Ukraine $110 billion in aid. I would remind those of you who are reading this that the GDP of the United States is $26.9 trillion, while that of the European Union together is only 18 trillion. I agree with Blinken. US aid is critical to ensure Ukraine's victory, to ensure post-mortem justice for those who fought for their land of the free, because they have already demonstrated they are the home of the true brave. I still hope that American politicians will find the courage, honor, respect for values, life and sacrifice shown by the Ukrainians, recognize this and help them win. Otherwise, those dead in Bucha, Irpin, Makariv, Borodyanka, Chernihiv, all the tens of thousands of dead in Mariupol will be forever betrayed. The tens of thousands of Ukrainians who have volunteered to defend their country at the beginning of the war, some only in their genes with a decades-old AK-47, and who today have no more or have had their lives destroyed forever. The tens of millions of Ukrainian families suffer daily from unjust, unprovoked, unlawful attacks of the state sponsor of terrorism. Tens of millions of people around the world feeling betrayed if the US puts into practice the rhetoric. And the ordinary citizen of the world who sees and feels the injustices happening in Ukraine. While from political decisions, thousands of Bradleys, Abrams, amongst others, are sitting to be scrapped by the US military instead of being sent to Ukraine, where they would not only continue to save lives, but values. They would save democracy. It saves the future, and above all, it offers hope. Hope that the world will continue to be directed towards a better future, because the proverbial saying of good always wins over evil still has a chance to be true. I hope and continue to hope that this scenario in which US politicians betray us and betray their own values, yes, that is the right word, will never actually happen. I continue, perhaps naively, to believe that in perhaps maybe not the 11th, but the 12th hour, they will decisively help Ukraine to win this war. I continue to hope because it is the only thing I can do. May God give them the wisdom and the courage to act, the dignity to keep their original promises, and the virtue of their historic leadership. Kind of deep in it, but it's true. There was a response, Kerry. Did you manage to find that and DM it to me?
I did,
I'll
darling. I did. I've just DM'd it to you. So if you could do that next, that would be really good as well. So it has come to you as a direct DM, okay?
Yeah, I got it. So let me see. An American working for the US DoD. First of all, you are 100% correct in your heaven to earth assessment. However, it is important to identify the source of the problem. Unfortunately, that isn't Blinken. Several months back, and it might have been in the spring, both Secretary Blinken and Austin made the comments to the effect that the US goal for this war is Ukraine's victory, and that the US is with Ukraine to win this war. Those statements were made in different places, but on nearly the same day. The Biden administration apparently blew a gasket at that point, concerned that this would anger Russia. Blinken and Austin walked those statements back a few days later. This is an ongoing and pervasive problem within the administration, underpins the years of reasoning that we were a year late in delivering Patriots to Ukraine. And to date, we've only delivered a small handful of ATACMS, and not the version that Ukraine really needs. And why we've yet to deliver M1A1s, and why we've yet to deliver F-16s, and why we've not provided Ukraine with our obsolete Predator and Reaper drones. To note, ATACMS no longer have a mission for the United States Army. And in DoD, when we talk about the roles of predators and reapers, we literally refer to them as missile catchers. That's what that level of technology is worth to us, i.e., for all we care, they can catch missiles. So, why have we not sent any of this stuff? Many are inclined to blame a particular party, but there wasn't a problem with either party in the first year of the war. Yes, okay, we know there are some a-holes, but they are Johnny-come-lately a-holes. There was a year of cooperative Congress sitting there, which appears to have been squandered. What's the reason for the inaction? Well, these reasons are pretty much the same. The administration doesn't understand the war. Simple as that. Look at how the withdrawal from Afghanistan was screwed up. There were a number of people watching in the early days of the withdrawal saying themselves, this is stupid, it's too rapid, it's too haphazard, it's not a planned staged drawdown and withdrawal. It won't end well. And guess what? It didn't. Anyone with military experience could have seen that, but it still happened.
Mockers, just very quickly pop it.
Yeah.
I've got to pop outside with the engineer guy. So if I'm not responding and you ask me something, that's why, okay? But thank you for reading this. No
problem. Number 2, the administration believes the words of terrorists. The Taliban in Afghanistan promised that they were not the Taliban of old. They would respect human rights and women's rights while also obeying the Sharia law. This was even used and touted in the withdrawal and used to legitimize it. And well, we see how well these new Taliban stuck to their word. Whenever Moscow tells Washington, if you send something to Ukraine, it will represent an escalation. Well, one of those first things was the Patriot. The Biden administration believed that the terrorist state, rather than recognizing them for what they are as international bullies who use threats to make you back down, and every time we finally capitulated and sent something to Ukraine, there has actually been no escalation. For example, Patriot, cluster munitions, ATACMS, yes, a small handful of them. None of them were actually a problem or caused any sort of escalation when they arrived in Ukraine. The unfortunate thing is that the administration has not learnt from these events. They continue believing the threats of the terrorists and fearing them. I've got to say his name, Jake Sullivan. Okay, I'll say some more. He has risen to his level of incompetence. I'm going to say he's exceeded it, but whatever. He now seems to screw up everything he touches. This is this guy's opinion, by the way. He seems to be the one believing the words of the terrorists. He seems to shake his boots every time Muscovy uses the word escalation, and appears to be the only one who seems to be slow rolling, or seems to have been slow rolling the support and equipment to Ukraine based upon this fear. Now, obviously, right now, the Republicans have laid on their own layer of political BS. However, all of this does have roots in some of the military decisions that have been made by the current administration and could be seen as incompetence, leading to countless lives being lost in Ukraine, and more every single day, by the way, because we failed to provide Ukraine with what it needed to win. We provided and continue to provide what they need to not lose horribly. Instead, we must provide them with what they need to win and win decisively. In the coming set of elections, there are a lot of people who are now single issue voters. Ukraine. Whatever supports arming Ukraine to the teeth will receive the most votes. We need to support their entry into NATO, and to the degree that we can, their entry into the EU. I don't care whether the leading arm Ukraine to the teeth candidate is from one side or the other. There are several Republicans who are highly critical of the failure to properly arm Ukraine in this war. Any one of them will receive my vote if they end up in the general election. And at least one of them I otherwise find to be totally but I don't care. Totally repugnant, but I actually don't care because I'm so peed off. I will vote for somebody I hate because they are fully supportive of Ukraine. The current administration should remember this. And there we go. I changed a little bit of that because there was some partisan issues in there. But you know me. I'm happy to tell the truth, but I won't slag anybody off who doesn't deserve it. But he's absolutely spitting truth bombs right there. Kerry, do you want to come in and then I'll go to Tyrants?
Yeah, it was just to say thank you very much, Mockers. It was important to read, wasn't it? You know, what you initially began by saying it was depressing. Yes, it might be depressing, but it was, both statements were really important to read.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you know, unfortunately, there is blame with all of us. I think the UK too. I mean, you know, the UK did send some small stuff to begin with, but if we had been better defensively prepared ourselves in our own MOD, we would have had much more that we could have helped with, you know. So now we're scrambling to get 4x4s released from a scrappage scheme because we just don't seem to have enough to be able to just send everything to help them, you know. Rebecca Mikowski, I think that's how I say her name. The very first time I saw her on a documentary, she was captured on a sort of a short documentary, and she said, "Can you believe we are begging the militaries of the world to send us their crap, their stuff we don't need, that we're crowdfunding an effing war?" And well, yeah, I'm totally with her on that. I can't believe it either. I thought we were bigger than that, and we overestimated our ability to keep living peacefully without people like this coming along. Kerry?
Come back to me in a little bit, darling, because what I wanted to move on to, and I'll just sort of give you the heads up. So when Chuck was on yesterday, we were talking about drones, and I was sort of introducing him to Brave One. And so I just wanted to sort of move on after whatever people were wanting to say related, I'm sure probably to this, to talking about in a time of war. You know, we're just saying that we can't get our shit together. But in a time of war, I don't know if you've seen the win-win UA, the new win-win UA strategy, which is amazing. In a time of war, this is being set up by people who are getting shit done. So it would be a good thing to maybe move on to in a bit, if that's possible. I don't know what you have planned, my darling.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, I fly by the seat of my pants all day. That's just how it goes. So yeah, I tend to just like pick up what's current and interesting. So if you have something, that's fine. But Tyrants, go ahead first.
Thank you for that, both of you. It was very useful, especially to myself, because I'll go into details in a second. But could you do us a favor? Could you share us the links to the articles you've read? I'd be interested in it. If everybody else is, perhaps they can find it on the Nest, or you can send me a private message. I'm personally interested. In terms of this type of language, some people might call it depressing. I think it's rather the opposite. I think this is the hopeful message, because people are starting to talk in the way they should have spoken a long time ago, and it's taken way too long for it to start talking about these truths, and I'm very hopeful, and I'm hoping to see more and more of this. And I think that is the course of history. Um, at first, you get the despair and people who panic and all that stuff, and then you get all the lunatics talk first. People with the loudest voices, they start to talk like the masters of everything, and then jack of all trades, as we call it in Britain. People who know everything but nothing at the same time. But I'm pleased that these articles are coming out, and the voice of reason is prevailing at last, and we're going to see more of this, and we're going to see less of those TikTokers and people of that nature, I believe. Yeah. So thank you, and beautiful articles, every word of it.
Well, this is the thing. We've got to change the messaging, haven't we? We've got to change the messaging from doom and gloom to let's get this done. Let's win, basically. I mean, you know, people are dying. What are we doing? Hanging the flip around, just watching it happen. I'm disgusted. I really am with the inaction. I was disgusted with the inaction last year. I'm even more disgusted with the inaction this year. You know, and just honestly. Terence?
Yeah, I don't want to be the guy who keeps pounding on the bad news, but last night I was watching the news and there was this woman complaining about trains not being on time or something or the other. I half caught the story there, and I'm thinking like, oh my god, there's like 2 wars raging, and she's thinking about this train being delayed, and she couldn't attend the Christmas party. So we also got some of those people to contend with in our society. But yeah, so
Just on
you just reminded me of that.
Tyrants, to link into what you just said, and forgive me, mockers, but to back up what Tyrants just saying, with our little group that's trying to lobby for the 4x4s. So poor old Nell the Weaver, who is amazing, she is not hearing back from her MP, and I went on to see her MP. Her MP's doing everything she can to fill the potholes, etc. Really parochial stuff, and Nell's not getting a response.
Yeah, it gets a bit maddening. I understand. I'll be sending another letter to my MP today as well. That's
Yeah,
fine.
what is it about the pothole lobby that makes them more powerful than the Ukraine lobby?
Well, obviously those people are whining the loudest, aren't they? So it's time to whine a bit louder, I think. Karen?
You know, I appreciate the passion of the person who wrote that piece that you read, and I can empathize with their anger. You know, I find it hard to understand how any decent person, politician, could not support aiding Ukraine. However, I do want to caution people about being a single issue voter, because if you cannot protect democracy at home, eventually your ability to protect it abroad is going to fade. Your commitment to doing that will fade. So that, and without mentioning specific parties, that is something to keep in mind. You have a moral responsibility to the people in your country, the people that you live and work with, to the future generations that will be growing up in this country, to make the best possible decision you can when you vote. And it's like you have to do a triage. But with that in mind, I find it very hard to believe that anyone with any morals at all, any sense of decency, could not support Ukraine. So I don't know if that sounded too wishy-washy. I'm just cautioning people not to get tunnel vision when they vote. They need to look at all the things that are at stake, and they need to prioritize. That's all.
Oh yeah, I understand, but a lot of people now feel that the priority is Ukraine, and I'm with them on that, I'll be honest. Iwana, welcome back.
Thank you, Mokers. So I was listening to this conversation. You know that I'm not getting into US politics too much because I'm not qualified to talk about this. But you know, beside being angry for for Ukraine not getting the help it needs, because it badly needs this help, and it's fighting for all of us. We know all this. Besides being angry, I'm kind of sad, you know, because from Romania, we were looking at the US democracy, and were thinking that, you know, this is the best that can be. This is the maximum that we can hope to achieve, to live in a country that is democratic and that takes decision to the best interests of the people, its people and the world. And to find out that it's up to one person or a few persons, and those can influence the decisions or can stop the process. It's so sad. And I had the same sadness when Brexit happened, because you know UK is the best of Europe, and Brexit was like you know, treason for all of us. The UK leaving EU was a tragedy for us. We were like wanting so much to be in EU and being alongside with all those amazing countries that are representing the values of Europe, and seeing UK leave was very sad. And why I'm talking about US and UK right now, the problem is that there will be a very difficult year next year. There will be elections in many countries, including in Romania. There will be elections in US and some other countries in the European Union, and the Russians are intensifying their efforts to propaganda, to narratives, to all of this. And we are seeing this in Romania. It's like a big increase. There were some talks in the last few days about this. We have those, let's say, far-right parties, but actually they do not have a ideology. It's not either right or left. It's just a populist party that is trying to, you know, use whatever is interesting at the moment, whatever brings you know, emotions in people, and so on. And they are trying to do this, and we are quite worried about the elections in Romania, because this influence, you know, many people are not getting it, are not seeing it, are not believing that this can happen. So my point is, I'm sure that finally US will do the right thing. Usually it does, but it's up to us to be very vigilant. It's up to us to identify those narratives and those propaganda lines in the media. It's up to us to promote the good points of view. It's up to us to lobby for Ukraine and to do whatever we can. So yeah, it will be difficult. There will be difficult times, but we can do something, and we should not stop. That's what I wanted to say.
Absolutely. And do you know why we shouldn't stop? Because the Russian voices are starting to whine about how there should now be a peace settlement. Now, it's a possibility that this is, you know, something that they're really trying to push, because, well, they're struggling, and they would love a peace settlement of some kind, which allowed them to keep some land, and that's what they're really pushing for now. And somebody who is Ukrainian says, "I've just received a message, a very surprising message from inside Russia. It doesn't yet have any gigantic political significance, but as a statement of the Russian people's present state of mind, I consider it significant." And
just says here, Western leaders encouraged Ukraine to fight. Will they now force them to negotiate? Is this the final stage of the Ukrainian war? That's how they put it. Well, let's just say that I'm waiting for a bit more information, but it does appear that you know, this appears to be their strongest narrative now that's coming out. So it's maybe telling in itself. Tyrants?
Yeah, I was going to say to Iona that Brexit was a good thing that happened to Ukraine, because we could make decisions that we were not tied up to EU. So we could quickly deploy those. I can't remember what the name of it was, but the anti-tank things that we sent, javelins. So we sent them very quickly, very early on, and that made a big difference on the first few days of the war, at least. And this is coming from someone who was a strong Remainer. So I believe that united, you're stronger. But after seeing what Orban is doing to EU and Turkey, perhaps it makes more sense that Brexit happened in favor of Ukraine from that perspective. From any other perspective, like social, economical perspectives, obviously it was like a shooting yourself on the foot situation. Whereas I was also going to address Karen that I was going to play a little mind therapy, if you like. I was going to ask her a couple of questions and see where that leads, to help her understand a few things. So perhaps another time, unless she's still there.
Well, I've been trying to bring her back up, but it's not working for some reason. It always does that to me. Don't know if it's Dee or me, but it's one of those things. But I'll let Tarixis go in the meantime because he's got his hand up.
What is it? Afternoon. Yes, for me it's afternoon. Thank you for hosting again, Marcus and Ming. I wanted to say something different, but Tyrants, I don't totally agree with you, because I think the individual countries in the EU still have the opportunity to do stuff. The Dutch send the Panzer howitzers in the first month, bypassing Scholz or whatever, just doing things. So I don't think being part of the EU necessarily means you have to wait on everybody to do something. You still have.
Yeah, but I'm talking about Britain. When the war first started, Britain was first there with javelins. So that made a big difference in the first 3 days. Whereas EU may have taken months to sort out who's going to send what tanks and things like that. So naturally, it's because you've got too many people to talk to and figure out the logistics and the laws. Whereas Britain was one single decision, yes or no, boom, done.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I think there's countries in the EU which did the same. But I agree with you that the UK was very quick with a lot of aid. But what I really wanted to ask Marcus, what happened to planes? Well, 3 Su-34s were downed today.
Oh, please send me this information, because I've been here, and when I've not been looking at this screen, I've been looking at, oh my goodness, I've just seen it now, confirmation. 3 Su-34 have been destroyed. At noon, 3 Su-34 fighter jets were destroyed in the southern direction.
So
That's lovely.
they were flying in the wrong place, or there's anti-air defense. Well, so at a surprising spot.
Well, they have just recently received a new Patriot, haven't they? So,
That's it.
Perhaps
Mockers, I'm about to step down as co-host here, but before I go, I just wanted to mention another piece of news that I've just picked up. Now, it strikes me as likely total nonsense. It's from the Propagandist Notebook Telegram channel, so it's a Russian source. But they say Australia has announced the transfer of a Boeing E-7A Wedgetail long-range surveillance aircraft to Ukraine. So I think that is incredibly unlikely. The E-7A Wedgetail is the brand new replacement for the AWACS surveillance aircraft. So that's the early warning airborne surveillance. There's only 14 of them, and the amount of training you'd need to operate something like that. So it's not just the flight crew and the mechanics, but you've got another 10 crew who have to be highly trained to observe the screens. It strikes me as totally wildly impractical. But that said, it might be possible that Australia is sending this aircraft to join other NATO surveillance operations over the Baltic and or the Black Sea, not obviously leaving the aircraft to be operated by Ukraine, which would be a pretty big step. I've been unable to confirm this anywhere else, so I just thought I'd leave on that note.
You leave us with a mystery hanging. Well, fair enough. But I'm busy looking at the mystery of 3 Su-35 fighter jets being taken down. There's also, yes.
Sorry, can I ask a question to Ming? What
Sure.
type of aircraft it was about Australia?
So it's the Boeing E-7A Wedgetail. So that's
Well, actually, I remember a talk back in July about this. Australia to deploy this aircraft to Germany, and from there to help the surveillance for Ukraine. So maybe this is finally happening, but it's not going to Ukraine per se. It's just going to an airbase in Germany and will help surveillance. That was the news back in July.
Yeah, and that makes a lot more sense to me than actually directly transferring an aircraft like this to the Ukrainians. When you haven't even given them the F-18s the Australians have and the F-16s, they need just to defend it.
Right. Well, off you go, and I'm going to go to Kerry while Tim gets himself situated.
Hello. My brain is not working properly, so I've completely forgotten what I was going to ask you about. I take my hand down. I'm sorry, darling. I'm clearing up wood shavings. I have the stuff set up, and we shall find out later if it's working.
Enjoy. Very exciting times. Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, just a brief comment on the wedge tail. I agree with Ming that it is highly unlikely that they will be transferring an asset like that wholesale to Ukrainian operation, for a couple of reasons. As Ming mentioned, these are brand spanking new. They're quite, they're a fairly unusual capability. So the US has quite a few of them. Other countries tend to operate, kind of a handful maybe. Also, they are theater level assets. So this is a function that NATO countries can and do perform on behalf of the Ukrainians, right? So it's this kind of theater level surveillance, SIGINT, that sort of thing. It's something that the US Air Force and the RAF are already doing and have been doing since the beginning of the war, with assets like the RC-135 rivet joint. You see those if people who watch, those aeroplane monitoring websites. There's like a load of nerds who do that. They will regularly point out that, oh, look, there's a rivet joint up over there flying around the Black Sea. That's probably gathering things for the Ukrainians. So yeah, there is a flow of intelligence from this stuff, or at least there seems to be, from NATO powers who are not directly involved in the war to the Ukrainians who obviously are. So yeah, I would agree with Ming. It's far more likely that this thing is being based in Germany, operated and owned still by the Royal Australian Air Force, and it'll be passing its product along to the Ukrainian armed forces as a form of support.
Thank you very much. Booyah, welcome up.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Don't be too worried about US politics. You guys can start worrying when I start hitting you up to come and sleep on your couches for a couple of years.
Thanks. Now then, about these three Su-34, 34, sorry, I'll get them right in a minute. So this was specifically in the southern direction and has been announced by the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Air Force. Today at noon in the southern direction, -3 Russian Su-34 fighter bombers. Now, sometimes we see these statements and then the next day we don't see them on the numbers, but they have put out a graphic. So we'll see. Hopefully we'll find some sad photos of Su-34s appearing in Russian sources, or, you know, some memories for the, you know, pilots and things. Now, there was an incident the other week of an Su-24 being shot down in that area, where they set up some sort of trap for it. And it could be that they've moved that trap a little bit, perhaps, in order to get these guys and maybe catch them out in an area where they thought they might be safe. I'm just thinking that that's probably something like what's happened. Terexis.
Yeah, well, so you found out in which area that was shut down?
You what, sorry? Which area? Just
Did,
in the southern direction at the moment.
couldn't this be the new one in Odessa, the new Patriot system?
Well, it would appear that they do have a new Patriot system, which is being located in the south area. So there is indeed a suggestion that Odessa would be a great place for it. Yeah. Right. So we'll see what more comes of this, but I'm sure if this is the case, there will be more information about it coming. We love losing aircraft when they lose aircraft anyway. Ioana, my lovely, go ahead.
Well, that's exactly what I wanted to say, actually, to find out the region where this happened. So I understood it was in the southern direction. And you remember that day when three planes and one helicopter got shut down over Russian territory at the beginning of the autumn, if I'm not mistaken. And then it was confirmed weeks later that indeed a Patriot system was used. Well, this smells like Patriot. If 3 aircraft were shut down at noon, as I have seen in the post of Max 23, so three on a time, three aircrafts are all together. Well, this smells like Patriot. Sorry, I'm so excited I can't find my words. It's good. It's good. I want to see that number up, aircraft number up, because it was at 324 for a while. So yeah, it should go up, I think.
Yeah, I'm quite excited too. So Tim, I'm going to have to recycle because I have all sorts of glitches. So I will hand over to you for a moment and do just that.
Okie dokie, you do what you have to do, Marcus. So welcome to this, the afternoon European shift on the Maria Report. And I see we've got a hand. So let's go to you, Anna.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. I was thinking that if we don't have other hands right now, I can do, maritime update, because things are happening. And for example, today I have seen already 7 ships sailing out of Ukrainian ports and 6 going in, and I'm very excited because one of them is a very large bulk carrier, Laila Rio, the name is 175,000 tons. This is the 11th ship of this size that is going to Ukraine. Up until today, 10 others went to Ukraine. 1 is still in port. It's amazing because only those ships, the accumulated capacity is 1.75 million tons, and the outbound ships, because 9 already sailed, 1.44 million tons. So it's absolutely amazing to see those big ships going to Ukraine. So for today, these are the numbers. It's steady for the last few days, even weeks. I can say an average of 7 ships per day, which is amazing. For example, in December up until today, we have 159 ships inbound and 141 ships outbound. Just please note that these numbers are the minimum, because there may be some ships I didn't see. Sometimes they just don't turn the AIS on. Lately they do, so we can see them in port, but still there are ships that are slipping through the fingers. For example, I have seen today another very big ship leaving Utah or Juta, I don't know exactly, 190,000 tons, and I didn't see it going in. Apparently it went into the port of Yuzhny on December 16. I'm just seeing it leaving now. So it's amazing, and because there was communication, I believe 2 days ago, that the total outbound quantity is over 10 million tons. I can confirm with my calculations that right now we are at about 10.6 million tons. And what is very interesting is that for December, we are at 4.39 million tons. This is more than during the grain deal. This is approaching the capacity before the war. And it's not over the month of December. Maybe there will be a slowdown because of the holidays, and maybe we won't see so many ships for the next 10 days. But already we have 4.39 million tons for December. In November, the total amount was 3.98. This is these are approximations based on the capacity that is declared by the ships. And in October, the quantity was about 2 million tons. September was quite insignificant, 0.26 million tons. But let's remember that September was just the start. So yeah, we are above the grain deal level. We are approaching the levels from before the war, and the numbers are absolutely impressive. The total inbound number is superior to 360, probably around 370, and the total outbound number is about 310, 320, which is absolutely amazing, and I didn't dream of it at the start of this Black Sea corridor, so I'm very, very happy.
I'm incredibly impressed with everything that they've achieved. It's such good news, isn't it? And hi everyone, I'm back. Yeah, just incredible work that they've put in to make this work. And they're now starting to receive some patrol ships as well, which might also be very useful in continuing to protect this corridor. So it's all good. Terry Fella, go ahead.
Hi, Mockers. I've been quiet for a few days because things have just got a bit too much for me, but I have still been reading and listening around and everything else. But what you read out just now, was that from Mikhailo Podolak, I think his name is? The message about what must be said, although I think Kerry reckoned it was a bit depressing, but I think I agree with Tyrants that it wasn't. What was it from Mikhailo
Radu.
Podolak?
It was Radu Hosu.
Oh, that's right.
Radu. Yep.
Yes, yes. And then there was somebody else that responded as well. But I remember liking those and sharing them and everything yesterday. And it was shortly after that that I then came across a tweet that was actually about being able to contact the White House by email directly. So I've sent that to you, and I've also put it into the Purple Pill. And it turned out to be ever so easy. You just had to give your email address and your name. I think it put in where I was, and it didn't matter that I was from the UK. And it's something that I've thought about for ages, about writing to him, but never quite knew how to go about it. So when I saw this yesterday, I thought, well, let's just give it a go. And I wrote from the heart, and I wondered if I could read it out to everybody.
Go for it, sweetheart.
Yeah. Right. I mean, people might think some of this is a bit OTT, but I thought a bit of groveling might be okay. Anyway, what I wrote was, Dear President Biden, I have supported Ukraine since the illegal invasion by Russia on the 24th of February 2022. I have been full of admiration for the way President Zelensky and Ukraine have persevered over the last 22 months, and I have appreciated the support provided by the majority of Western leaders, especially your own support. I understand that there are many crises you're having to deal with right now, including internal issues, but I feel compelled to write to you to implore you to please state definitively Ukraine must win and win quickly. Ukraine needs to be allowed to defeat Russia as soon as feasibly possible in order to save the lives of its troops, its citizens, including those in the currently occupied territories, and to enable the return of the thousands of children who have been abducted by the Russians. Russia needs to be stopped, not just in Ukraine. It must be prevented from its evil meddling in all world affairs. If Russia is allowed to continue its war on the world without being forced to face justice, other autocracies and dictatorships will only follow suit, as some are already trying to do. Please, as the ultimate leader of the free world, that's a bit of grovelling, I know, but I just thought I should. As the ultimate leader of the free world, I implore you to ensure Ukraine is provided with everything it needs to defeat Russia, including longer-range missiles, ATACMS, more air defence, and especially more ammunition. Seeing those 2 soldiers executed by Russian troops after surrendering because they had run out of ammunition was truly heartbreaking. If anyone has the power to ensure Ukraine is successful in crushing Russia, I believe that is you. There is nothing more important or urgent in the world today than bringing Putin and his mafia KGB Kremlin to their knees as soon as possible, making them fully accountable for the myriad of heinous war crimes. The lives of our children and our grandchildren depend upon it. Please do everything in your power and more to make the world a safer place for Ukraine, for Europe, for the USA, and for the entire democratic free world. I didn't have enough room. I used up every single character I could to just then say thank you. But there we go. I thought the fact that it was so easy to do, and that I just thought, forget about thinking too much, just write. And I might start to do it regularly. As I say, I've sent you that link, and I put the link in the Purple Pill. And I really would recommend anybody to just get in there and write to him. It actually said that it would go to the president. I mean, whether he reads it personally or not, but at least it's got to the White House. So, yeah, normally it takes me weeks to think writing something up, but actually I just did that, and I was reasonably pleased with what I wrote. Yeah, I thought I'd just say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, sometimes, yeah, it's, you know, the actions of many of the small people that can tip the scale. And I think we've realised here that, you know, when we club together, we can achieve things that are much bigger than the individual. So, yeah, fabulous work, Terry. Thanks.
Thank you. And that's exactly what I was thinking. And I've thought, I so many times I've wanted to write to various people, but then thought, well, who am I? But actually, the more of us that do it, the better, I think. So I don't know if you'd be happy to put that into the nest to share that link so that everybody could have a go.
Yeah, it's in my DMs, is it? I'll sort that out in a minute. No worries. Now then, I think it was Bull Terrier, then Lie Sniper. I could be wrong, but it might be Lie Sniper first. I think it was Lie Sniper first, actually.
Yes.
Go
thank
ahead,
you.
my friend.
Terry, I must say that I'm a perfectionist, and I must say that your letter, I thought what I would improve, and I found nothing. It's really amazing, absolutely great. Well said. But I raised my hand originally to ask Jana regarding the ship movements and